Good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table in both official languages and on behalf of 88 organizations and departments the departmental results reports for fiscal year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Merci. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. The first report, entitled From Mineral Exploration to Advanced Manufacturing, Developing Value Chains for Critical Minerals in Canada, and the second report, entitled Economic Recovery in Canada's Forestry Sector, Green and Inclusive. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Spread. This is Mission Maskey.
Speaker, an honour to rise virtually today to present a petition. This petition, the petitioners cite, of course, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and they bring its principles to bear on the ongoing conflict on Wet'suwet'en territory, specifically that the hereditary leadership recognized as legitimate leadership by the Supreme Court of Canada in the Delgamuukw decision has not acceded to the ongoing building of a pipeline for fracked gas through their territories. They continue to object. They continue to be oppressed by police actions. The petitioners ask for the government to recognize UNDRIP and act to protect Wet'suwet'en territory and the integrity of its sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling two petitions. The first relates to the U.S. Department of State's 20th Trafficking in Humans report, which indicates that Canada meets the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking. It also indicates that governments at all levels have failed to collaborate on a solution. My constituents are calling on the federal government, as the report urges, to increase proactive law enforcement, training for prosecutors and judges, and to partner with private organizations to combat human trafficking. The second petition I'm presenting today relates to Afghanistan. On the day the Prime Minister called a federal election, Afghanistan's capital city fell to the Taliban. In the chaos of the evacuation, many of our brave Afghan allies were left behind. My constituents call upon the Government of Canada to partner with the Veterans Transition Network and others to launch more evacuation efforts to make sure that our remaining allies in Afghanistan find a new and safe home in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Port Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to table a petition regarding the overdose crisis, Mr. Speaker, and preventable opioid overdoses resulting from fentanyl-poisoned drugs, Mr. Speaker. And it's timely, as we lost people in my community over the weekend due to a poisoned drug supply. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners from Port Alberni are calling, Mr. Speaker, for the government to declare the current overdose crisis and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to properly manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths. They want to reform drug policy to decriminalize personal possession and create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Oh, we have a
Jour, address and reply to the speech from the throne, resuming consideration of the address.
good. We have a question of privilege. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to see you once again and to participate in today's debate. However, Mr. Speaker, what I'm going to speak about today is a very serious issue that is a question of privilege.
The premature disclosure of the content of Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19 by the Prime Minister himself while it was on notice and before it was introduced and tabled in the House of Commons. On Saturday, a special order paper was published that contained the notice BC-10. Et comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président, les avis...
As you know, Mr. Speaker, notices concerning bills, which are written in the standing orders, are very succinct. That was the case here. It said simply Bill C-10 and the title of the bill. But yesterday, the Prime Minister held a press conference at noon, just outside of his home. And we saw that despite the fact that he and his children have COVID, that he's doing well, which is good. But he went much further in his comments concerning Bill C-10 than what was written on the notice.
A press conference at noon, which discussed the bill on notice. His comment, Mr. Speaker, went beyond the title of the bill. In fact, the CTV, in a publication following the press conference, noted that the Prime Minister provided a bit more detail about the bill's content beyond its title. Those details provided by the Prime Minister was as follow, and I quote, "We will be introducing legislation to ensure we continue providing as many rapid tests as possible to the provinces and territories." Unquote. Madame la Présidente, dans les affaires courantes,
Now, in routine proceedings, after the press conference yesterday, Bill C-10 was tabled. And at that time, all Canadians saw that what the Prime Minister had said was exactly what was in the bill.
The Minister of Health to make payments of up to $2.5 billion out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund in relation to coronavirus disease 2019, well known as COVID-19 test. It also authorized the Minister of Health to transfer COVID-19 tests and instruments used in relation to those tests to the provinces and territories and to the bodies and persons in Canada. Madame la Présidente, le Premier ministre.
Madam Speaker, in speaking about Bill C-10 in detail at this press conference before the bill was tabled, the Prime Minister violated the confidence of these rules.
Parliament goes beyond just the premature disclosure of a bill. The Prime Minister, having wasted so much time with a prorogation, followed by an expensive unnecessary election, is trying to play catch-up by leaning on the opposition to cooperate and fast-tracking his bill. In an attempt to show some goodwill, his House Leader provided embargo's copy to the House Leaders of the opposition. For our part, and for every opposition part of this House, we did respect the fact that we cannot make any comment publicly about the bill. That's the way to do it. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister didn't respect that situation. Le 10 mars...
On March 10th, 2020, there was a ruling about the premature disclosure of the Medical Assistance in Dying bill. And you said, and I quote, in reading the comments on the Medical Assistance in Dying bill, and in the absence of any contrary explanation, I would conclude that the sources were aware of these conventions and deliberately chose to ignore them. It seems clear to me that the content of the bill was prematurely disclosed when it was on notice and had not yet been tabled in the House. The rule concerning the confidentiality of bills on notice exists to ensure that members of Parliament, as legislators, are the first ones to become aware of a bill once it is tabled. Even though it may be legitimate to have consultations on a bill or to announce the intention to table a bill by listing its number and title, it is not allowed for anyone to disclose the specific content of a bill when it is on notice. End of quote. On April 19th, 2016, the Speaker concluded that there was a prima facie case of privilege in a similar case concerning C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make other amendments to other laws concerning medical assistance in dying. The Speaker at the time said, as honourable members know, one of the most important responsibilities of the Chair is to protect the rights and privileges, both in individual and collective ones, of members. And what's relevant to our case today is that given the key role that the House plays in the legislative process, should not allow specific details of bills to be communicated to anyone before members of Parliament have become aware of it. Precedents have repeatedly confirmed that this is not only a right, but that the violation would constitute a question of privilege.
March 19, 2001, regarding the media being briefed on the bill before members of Parliament. In that ruling, Speaker Milliken said at page 1840 of the House of Commons debate, and I quote, "In preparing legislation, the government may wish to hold extensive consultations, and such consultations may be held entirely at the government's discretion. However, with respect to material to be placed before Parliament, the House must take precedent. Once a bill has been placed on notice, whatever it has been presented in a different form to a different session of Parliament has no bearing, and the bill is considered a new matter. The convention of the confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role which the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation." Unquote. Madam Speaker, the Speaker at that time found another case of contempt on October 15, 2001, again involving the media being briefed of the content of a bill prior to the legislation being introduced in the House. The precedents are very clear in these matters, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is in contempt of the House for disclosing the content of Bill C-10 while it was on notice and prior of being introduced to the House. In conclusion, I would like to point out that this issue of COVID test was part of the opening round of questions during the first question period of our leader attending in September 2020 after becoming the leader of the official opposition. This issue is a real serious one, and we care about this situation. But it maybe have taken the Prime Minister a while to get it, and I understand he now needs help to hurry things along. But he does himself no favor by tumbling his nose at the privilege of this House and the goodwill of the opposition parties by playing his own rules, a practice that has gotten him into trouble before. On more than one occasion, he ran into difficulty with the Ethics Commissioner. The Commissioner found in 2019 that he breached ethics rules. The Prime Minister had tried in 2018 to undermine a decision by federal prosecutors allowing construction company SNC-Lavalin Group to face a corrupt trial. Madam Speaker, the ethics judge was also sanctioned him in December 2017, ruling that he broke conflict of interest rules when he accepted the vacation of the Aga Khan's private island in 2016. I could go on and on, Madam Speaker, but to quickly get to the point and pursue a resolution to this matter, I ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege, and I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary rising on the motion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll in fact review the matter, as the member has mentioned, and report back to the House in a timely fashion.
L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois would like to reserve a right to reply to this question of privilege.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I entirely agree with my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, that the practice in place during this minority parliament has been to distribute these bills under embargo, and that has been very important to the work of this House. At the same time, and the parliamentary leader of the Conservative Party is right on this point, that the precedent of keeping these bills on notice under embargo had always been respected by parties. This is the way that we can do our job well. We want to have, we want to be the first people to be aware of the content of a bill. But what applies to opposition parties also applies to the governing party. And, Madam Speaker, the government needs to respect the same rules that opposition parties do. So I would also like to take a look at the press conference, and I would like to reserve the right to come back and speak more on this issue. But I will say that it's a fundamental right, a fundamental point here, that the government should not be revealing information about bills on notice, and that parliamentary rules need to be respected. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Does the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands also wish to speak on the question of privilege?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Green Party of Canada, I completely agree with the points that have been made, particularly just now by the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster. We do benefit, particularly under the innovative, flexible approach that we've had to take in the pandemic, that access to bills on an embargoed basis has been quite essential and different from other times where bills are shared on an embargoed basis. Certainly before first reading and going back to March of 2020, we actually had a bill put forward by the finance minister at the time that included provisions that were, I believe, offensive even to members of the Liberal Party. There was a quick rewrite, and before first reading, we actually achieved a substantial change in the bill. It's important that we be able to honor the traditions of respecting embargoes while also sharing legislation in ways that really have, I think, been really creative and helpful and positive in moving us all forward. But the government doesn't have the right to ignore those embargoes. I don't know that I'll want to make any further points, but I'd also like to reserve that as this issue develops and as I go back and look at the press conference remarks from the Prime Minister, we may have further remarks to add, but it certainly is an important principle that has been raised by the Conservative House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est la tradition, la question.
As per tradition, this question will be taken under advisement, and we'll get back to the House as soon as possible.
Orders of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's just for resuming debate.
Sorry?
It's just for resuming debate.
Oh, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see you in this chamber today. I wanted to let you know that I will be splitting my time with my friend, the Honourable Member from Surrey Centre. Madam Speaker, I am thrilled to be back in our nation's capital to address the speech from the throne. Canadians have shown great resilience and ingenuity over these last 2 years, and our government has worked rapidly and diligently to provide the tools and resources required by families, businesses, and by other levels of government. We deployed unprecedented assistance across all sectors of our economy, with the federal government accounting for 8 out of every $10 spent on pandemic response. This was the right thing to do, as we were able to use our AAA credit rating to take on the cost of the pandemic, while with significantly lower borrowing costs than those incurred by other levels of government, by households, or by enterprises. These programs have worked. Our focus on keeping Canadians healthy have led to a job recovery of 108% of pre-pandemic employment, compared to just 84% in the United States. Canadians have increased their savings rates, and there are more businesses in Canada today than there were before the pandemic started. It is no wonder then that finishing the fight against COVID is such a priority. It accounted for the majority of new spending in the economic statement, alongside targeted investments for Indigenous reconciliation and for repairing the flood damage in British Columbia. Our economic, social, and environmental future depends on us getting this right, and I am dedicated to finishing the fight alongside all members of this House, with a focus on building a better future for our children and our grandchildren. Madam Speaker, every step of the way, our focus on health has saved lives and has been the core of our recovery. Our approach has led to a significant growth in GDP, and our trade surplus has just recently hit 13-year highs. However, it is impossible to talk about growing our economy without addressing our plan to fight climate change. The devastating floods and fires in British Columbia is a stark warning that climate change is real, and that it imposes real hardship and real costs. Canada must be a global leader in taking on this fight, and we will need to take even bolder action going forward. Our ambitious climate plan, entitled A Healthy Environment and a Healthy Economy, is an articulate, world-leading plan that both sustainably grows our economy while exceeding our climate change targets. We will end fossil fuel subsidies while investing in the future of the green economy. We have already committed more than $100 billion to date. We have put a price on carbon, and we've invested in a national electric transportation framework that has enabled Canadians to drive from Vancouver Island to Prince Edward Island in an electric vehicle for the first time. Of course, Canadians are expecting us to move faster and to do more. The foundation of any strong economy is built on the health of its citizens, which depends on having healthy air, soil, and water. We must protect and restore our biodiversity while eliminating plastic waste from our oceans and restoring iconic species like our treasured Pacific wild salmon. I can comfortably say that our government has been the most aggressive government in Canadian history on the environmental file, and I invite everyone who is interested to read my full environment and climate change report at terrybeachmp.ca/reports to get more information. Madam Speaker, after spending so much time addressing climate change and the environment, I think it's also important to highlight to Canadians and to members of this House the urgency with which we need to prioritize the health of our oceans and our marine ecosystems. We launched an Oceans Protection Plan which saw new resources deployed on the BC coast. Massive swaths of ocean, which were previously left unmonitored and unprotected, now have resources in place. On marine protected areas, a space where BC is a leader, we increased our protected areas from less than 1% in 2015 to more than 14% today. We will ensure 30% of all marine and terrestrial areas are protected by 2030. In addition, we invested record funding in protecting biodiversity and revising the Oceans Act and Fisheries Act to provide modern protections in legislation from coast to coast to coast. We invested $647 million in our strategy to conserve and restore wild Pacific salmon populations and their habitats. This is the largest investment in any species in Canadian history, and it is necessary to ensure that we restore our wild salmon fishery for the benefit of future generations. Quite frankly, the status quo has been unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Left unabated, there will be more plastic in the ocean than biomass within a single generation. We must build a circular economy that prevents plastic pollution from entering our marine ecosystems in the first place and remove the plastic that is already there. So I say let's do more. Let's be bolder, let's move faster, and let's develop the economy of the future today. Anything less is shortchanging ourselves, and it's shortchanging future generations. Madam Speaker, while I'm addressing the issue of taking actions today to benefit future generations, I can't help but turn to the topic of housing. Affordable housing is the elephant in the room for every conversation about the economy or quality of life in Metro Vancouver. In addressing this problem, it is important to understand that the federal government has been substantially absent from housing in Canada for almost 30 years until our government took office in 2015. Since then, we have developed a $72 billion national housing strategy and have moved to invest in affordable housing while also providing the tools to help with housing affordability. We have also invested in transit infrastructure, a critical tool in enabling municipalities to increase supply in our communities. This has also facilitated the acceleration of future transit projects like the proposed rapid transit line that would connect from the C-Bus in North Vancouver, run across the Second Narrows Bridge to the corner of Hastings and Willingdon, and then south on Willingdon down to Metrotown. This is a project and route that I have championed for many years and which is now supported by provincial MLAs, local governments, and First Nations. In the last election, we committed to dozens more initiatives with regards to housing, which fall into three primary categories. The first, of course, is to build more supply. The second is to taper demand through de-incentivizing the use of housing as an investment asset and instead primarily focusing on utilizing housing as a place to live. And third, building more pathways to home ownership and enabling renters to more easily live where they work. Madam Speaker, this isn't about building housing, or isn't just about building housing, it's about building communities. These investments give us more flexibility to create more regional centers and utilize housing dollars more effectively. So while the $72 billion housing strategy is a good start, the additional investments in new buses, SkyTrains, and even a new C-Bus are part of the housing solution as well. Madam Speaker, we can't talk about building more livable communities without talking about the need for affordable childcare. Even if a family in Burnaby or North Vancouver is lucky enough to find space, the costs are quite often prohibitive. Economists agree that if we want to accelerate the economic recovery from COVID-19, we need to invest in families and in women in particular. I raised this issue with a group of North Burnaby mums on Facebook, and hundreds of parents relayed incredibly useful information that the minister incorporated into the design of our program. British Columbia then became the first province to sign on to our national framework, which will create tens of thousands of new spaces while lowering the cost of childcare to 50% in less than a year. Within 5 years, these costs will drop further until it reaches $10 a day. This program is a great addition to the Canada Child Benefit, which helped lift 300,000 children out of poverty and helped decrease our country's poverty rate to all-time lows. This affordable, inclusive, and high-quality program will ensure that families will be able to make predictable decisions about childcare and have the option to re-enter the workforce as they see fit. In addition, we will create new opportunities and brighter futures for a new generation of Canadian children who will be better prepared to add significant value to our economy while creating better lives for themselves and their future families. The Deputy Prime Minister referred to creating a generation of Canadian super kids, and well, I couldn't agree more. Madam Speaker, I'll remind the members in this House that before the pandemic, we lowered our debt servicing costs while lowering poverty rates to all-time lows, actually the lowest since we started measuring in Canadian history, all while growing the economy, investing in housing, and fighting climate change. We need to finish the fight against COVID and focus on these things that has helped Canada establish one of the highest standards of living in the entire world. Despite the challenges our world has faced over the last 2 years and will continue to face in the years to come, I am sincerely optimistic about Canada's place in the world and our ability to create an economy and a society that is full of opportunity for future generations. I look forward to working with members from all parties and with Canadians from all regions of this great country to create this positive future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. I saw recently it reported that in terms of countries that have the most debt, Canada is right behind Greece. So I'd be interested to know what the government's plans are to address the huge debt that this country has and the inflation that we're now seeing. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for the question. The member was my first critic when we were first both elected in 2015. We got to know each other quite well. Our government focused on lowering the debt to GDP ratio every single year that we were in government. That put us in a position where we were able to take on the extraordinary costs that were incurred by the pandemic. And that was the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. Because of our AAA credit rating, because of our fiscal prudence, we were able to take on these costs at much lower borrowing costs than families could, than small businesses could, even less costs than other provinces could. And I'm happy to report that with this investment, jobs have returned at 108% of pre-pandemic levels, and we have retained our AAA credit rating, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When we want to move forward as a society, we need to take stock of where we are and when we want to go. And we see some of that in the throne speech, and that's good. But there are major gaps. For example, seniors. Currently, they have received a $7 a month increase. Over 10 years, it's barely $89, about $9 a year. When will seniors finally be a priority? We should all care about their health.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question, and I agree with her that seniors is a priority. It must be a priority. In fact, seniors have been a priority of this government since we took office. I'll remind that member that during COVID, we made sure that there was a $500 one-time payment to make sure the most vulnerable seniors had the resources that they needed when they needed it. We are also the government that increased the OAS by more than 10%. And I would also remind that member that we are also the government that lowered the qualifying age from 67 years to 65 years, which meant thousands of dollars in the pockets of seniors right across this country, just when they're on the verge of retirement, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the speech from my colleague. He talked about the government's world-class ocean protection plan. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, you're well aware that there was a marine debris spill off of the West Coast in October. That debris is landing on our shores, and the government has basically left it up to the contractor and the company to deal with the cleanup. Meanwhile, the stuff's showing up on the shore, polluting our ecosystem, and the company is nowhere to be found, Madam Speaker. It's left on the backs of Indigenous communities and local cleanup organizations. Through you, Madam Speaker, I ask my colleague, when are they going to fix this loophole? Are they going to start an ecosystem service fee on trans-cargo shipment units so that there's actually funds in place for local communities to address this issue instead of waiting for the polluter to fix it, Madam Speaker, because clearly they're not taking enough action in fixing this huge problem on the West Coast?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Courtenay Alberni for that question. I used to work with this member on the Fisheries Committee, and we have a lot of shared interests, especially around oceans and marine ecosystems. Our government believes in the polluter pay system. In fact, we've been changing our laws to make sure that that is reflected. We changed the Oceans Act, we changed the Fisheries Act. In fact, I worked with this member to do just that. We've also invested in expanding our Coast Guard. A lot of that was provided through the Historic Oceans Protection Plan, and we've actually enabled Indigenous communities to help join the fight with the Coast Guard, with organizations like the Indigenous-led Coast Guard services that are unique on the west coast of British Columbia. I also would hate to stand up in the House of Commons and address this measure or this member without talking about the $647 million that have been invested in wild Pacific salmon, because I visited his riding specifically to talk about salmon, and I'm glad to see that that investment was made, and I'm sure he is too.
Hear, hear. Very short question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This honourable member was elected on a pledge to stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It continues to be constructed, and at this point, Madam Speaker, is completely inconsistent with achieving the Paris goal of ensuring that global average temperature does not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. I asked the honourable member how he can sit on those government benches while the pipeline continues to be built.
Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. I think more than almost any member in this House, I've been very clear about my work on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. I've also been very clear about the historic work that this government has done to fight climate change. We are a leader in the world. We have one of the most articulate and world-leading plans to fight and address climate change. Canada needs to continue to be a leader, and it's going to be this government that's going to make that happen, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Friends and colleagues, I'm very happy to be here with you in the House of Commons to reply to the speech from the throne. Today, Canadians have faced a great deal of hardship over the last 2 years as a result of the unprecedented times we're living in. I continue to be in awe of the resilience, compassion, and sheer tenacity that has been shown. Even though for much of the last 2 years, we in the House have been working virtually from our communities, we've been able to accomplish a great deal of very important work on behalf of Canadians. I look forward to continuing our work together as we resume our work on behalf of Canadians. I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Right Honourable Mary May Simon on her appointment as Canada's 30th Governor-General and long-awaited first Indigenous Governor-General of Canada. Congratulations on the delivery of your first speech from the throne. And now to our purpose for being here today. I'm very proud of our government's record over the last 6 years. We have tackled many big issues that have been left unresolved by previous governments, like housing, childcare, and more. We continue to work towards creating a more equal Canada by addressing systemic discrimination and racism embedded in our institutions. On top of that, we're nearly 2 years into a global pandemic, and with this new mandate, Canadians gave our government a clear direction to continue to work towards putting COVID-19 behind us and continue working to resolve the challenges that face Canadians in their everyday lives. Our government will continue to be on the right side of history on these and many more issues as we work towards finishing the fight against COVID. Take strong action against climate change, make life more affordable, walk the shared path of reconciliation, put home ownership back in reach, create jobs, and grow the middle class. Canadians expect us, as their representatives in Ottawa, to focus on the big things that matter, to work together to deliver results that create meaningful change. I'll speak today about a few of the themes from the speech from the throne, including housing, childcare, safer communities, and mental health and addiction, issues that are particularly important in my riding of Surrey Centre and many other communities across the country. Our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians have a safe place to call home. In fast-growing communities like Surrey Centre, we struggle to create enough homes to keep up with our growing population. In fact, in the last 5 years, 74,000 people have called Surrey home. Additional new people have called Surrey home. Since 2015, our government has increased the amount of affordable housing in Surrey and across the country. This includes 44 new affordable units in partnership with Atira Women's Resource Society, an important organization in our community that helps vulnerable women. Through a $16.4 million investment of the Rapid Housing Initiative, a total of 105 new affordable units will support individuals experiencing homelessness and those struggling with substance abuse, mental health, and spiritual wellness. Just last week, our government announced that there will be now more than 10,000 new affordable rapid housing units across Canada, made possible by our government's additional investments in the second round of the Rapid Housing Initiative. This $2.5 billion investment is an excellent example of what can be accomplished through collaboration across all levels of government, provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governing bodies to identify priorities in each community. Our Liberal government has also been working to making housing and home ownership more accessible to more Canadians. This is through the creation of Canada's first ever national housing strategy. We created a number of programs like a more flexible first-time home buyer incentive, CMHC's Rapid Residential Construction Financing Initiative, and we'll be creating a rent-to-own program and reduce closing costs for first-time buyers. My own province of British Columbia was the first in our country to step up for its residents and sign a deal with our government to provide $10 a day childcare. This is a $3.2 billion investment that will not only support accessible early learning and childcare in Surrey, but also pandemic recovery and allow more parents to return to the workforce and contribute to our growing economy. In fact, it's already started, reducing the cost of childcare by half for every parent in British Columbia. As a parent of 3 children, I was fortunate to have my mother and in-laws help us. However, that is not the case for many. Many have to choose between working or childcare, a choice no one should have to make due to costs. No matter where you live across the country, you deserve a safe community. Many communities across the country, like Surrey, deal with gun violence and the challenges in preventing it. Surrey has the largest youth population in British Columbia, but with it also comes challenges of youth violence, guns, gangs, drugs, and addictions. Our government is taking strong action, in part by banning more than 1,500 types of assault weapons. This including building on our progress in implementing a mandatory buyback of assault-style weapons and work with the provinces and territories that want to ban handguns. We're also moving forward with a 10-year national action plan on gender-based violence and will continue to support organizations providing critical services. The province of British Columbia is receiving more than $30 million of federal funding to ensure that law enforcement is equipped with the necessary resources to better detect and prevent crimes before they happen, while having the resources to hold offenders accountable for the blatant disregard of the law. We also announced in the fall economic statement that our government will be providing an additional $250 million to municipalities and Indigenous communities to support community-based programs aimed at prevention and wraparound services. We know that addressing social and economic issues such as housing and employment to create opportunities for young Canadians plays an important role in addressing violence and creating safer communities. Our government understands that we cannot simply arrest ourselves out of this problem. We support local community groups who have knowledge of the particular challenges in their communities to provide exit strategies for youth already involved in gang activity, programs like the Surrey Anti-Gang Family Empowerment Program. My community is so fortunate to have access to a program working to address and prevent gang violence in our community. The $7.5 million SAFE program, which is funded by Public Safety Canada and led by the City of Surrey, works to build positive life skills and increasing connections with families, school, and community to keep children and youth out of gangs. This program delivers 11 individual programs through 10 partner organizations designed to disrupt the negative pathways to gang violence for Surrey's population of children and youth. This program is on track to help over 4,500 at-risk youth and their families get the support and services they need to stay safe. The COVID-19 pandemic increased the challenges that Canadians face to support their mental health. With increased feelings of stress, loneliness, and sadness, it has been a rough few years. Annually, 20% of Canadians experience a mental illness or addiction problem. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen those numbers grow, with nearly half of Canadians reporting that their mental health worsened during the pandemic, including 7 out of 10 healthcare workers. Our government understands that mental health is health. We are working to help end the stigma around mental health and seeking support when you need it. We made Wellness Together portal available to Canadians across the country, and most recently the Pocket Well app, which provides access to mental health tools and resources. Pandemic-related investments in mental health include $500 million in supporting the pandemic for Canadians experiencing mental health challenges, homelessness, or substance use, $100 million for mental health interventions for the LGBTQ plus youth, seniors affected by COVID-19, and $50 million to support those at risk of COVID-19 related trauma or post-traumatic stress disorders. Even prior to the pandemic, since forming government in 2015, we've been making investments in mental health, including $5 billion to provinces and territories to increase their availability of mental health care, $600 million for distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy for Indigenous services, $140 million to support veterans dealing with PTSD, $45 million for national mental health care standards, and $600 million to support opioid crisis. In many communities, the COVID-19 pandemic is compounding the ongoing health crisis of opioid overdose and health. Throughout these new measures, vulnerable people will be better able to get the supports they need while respecting public service. It is very good to be back here with you all in person and virtually, and I look forward to continuing our work together on behalf of Canadians and bringing our government's vision from the speech from the throne to reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be in the House today. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from across the aisle, the member for Surrey Centre, for his remarks today and for some of the collaboration we've had the last few months as we've dealt with the devastation impacted by British Columbians. As the member knows, my riding is the heartland of agriculture in British Columbia. And right now, blueberry farmers are having a very difficult time getting the support they need from both the provincial and the federal government. While many are appreciative of the $5 billion that came in emergency funds, that was a really big accomplishment. Does the member recognize that we need to do more for our blueberry farmers, to do what the disaster financial assistance programs, the business risk management programs do, and help make farmers whole again so that they can cultivate the fruit that we all need to live healthy lives? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Surrey Centre.
I want to thank my colleague opposite, and I want to assure him I grew up on a blueberry farm, and every summer my maternal grandparents and uncles still are blueberry farmers and know the struggles that they and many of their colleagues, specifically in Abbotsford, have faced and Mission and Matsqui have faced during this time. And I can assure you that this government is going to be working hard to make sure that they're whole and that they're safe for future flooding and future damages in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to see you once again. You are just as ravishing in 2022 as you were last year. I just want to say, my colleague, the most important, strange thing I saw in the throne speech was what they said about mental health. There was even a minister in Quebec on national defense. This seems to be a step in provincial jurisdiction. I remember the famous fiscal imbalance year after year in Ottawa. Well, what I could suggest to my colleague is to look at all the requests from all the provinces to increase health transfers to reach the famous 35% with $60 billion a year. Is my colleague aware of that? Thank you.
Member for Surrey Fraser.
Surrey Centre, Madam Speaker. I want to also commend the ravishing Madam Speaker, as the translator had alluded to me and I forgot to say earlier. In response to my colleague from across the aisle, I'd like to say that sometimes we want our cake and eat it too. I know the provinces want the health transfers, but if we actually implement any programs or encourage programming, then they're critical of it. I can say in my province and proudly say that we gave over $700 million in the last accord, particularly for mental health. It's been much regarded, and it's giving services to those that are in need, and will continue to do so.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
And before I get started, I do want to wish my oldest daughter a happy 22nd birthday. Happy birthday, Maddie. Madam Speaker, I really appreciate my colleague talking about mental health and addictions and how the people that are struggling, it's getting worse for them, especially through the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, the people that have the most complex issues that require complex care certainly need a place to live to start with, Madam Speaker. So we talked about the Rapid Housing Initiative. Well, we had a good application in my riding that had nonprofits, women's organizations, Indigenous support, local government support. Madam Speaker, we have people that are living on the street with complex issues. It's costing them, costing lives, and costing taxpayers, because it's a lot of money to respond to that. At the pace they're going, Madam Speaker, the government, it's going to take 45 years for them to house the homeless population in our country. Through you, Madam Speaker, will the member lobby his own cabinet to increase investments in housing for people with the hardest to house, and also into non-market housing, Madam Speaker? I urge him to work with us. We'd like to see a wealth tax on those that can afford to contribute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
First one, also wish Maddie a happy birthday, so hopefully she has a great birthday today. Look, I cannot comment on an individual application in my colleague's riding, but I can tell you when I became a representative of Surrey Centre, we had 160 people on the street in a tent city on the strip, as they call it in Surrey Centre. 160 were housed immediately through modular shelters. They were transitioned to 250 in-place housing. I can proudly say on top of that 250 permanent housing, we built another 144 in the Rapid Housing Initiative, and that problem is going away in Surrey, and I hope it does in my colleagues' ridings as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. As always, it's a great honor to stand here as the representative of the people of Timmins James Bay on this day that the old Irish Catholics would tell us is St. Bridget Day. And why is St. Bridget Day worth recognizing is that this is the day that's halfway between the darkest day of the year and the spring solstice. And I'd like to think that we are past the dark days, but I don't think we are, Madam Speaker. January was a very hard month, and we are looking at a time in our nation where there are many forces of darkness confronting us. Forces of disinformation, a breakdown in civil society, a breakdown in our ability to talk to one another. And so it is essential that Parliament is open. The People's House, the House of Commons, the House of the common people, to come here and debate. There's so much that we need to address at this time. Today marks not just the halfway point in the solstice. Today marks 27 years that the people of Neskantaga First Nation have gone without clean water. 27 years. Generations have grown up with contaminated water in a community in Canada. And just over from Neskantaga at Martin Falls First Nation, the community marks the 111th day that the children of Martin Falls have been unable to go to school because of the chronic underfunding, because of the poverty and the overcrowding in Martin Falls and Neskantaga. This is the issue that we should be debating. that we have a society in Canada where Indigenous people are expected to live in such degrading circumstances. And the thing that, Madam Speaker, is fascinating about Neskantaga and Martin Falls is that they're in a place that many Canadians have heard of, the Ring of Fire. You hear about the great riches of the Ring of Fire. Doug Ford said he was going to drive a bulldozer to the Ring of Fire. That the nation of Canada's focus has always been on let's get the resources out of the ground, and yet we have children who can't go to school because of the chronic underfunding. And it was very moving throughout January with the slowdown and the crisis with Omicron to hear parents talk about the mental health of their children. The mental health of children in cities and suburbs and small town, and how we had to be there for our children. We never heard any national conversation about the mental health of the children in a community like Martin Falls who are denied what is a universal human right, the right to quality education. They're being denied that. So no, I don't think we are halfway between the darkness and the light. We're still very much in the darkness. I think, Madam Speaker, of January and the 1,000 people who died from Omicron in Ontario alone. 1,000 people so far. I think of their families. I think of the frontline medical and health teams that struggle on these shifts to try and keep people alive. I think of the people who are facing delayed surgeries because our ICU units are overrun. And today, this morning, in North Bay, in Northern Ontario, there's a gang of thugs outside the health unit in North Bay, threatening people. What kind of nation have we become when the notion of freedom is that you can go and target vaccine clinics, like they bragged this weekend that they were shutting down vaccination clinics in Ottawa? What kind of so-called freedom is it to target doctors and nurses and health workers? I know we're tired. Omicron hit us like a baseball bat. We all thought we'd gotten through it. We thought we got through it while making sure that we didn't bother to ensure that the rest of the world had access to vaccines. And then what came out of the rest of the world was Omicron, and we don't know what's coming next. But, Madam Speaker, what concerns me most is not so much that we're tired, not so much that we're stressed, but this fundamental breakdown as a nation that we have to confront. Because when I talk to people about the pandemic, I know that vast majority are tired, they're doing their part, they're going along. But when I see people dancing and desecrating the tomb of the unknown soldier, never, never, never in my life as a Canadian could I have imagined that someone would be so ignorant. But what concerns me much more is the amount of people who came on my Facebook page to say, it never happened. It's not true. You're making this up. The disinformation about the situation that we're facing is the real crisis in this country. Because we're not talking about here in Parliament how we find our way through a pandemic. We're talking about whether or not we can work together as parliamentarians to try and rise our nation up, to find a way through this together. Or some may decide that it's politically advantageous. You know, there's one very crafty Conservative MP who's come up with this term called the vaccine vendetta. Now, I actually probably think it's more of a vendetta against his own leader. But what happened in our country that vaccinations, a solution, medical science, our frontline researchers became the target, that Conservatives could talk about vaccination as a vendetta? You know, Madam Speaker, and of course, they're all wrapping themselves in the Canadian flag and walking around with the flag upside down and walking around with the flag desecrated with the swastika. And everyone I've ever heard from this so-called freedom group tells me, oh, well, my great-grandfather or my uncle or my grandfather fought in the war. Yeah, welcome to Canada. Everybody's relatives fought in the war. But they fought for a freedom that is not an individual right to harass and intimidate. They fought for a collective belief that together as a nation we are different and we are better. And rather than talk about our veteran grandfathers, I'm going to talk about my grandmother, Lola Jane Lindsay McNeil from the Ottawa Valley. who worked 12-hour shifts as a nurse. Oh, my grandmother was a hard woman with me because she remembered polio. Polio disappeared just before I was born. I thought my grandmother was raging and angry. She had been on the wards of the polio children. She understood the importance of vaccinations. So when someone comes on my page and says, oh, the polio vaccine, all they needed was vitamin C. No, that's false. We have to call that out. I urge my colleagues from all parties that we have to rise above this disinformation campaign that's out there, that this is somehow a vendetta. This is somehow cooked up by the Prime Minister to make everybody's life hard. Yeah, it's hard. Suck it up. Grow up. It's been hard for all of us. But it's been really hard for our frontline medical workers who deserve better than to see a mob standing trying to harass them at health units today. And you know, Madam Speaker, it brings me back to this principle of so-called liberty and freedom. I welcome the protesters on Parliament Hill. That's why Parliament is here. I love the fact that an open Parliament Hill is a place where people can demonstrate for whatever reason they want. And if the City of Ottawa decides that Wellington Street is now going to be part of a permanent demonstration, I don't have a problem with that. I just hope that they will allow that for when Indigenous protesters come. But what I do have a problem with is the harassment of small businesses on our residential streets, the harassment of people off Parliament Hill. That's not about freedom. That's about intimidation. And we're better than that as Canadians. We are so much better than that. But it means in Parliament we have to stand up. And you know, Madam Speaker, I'm going to close. I've been reading Camus again and again and again. Because when I'm hearing people talk about my right to do this and my right to do that, Camus says that what happens in the plague is that there's no more individual destiny. There is only a collective destiny made up of the plague and the emotions shared by us all. So yeah, we're frustrated. Yeah, we're angry. Yeah, Omicron has caused massive emotional damage to all of us. But we can't exploit that. We have to find a way as parliamentarians. And I know there are people of goodwill in every part of this chamber who understand that as a nation, as Canada, we have to be that light to say there's a better way to be. That's the discussion that I'm hoping we can have with respect and support and the love for our people who've suffered so much through this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the members put on the record in regards to the protests that we've been witnessing over the last number of days, and no one questions the value and democracy of having peaceful demonstrations. But I think that this demonstration that we see continue on is having a very strong negative impact on the community of Ottawa, in particular in the downtown area. And just if he could provide his thoughts in terms of whether you live downtown or you call downtown your home, or you have a small business in the downtown, let alone the importance of having these traffic ways clear.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for that. You know, a lot of people are calling me and saying, Charlie, don't go to the Hill. Charlie, are you okay? It's like, I'm a politician. Getting abuse is part of the job, you know? This is what we do. I walk out on Wellington and it's fine. It's like a big kind of crazy parade. I don't have a problem with that. But what's been very concerning, I've seen outside Farm Boy, a group of guys shouting at locals who are trying to shop because they're wearing masks. I saw 3 big thuggish guys wearing a Canadian flag as some Batman cape going into small shops and demanding service without a mask. What kind of people think their freedom is about intimidating others? I thank the Ottawa Police for being, I think they've been trying to be respectful, but I would encourage that off Parliament Hill, in the residential neighborhoods where people are being harassed, that they start to deal with that. Keep people on the Hill, fine. But in residential neighborhoods where people, senior citizens I've talked to, young people, a young woman who told me she didn't want to be out on the street at night in her own neighborhood because she was afraid, we're better than that, and we have to protect the people. This is a residential city as well as the place of political work.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite. As he would know, I'm one that has always stood up for rights and freedoms, and I've always called out violence and desecration of property and intimidation of people as something that's wrong. But I think we're at the stage in this pandemic where we can see the frustration level of people is rising. We see other countries around the world opening up, and we need to come with a plan to exit this pandemic and restore our economy. And I wonder if the member has ideas on how we ought to go forward.
Timmins James Bay.
Well, I was hoping that this is what we'll do in Parliament. The fact is the pandemic doesn't care whether we're tired. It doesn't. So we have to deal with medical science first. That is the issue before us. For every cheesy politician in this country who said, going to be the best summer ever, and ignored science, we keep getting back into this. So we have to put that as a fundamental issue. To find a way to open up, we have to also deal with our ICUs being absolutely overwhelmed, and people are still dying. So let's talk about that. Let's not pretend it's not happening. Let's not pretend it's just the flu. Let's not pretend that, as the guy came on my page and said, those 1,000 people didn't die. That's the medical community making things up. As parliamentarians, we have to say, no, it is a serious thing. So how do we sit down here as parliamentarians and say, support for small business, support for the medical community? Because if we get out of Omicron, and I'm hoping we are done and finished and we can get back, but if another wave hits, we have to have a plan. And it seems we just keep hoping we're going to get out of this without having to do the bigger vision.
Honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Glad to see you again. It's the first time we've seen each other in 2022. Now, in his speech, my colleague talked a lot about health. But is he aware that the problem has more to do with provincial jurisdiction? And in this health crisis, it's really important to increase the health transfers to 35%. That is what we really need to give Quebec and the provinces and territories the means to be able to enforce this jurisdiction themselves. The Honourable Member. I thank my colleague for the good question. It's clear that the responsibility for healthcare provision in Canada falls to the provinces. But there's another question. Why is this convoy of truckers being allowed in Ottawa to protest vaccine mandates? But it is important for provinces to get these health transfers, but it's also important for them to have standards to ensure that that money goes to the services that it is intended to go to.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're wrapping up the debate on the speech from the throne today. And that, of course, reminds us there was an election last summer, and I'd like to thank the people of South Okanagan, West Kootenay for re-electing me as their representative in Ottawa. So a deep thank you there. I always say that I represent the most beautiful riding in Canada. And I miss traveling around that riding because so many events aren't happening. I miss those face-to-face meetings. But everyone in Canada is impacted by this pandemic, and we are living in difficult times. My colleague from Timmins James Bay just said it much more eloquently than I about what is really facing this country. You know, people are angry, and we're all wondering when life is going to get back to the way it was. People have lost loved ones. People have lost their jobs, lost their businesses. They can't visit their friends or relatives. And we've seen a lot of concern and anger on the streets of Ottawa these past few days. But we have to remember here that the common enemy is COVID. It's not the lockdowns. It's not the vaccine mandates. It's not science. It's not government. It's the pandemic. And science has brought us most of the way back with really miraculous vaccines that really work, and they will get us through this pandemic. That's how we will exit this pandemic and get back to normal life. We just have to make sure we don't give COVID another chance, a fifth or sixth chance, to take us back into it. And if any group feels fed up with COVID, it's health workers. And I've talked to nurses and doctors over the past months, and they have had it. So I really want to give my sincere thanks to all health workers for their dedication over the past 2 years, keeping our healthcare system functioning in the face of overwhelming demand. We have to rise above this anger and frustration and concentrate on the task at hand, the task of overcoming COVID here in Canada and around the world. Now, getting back to the speech from the throne, in the middle of this pandemic, as I said, we had a general election last fall, or last summer really, an election we didn't need when we should have been concentrating on tackling difficult issues, not just the pandemic, but a long list of other issues that are affecting our country. And we should have been working on these issues starting last September. The NDP would have happily supported any initiatives that were focused on helping all Canadians. We gave the government a lot of suggestions of what was really needed. But instead, here it's February, tomorrow's Groundhog Day, and we've lost 6 months of work time, not just the 6 weeks that the election took. So what are some of the important issues that we could have been tackling? Well, the list is long, but reconciliation, climate change, housing, the opioid crisis, helping businesses and workers during the pandemic, the growing obscene income gap between the few very wealthy and the millions of Canadians that are struggling just to get by. You know, one of the most gut-wrenching moments of the past year was the announcement from the Tecumlets Secwepemc that they had discovered the unmarked graves of over 500 children on the grounds of the Kamloops Residential School. And that was followed by discovery of hundreds of other graves at similar sites across the country, including an announcement last week, a similar announcement from Williams Lake. We knew that many children had died in residential schools. That information was clearly laid out in the reports of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But those discoveries, the discoveries of the unmarked graves of children, really meant that millions of Canadians felt that loss in their hearts, that tragedy. I've never had such an outpouring of grief and anger in phone calls and emails and letters to my offices than around that issue. It was truly remarkable, the outpouring that information brought to many, many Canadians. So the government must act on all the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I'm heartened to hear that some of the documents around the history of those institutions will be made public, but I think we have to keep investigating what truly happened so that we can make sure it will never happen again. Climate change. You know, it was truly a terrible year for weather across Canada. In British Columbia, a June heat dome killed over 500 people in the Lower Mainland, in Vancouver. The town of Lytton burned. People lost their lives, their homes, their livelihoods. Fires continued across the southern interior of British Columbia all summer, including my hometown of Penticton. While campaigning for this election in August, I had to keep all my precious belongings in my car because there was a wildfire burning a kilometer from my house just on the hills west of Penticton. That summer was followed by a series of unprecedented rain events this fall. We've learned to call them atmospheric rivers. We used to call them the Pineapple Express. One event in November flooded the towns of Merritt and Princeton, destroyed the 5 highways that connected Vancouver with the rest of the country. The prairies had one of their worst droughts ever. There were tornadoes in Ontario, more serious flooding in Cape Breton and Western Newfoundland. So we are living the effects of climate change. These changes are here to stay. We have to work hard to make sure they don't get any worse. You know, I have one of my roles in the NDP is I'm the party critic for emergency preparedness and climate resilience. And I've called this government to up their game on both the reaction to disasters and preventing them. In 2018, the town of Grand Forks in my riding was flooded. And it was a very difficult experience for the town, not just the physical flooding, the process of rebuilding, but just the difficult decisions that the town of Grand Forks had to make, the mayor and council, but just trying to figure out how we can rebuild the community so that this flooding wouldn't happen again. The interface fires that have destroyed homes across the country. You know, we have to up the game in terms of funding, not just for the fight against climate change, which is very important, but these responses to climate change, the adaptation. We have to make sure the government provides much more funding to communities to help them rebuild their infrastructure so that will prevent these disasters from happening in the first place. That includes fire smarting communities, building new flood prevention infrastructure, building better highway and railway infrastructure for the coming weather disasters that will be much more common and much stronger than before. And we have to also, as I say, up the game on climate mitigation, the fight against, you know, bringing down our emissions so that these weather disasters don't get worse and worse. You know, one of the first private members' bills I tabled as a member of parliament some years ago was a call on the government to bring in the home retrofit program again. And again, I'm happy that the government has done that with the Greener Homes Grant, but we really have to increase our efforts there. Efficiency Canada has put out a pre-budget document that spells out how we can do this. We have to really significantly scale up the number of buildings that are retrofitted. And we have to make sure that people who live in energy poverty can have these programs for their homes. We have to build affordable housing, 500,000 units of affordable housing, not just housing, but affordable housing to catch up to where we should have been. And cut the growing gap between the super wealthy and the rest of Canada with a wealth tax that will make them pay their fair share while supporting the rest of us who have been struggling to get along. And I'd just like to finish with the opioid crisis and Gord John's bill C-216. We need to do something different in this crisis, and I'll finish there. So thank you.
Just to remind the honourable member that we do not use colleagues' names, please.
Sorry,
Thank you, Mr.
I was trying to rapidly finish and I forgot that.
To go for questions and comments now. L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I have a question for my colleague. Now, when it comes to the pandemic, it's all well and good to talk about that, but it seems to me that the speech from the throne should have provided more vision to us. I heard the word workers in this speech a lot, so I'd like to know, in your opinion, what should the government be doing to help these workers who are having a very hard time? The honourable member.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that important question. And it is workers that have really struggled in many ways through this pandemic, especially frontline workers, whether they're in the healthcare system, whether they're in grocery stores, whether they're in restaurants. Many have been for instance, in the restaurant industry have been laid off and rehired and laid off and rehired, and many have given up and moved on to other things. Those in grocery stores have had to put up with abuse, as my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, just mentioned, trying to enforce the public health orders. And, you know, many have lost their jobs, many small businesses are struggling, and the government came out with supports for workers and businesses, but they let many of those people fall through the cracks. And we have been, for the last 2 years, we've been pushing the government to fill those cracks and make sure workers like independent travel advisors who haven't received anything.
Give the opportunity for other questions. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. He's always very thoughtful in his comments. I have a lot of seniors in my riding, and with the cost of everything going up and the pandemic going on, and some of the mistakes that have been made where some of them that were working collected CERB and now they're having their GIS cut back, the government has really not acted on fixing these things so that seniors can afford to live, and it's been quite a long time. So I wonder if the member would agree that the government should be doing more to help seniors that are struggling.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I'd really like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for bringing up that important issue. You know, the NDP has been calling on the government to change its decision on, you know, some of the most heartbreaking messages and emails and phone calls I've been getting into my offices are from seniors who were advised to collect CERB because they were told they qualified, and then found out after that ran out, after CERB was abruptly cut off, that their GIS vanished. And so now they can't afford their rent. Some of them have, you know, lost their homes. And we have been pressing this government to do the right thing and reinstitute that, give them that retroactive pay they need. It's not that they deserve it, they need it. And we, in Canada, we have to take care of our seniors, and low-income seniors are some of the most vulnerable people in our country, and let's do the right.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, on that same theme, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that yesterday in question period, when the Conservatives had the opportunity to pick their priority issues, one of the things that they got up on was increases to the Canada Pension Plan and the contributions to the Canada Pension Plan, which are all about ensuring that the seniors of tomorrow have an adequate pension. And they don't call it a pension, they call it a payroll tax. But the fact of the matter is if you want seniors to have a decent pension, then we need to be paying into a well-funded Canada Pension Plan that actually ensures there's a decent benefit on the other side of it. And the contradiction, like, I'm glad that Conservatives want to say they're standing up for seniors. I think that's great. I think that shows how important seniors are to this country, that a political party that never misses a chance to denigrate the Canada Pension Plan when people are actually trying to do something for it, still feel the need to bring it up with the other side of their mouth when they think they can score political points for it. But I wonder if the member wants to talk about the importance of a strong public pension plan and what it means to invest in that for the future instead of calling it down at every chance you get and tearing it up when they're in government. I'm talking about the Conservatives here.
Well, Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, 10 seconds.
Well, thank you. In 10 seconds, I would say I would agree with him totally. You know, we need strong pensions. We need to have legislation also to protect pension theft when companies go out of business and pay the pension money that workers have put in there. Workers who that was deferred wages. That is going to banks right now. We have to do that.
We'll have to leave it at that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and address the very important issue of the government's throne speech, a plan that will take Canadians in all regions of our vast land through the pandemic.
If I may interrupt, the Honourable Member has a point of order. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of Boston Gagnon, and I seek the guidance from the Chair, is that a member may only speak to a motion once. My understanding this member has spoken 3 times now to the same motion. Just seek clarity from the Chair whether or not this is an oversight or whether there's so few Liberals willing to defend their record that the member has to get up the third time on the speech from the throne. Just seeking clarity.
Guidance from the chair. A member can only have an opportunity to speak to the main motion, the amendment, and the sub-amendment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has not made any address on the main motion. So,
I hope that isn't taken from my time, that we'll have to reset the clock. You know, it doesn't surprise me that my Conservative friends do not necessarily want to hear what it is that I have to say, but I would tell members that they should listen closely. Because if they listen closely, they might get a better sense in terms of the type of direction that they might want to consider taking. Because the member from, Simcoe Lambton, implied, where do we go next, in a question that she had put earlier today. And that is a very important question. Because from the beginning, we have had, through the throne speeches, through remarks from the Prime Minister, budgetary and legislative initiatives, been very clear in terms of what the Government of Canada's priority has been 19, 20 months ago. And that was to deal with the pandemic. And we are at a point in time in which we're hoping to see strong leadership from all sides of this House in getting us through the pandemic. And to indirectly answer the question that the member from the Conservative Party put, one of the best things that we can do is encourage public, our constituents, to get fully vaccinated. And, you know, sitting in the government benches, observing what it is, how the Conservative members have been approaching this issue. There was an interesting story, and I'd like to quote from it, Madam Speaker. It's significant because this is the former leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, Prime Minister, actually, Brian Mulroney, when he had an interview on CTV. And if I could just quote this, Madam Speaker, if I may. The former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, told CTV News question period on Sunday, now that would have been a few Sundays back, that states the leader of the Conservative Party, at least for now, should go farther and show any unvaccinated MPs the door, removing them from his caucus. That's leadership. That is a direct quote from the former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister. He goes on to say, who am I to argue with the tens of thousands of brilliant scientists and doctors who urge the population desperately to get vaccinated, said the former Prime Minister. Quote, look, you're not a leader to follow, you are a leader to lead. And if you think this is in the national interest, Canada's interest, you get your members of Parliament in line and they have to support what you're doing. Madam Speaker, if you listen to what the former Prime Minister is saying, and you understand and appreciate, as the former Prime Minister had indicated, the science and the health experts, you have an appreciation of just how important it is for people to get fully vaccinated. And a vax majority, 86% plus, that are fully vaccinated, not to mention those that have been that have received the one shot at over the age of 12, Madam Speaker. Yet we still have Conservatives within the official opposition questioning
and adding fuel to those that believe that you don't have to get vaccinated, sending mixed messages to the public, Madam Speaker. And I think that's at a great cost. On the one hand, the Conservatives say, well, it's time that we move on. Yet, if you follow whether it's their behavior inside the House or the statements that they say through Twitter, they send very confusing messages. You know, from the beginning, we have been very consistent. Our number one issue 19 months, 20 months ago was the pandemic, and working with willing partners, whether they be the provincial governments, Indigenous leaders, nonprofit organizations, private companies, people in general from all regions of the country, taking a team approach, building a national consensus on the types of things that we needed to do as a government in order to take on the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And through that consultation and efforts that engage so many Canadians, we are where we are today. And I think a great deal of thanks and appreciation can be expressed to all Canadians that understood their responsibility through this very trying time. Whether it is the healthcare worker, taxi driver, the person that works in a manufacturing plant, or a long-haul truck driver. People stepped up and did what was necessary, whether it was provide a service or stay at home in isolation, but at all times listening to what public health officials were saying, understanding the science of what was taking place in our communities. And as a direct result, Canada is in an excellent position. You know, when you take a look at the Q3 reports, our GDP grew by 5.4%. That is better than the United States, Japan, the UK, and Australia. That is because Canadians did what they needed to do in order to position Canada well when we had the opportunity to be able to get back or to get out of the pandemic in good part. You know, Madam Speaker, we have now seen 108% of the jobs that were lost due to the pandemic actually return. And Madam Speaker, compare that to the United States, our dearest friend to the south, where it's just approximately in and around 84%. You know, if you take a look at it, for years when I was in opposition, I used to be critical of the then Harper government talking about trade deficit. We would get trade deficit year and year after trade deficits. In fact, when Stephen Harper, I believe, assumed office, there was a trade surplus. When he left office, there was a trade deficit. And I understand today we now have a trade surplus, a 13-year high in terms of a trade surplus. Madam Speaker, these things are happening because governments of all levels, Canadians understood what it is that we needed to do by coming together in order to be able to make a difference. Those jobs matter. They're very important. You know, just the other day, I had the opportunity to get a better overall understanding of the pork industry once again in the province of Manitoba. You know, Maple Leaf is an excellent example of doing what was necessary in order to ensure that there's a high element of food security in our country. And they contributed by continuing to operate even during the pandemic by taking the necessary measures to protect the industry. Maple Leaf today is actually growing in the province of Manitoba. The best bacon in the world can be found right in Manitoba, Madam Speaker. And we are selling it throughout the world because not only of an outstanding company that has demonstrated its ability to meet and get to market, but also because of the workforce that it employs and their responsible attitude in ensuring that those jobs would continue and ultimately grow because of the quality of work that they provide. So this year, we're going to see an additional 350 jobs at that one company. That'll bring up the total employment just in Winnipeg to 1,900 jobs. That's not to mention the hundreds of jobs. I think it's about 1,500. Don't quote me on it. I believe about 1,500 plus jobs in the community of Brandon. Maple Leaf jobs. The hog industry is doing quite well in the province of Manitoba. Go to Neepawa and you'll see High Life, another shining example of a successful company that is exporting Manitoba world-class product. Madam Speaker, those industries, those are direct jobs. It doesn't speak to the indirect jobs that are created by these companies. Go to the parking lots and you'll see there's hundreds of vehicles. Well, those vehicles have to be purchased from someplace. You will find that the employees live in houses and condos and apartments. They're living in communities which require furniture. And it requires food and restaurants. It feeds the economy. Not to mention our farming communities, our agricultural community that continues to grow and in many ways prosper. And in good part, I would suggest to you that that is one of the reasons why that we are able to continue to grow our economy. Relatively speaking, in countries that I've already referenced, we are doing quite well. There are areas that do need to get special attention. For example, the issue of health care. You know, we believe that, and I used to argue to the member that talked about the issue of money. The greatest challenge in healthcare today, when I was, and yesterday I would ultimately argue, when I used to be a healthcare critic, it's not just money. It's how you manage the changes that are necessary in order to provide the quality healthcare services that Canadians expect, and they want the federal government to also play a role in that. We understand in the Liberal Party, for example, long-term healthcare facilities. And the opposition says, well, it's all provincial jurisdiction. Well, they can make that statement, but I can tell you that there are Liberal members of Parliament that are responding to what Canadians want, and they want to see some form of national health care standards for long-term care for our seniors. That's something in which we believe in. On this side of the House, Liberals also believe in the need to invest in mental health. Apparently, the Conservatives do not. Madam Speaker, there is an expectation that governments will work together. We saw that through the pandemic. When governments work together, we can accomplish so much more. And this is a Prime Minister that has been committed to do that, even though constantly on the floor of the House of Commons, what you will see coming from opposition benches is that of a character assassination, a focus from opposition to try to tear down the personalities of members that make up the caucus, as opposed to contributing to the overall positive debate and constructive criticism, too, I must suggest, is a valid thing. I was in opposition. I like to think that we contributed to that, too. But, Madam Speaker, no matter how cynical, in particular the Conservative Party has been, and negative, that we have remained focused on ensuring that we were developing and bringing forward the programs that were going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians through a very difficult time, Madam Speaker. And as a result, we experienced some programs that have ultimately led to the survival of some of our industries. Did you know that there's actually more businesses today than there were pre-pandemic? I like to think that that has a lot to do with what it is that the government came up with in terms of programs. During this difficult time, they needed to have a lifeline. And in most often, you will find that that lifeline came from the federal government. A government that believed in supporting businesses, both small and big. We did that through programs such as the wage subsidy, such as the rent subsidy, such as loan support programs, all catered to support our small businesses and workers in Canada, Madam Speaker. We brought that up early in the game when the pandemic hit, Madam Speaker, because we recognized how important it was to keep these businesses viable, to prevent them from going bankrupt in many, many ways. You know, in this throne speech, and back in October, the Prime Minister and Minister made reference to the need to carry on some of these programs, to have a lockdown program. And that's why, shortly after the election, not only did we talk about it, but we brought in legislation. In fact, that was the first piece of legislation that we brought in, Bill C-2. That was to ensure the benefits for small businesses. On the one hand, you have those in the opposition that talk about the importance of small businesses, but when it came time to support small businesses, at least back in December, what did they do? They voted against Bill C-2. Not only did they vote against that legislation, at part of the debate, they brought in motions to try to filibuster the legislation itself, prevent it from passing, Madam Speaker. Yet they like to say that they're friends of small business. Think of the millions, hundreds of millions that the Government of Canada has provided to small businesses over the last 19 months or a year and a half. That is one of the reasons why we are in the position that we are in today, and in relatively speaking, compared to other countries, we are doing exceptionally well, Madam Speaker. And that's because of that resilience of our small businesses and entrepreneurs and Canadians in general that have responded so well to the need to address the pandemic and to all play the role that they needed to play, so that at the end of the day that we are in a great position to be able to continue to grow the economy, support our middle class, to allow things to get better quicker, Madam Speaker. And with those few words, I'd be more than happy for the odd question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite mentioned healthcare capacity, and that is the crisis. This government's been forcing the provinces to do more with less since they were first elected. But funding is not the only issue. People go to the hospital because they don't have a family doctor. And there aren't enough doctors to go around who are licensed. But we have hundreds of qualified new Canadians who come to Canada, specialists as well, but they can't practice because of the jurisdictional rules and because the federal government hasn't found a way to streamline them into jobs. So they're stocking shelves at Staples or working as PSWs. Instead of doing what they were trained to do and why they came to Canada to do what they were trained to do, how does the member propose that the federal government home in on the real problem and help Canadians get over their being locked down and locked in because of restrictions?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I really wish I had another 20 minutes to answer that question. It's truly amazing. You got to realize that, you know, from a Conservative Party perspective, and what we have done in the last 5 years, historic amounts of money transfers going towards healthcare to the provinces. We have identified areas and tagged money to support that. Recognition of immigrant credentials is a very serious issue, and we constantly raise that with our provincial stakeholders that are ultimately responsible. But maybe there are some things, and we have a very progressive Minister of Immigration that's looking at ways in which we can ensure that we can take advantage of getting more people that will, in fact, be able to contribute to our healthcare system. That is also an important aspect to it. The federal government in the last number of years has been very proactive on the healthcare file.
The Honourable Member for Des Pointes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. When we listen to that colleague talk, we get the feeling that everything is great and that the Liberal Party is doing everything perfectly. How come the Labelle Foundation doesn't look at that current case so we could attribute Nobel Prizes together? They're saying that companies are doing well in Manitoba, and that's good to hear, but in Quebec there's a tremendous crisis. We're having a hard time finding workers, and when companies want to hire foreign workers, there are all sorts of obstacles. And it is these companies that are penalized by the government's measures and their laxism, particularly with respect to immigration. I heard him talk about a consensus, Madam Speaker. The premiers have reached a consensus about health transfers. They're asking for an increase in them, up to 35%, Madam Speaker. And that is a province-wide consensus. Our current healthcare system lacks funding, and the federal government is not doing its share. And even more, it wants to interfere in the provincial healthcare system. When will the government understand this? And I'm waiting for my colleagues' reply impatiently on that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would refer the member to the Canada Health Act in terms of the federal government's role, and also to listen to what the residents, in good part even residents in his own riding, have to say in regards to some of the valuable contributions the federal government can play with respect to health care. Further to that, to recognize that we have historic amounts of money flowing from Ottawa to support health care to our provinces. This government is also the government that was able to continue on in signing health care accords with the individual provinces, something that Stephen Harper wasn't able to do, but we were able to get accomplished. Manitoba and Quebec have a lot of things in common. I look at our aerospace industry, the issue of supply and demand. These are very important industries in which we get a great deal of support coming from Ottawa to our communities, and I see that as a positive thing. But we also have another thing in common, and that is the need for workers. And we have a very proactive Minister of Immigration. I suspect that we might even now have record numbers of international workers coming to Canada in order to be able to meet those jobs. Because if we fail to meet the demands of those jobs, it takes away from our economy, and that's one of the reasons.
Wait. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've listened to this member a lot, and he tries to defend what his government has done to reduce the spread of COVID-19. He just spoke a long time about the recovery of the Canadian economy, and I certainly agree with him that, and we know that the way through this is by ensuring that as many.
Can I ask the honourable member to turn her screen on, please?
I'm trying, Madam Speaker, but it's locked, I think.
Okay, if you...
I'm not sure what's going on. I keep pushing the button.
I apologize, but I don't think we can proceed without the screen on. No? So I'll have to give the question to another member. And I have the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North with talking about so many important issues and the response of our government with the COVID-19 crisis and supporting workers and businesses during this difficult time. I remember during the financial crisis of the lack of support by the previous Conservative government, where we saw, unfortunately, the loss of many businesses and the housing crisis, where many lost their homes during that difficult time. I think it's so important to diversify and support workers and diversify our economy, while support a strong plan for housing in Canada. Would the member elaborate more on the government support on affordable housing and the National Housing Program?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my Prairie colleague. And one thing that we share in common is a very strong passion for economic growth in our prairies, and we work quite closely together to ensure as much as possible that takes place. Housing is a very important initiative. This is a government that brought forward a number of years ago a national housing strategy, the first of its kind, and we have seen a number of programs that have been put into place to ensure, especially during the pandemic, that where we can speed up some of that housing. But I'm encouraged by some of the other things that we're starting to see, whether it's rapid housing initiatives to the first-time home buyers. The Minister of Housing wants to work with Canadians in having a study done on how it is that we can ensure that there is more housing accessible to all Canadians, and I look forward to that particular report in time.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech, but he spent much of his time disparaging the official opposition. And, you know, yes, this is politics, and I understand that. But, Madam Speaker, what was most offensive about his remarks was the suggestion that the opposition doesn't care about mental health, that the previous government did nothing about mental health. In fact, it was one of our Conservative members of Parliament, member for Caribou Prince George, who brought forward a proposal to establish a national hotline, a suicide hotline, which was passed unanimously in this House over a year ago, and yet this government has failed to implement that very worthwhile proposal. I'm asking this member, when can Canadians expect that suicide hotline will be in place?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I know that the Ministry of Health, in particular the Minister of Health, is very much keen on that idea. As the motion itself has passed with the unanimous support, I think all members of the House actually support the idea of having a national suicide line. And I believe it's just a question of time. Whether it's CRTC, there is things that have to be done in order to put something of that nature into place. And it's ironic that both questions from the Conservative Party have been on health care, when that is the party that seems to want to say Ottawa should have nothing to do with health care.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I do find it amazing that this member's now up for the third time on the speech, the reply to the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, given there's over 100 members over on that bench that haven't spoken on it. So, Madam Speaker, I guess I'm going to follow up with my friend from Abbotsford who just asked about the 3-digit hotline, because he says the government's keen on it. That's not good enough. This House voted unanimously to support moving towards a 3-digit hotline to support people living with mental health issues. Madam Speaker, through you, I asked the member, it's not about being keen. Is his government committed to following through with a motion that was passed unanimously in the House of Commons that's going to save lives? Right now we have a suicide crisis, Madam Speaker. It's the second leading killer for young people under the age of 34. Will this government respond and follow through the direction of the House of Commons?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, you know, I was somewhat surprised in terms of both the Conservatives and the NDP are a little upset that I'm speaking. You know, the NDP have spoken one member 14 hours on a budget matter. The Conservatives did likewise, and I respect that. You know, at the end of the day,
are going to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
I won't be ceding any time back to that member, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be able to stand in this place. It's an honor. I don't believe I have to split my time, Madam Speaker, but perhaps somebody could confirm that. I'll continue on, and yes. But it is an honor to be able to stand in this place, to be able to speak to the speech from the throne, but to also spend some time sharing the election, sharing the number of volunteer hours, and really taking that opportunity to thank so many members. So if you'll indulge me, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to read a few names into the record. We had a very active and core team that has been with me through 5 elections, many of them now, and I regret that I haven't been able to mention a lot of their names in this place until today. But Andrew Markland, Bruce Foy, Bruce McLaughlin, Brian Kim and his whole team, Deanna and Jason Bischoff, Elizabeth Hughes, Erin Allen and her wonderful partner Connor, Yvonne Martinez, James and Amanda Cadaville and their 2 lovely boys, John Whitmore, Karen Vera-Lau, who is our EDA president. Mazar Butt did a tremendous job in handling our CFO duties. Michelle Chen, Nancy Bichet and Vieri Beretti. Norm Lorraine doing our signs, Pat Maru sitting at the front desk, Sammy Allam, Scott Reith, Shayna and Bill Anderson, Sia Safa, my good buddy Sohail Quadri, Varun Chandasekar, and of course Vera Fedor, who we couldn't have ran the election without her. She consistently shows up at our front office again and again, and it means just the world to me to be able to have a friend like her. And those are the volunteers, Madam Speaker. But from the family perspective, none of us are able to be here in this place without our family. And I was just able to celebrate my 13-year-old little girl. She turned to be a teenager right before my eyes. I've been doing this 10 years now. I feel she's growing up with me, either on the campaign trail or at public events. And Lily Generou, she means the world to me, and was happy to be able to be home to see her just even briefly before she became a teenager, to join her other sister in the teen years. So I have two girls in their teen years, Madam Speaker, and that's all I have to say about that. But Molly Generou, she's also 14. And I'm hearing I'm a brave guy from the other side of the House. But again, I'll leave the comments at that. But for them to be able to put in these 10 years with me, it makes me think, how much this job impacts them in their life, in their school, with their friends, with everything that we've had to do in order to get me to Ottawa, and then leaving often on Sundays, not coming back till later in the week, missing a lot of opportunity at home to see them. It's certainly something that you have to weigh every time you run in an election, as we all do. And it's, to me, they're the real motivation for continuing to do this job, to make this country a better place for them. So if two teenage daughters wasn't enough, Madam Speaker, I also have a 2-year-old son. So he is this Saturday, he'll be entering his quote-unquote terrible twos. So I'm not sure how I plan this, having teenage daughters and a 2-year-old son, but he has really been through some of the darkest days of COVID. He's been able to really shine a light in our home. And Hugh, little baby Hugh, he's not so much of a baby anymore. He's, to me, I see just so much hope. I'm fascinated by just watching him carry about his day, play with his cars, play with his trucks. It's a really neat to revisit fatherhood in a different form all over again, I guess, if you will. And then of course, my amazing spouse, Elizabeth Clement. She's a surgeon. She spends a lot of time in the hospital and on call. Our lives often divulge when we're able to coordinate our schedules, but I find she's busier than I am in a lot of ways. But she is certainly someone that I admire, and I'm so lucky to be able to spend my life with her. I think sometimes she forgets I'm a member of Parliament, and she because she's so busy saving lives on her end, and she often I think looks at to me, Madam Speaker, is how many lives did you save today? And I like to think I saved lives, but really she's a true one. That's greatness in this in our family. So to those thank yous aside, Madam Speaker, do want to talk about three things that I think are important, and things that I'm working on. I've been working on been elected just over 6 years now, but want to continue to advocate for. As you would know, Madam Speaker, you get inundated with so many different ideas, so many different people bring up a bunch of different things that they think are things you should be working on. So to really dive into things that you think are important takes a lot of that focus and concentration. So the first of those, being our Father's Day on the Hill event we do for men's mental health every year. And the member from Courtenay Alberni has been a real champion with me in that, as well as a member from Richmond Hill and the government side. And I think between the three of us, we've found, I think, a very unique friendship, if you will, Mr. Speaker, in being able to find this issue that I think connects with so many Canadians and make it a nonpartisan issue. We're able to really raise awareness for how many men are suffering from suicide, how many men have really been impacted on the postpartum depression, post-birth of a baby. My inbox gets filled every time we do the event around June, around Father's Day, just with people who are sharing their story to us about what our event has meant to them. And we're now going into our 5th year. I haven't connected with the member from Courtenay Alberni about this, so I guess I'm shocking him in the house here with it all, but obviously we'll do the event again. I would love it to be in person as we've done in the past. We've done the last 2 virtual, but going on to 5 years of doing this with our partners, the Mental Health Commission of Canada, with the Movember Foundation, we've been able to, I think, move that needle to stamp out that stigma for men talking about suicide, so that 80% of men die by suicide, and we're seeing those high numbers in really young men, under the age of 40 in a lot of ways. So for the importance of this event to continue is something going to continue to work on in this Parliament, and hope to continue to stamp out that stigma and allow men to continue to talk about their feelings and continue to I think, be that modern man in a lot of ways, and not be scared to address suicide or suicidal thoughts in their lives. The second thing we'd love to address, Mr. Speaker, is a really good friend of mine. Jacob Guziak is a little boy who I've gotten to know quite well. He was diagnosed with SCID, which is severe combined immunodeficiency, just 10 days after his birth. And SCID causes the inability to fight off most types of infections, including bacterial, viral, and fungal infections. But Jacob needs some gene therapy support. It's a gene therapy out there that could significantly impact Jacob's life. It costs $2 million, and his mother Andrea and father Camille have been absolutely dedicated to getting him that help. And I again continue to every chance I get to be able to support him and push for that, to be a fighter along with him, to push for that therapy so he can get the support he needs. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, touch on, we had what I think was a very historic moment in the last Parliament. We passed a bill, compassionate bereavement leave, thanks to a lot of the members' help on the other side and our side. The NDP party had some real champions for this legislation. And it was great, but we need that one more step. We need the provinces to adopt this legislation, so bereavement leave is consistent across the provinces, not just for federal agencies and commissions. So commit to doing that, commit to continue to work to get the provinces so everybody can take care, everybody can receive the compassionate bereavement leave that they so desire. But on that note, Mr. Speaker, again, it's a privilege to be able to stand in this place. It's an honor to be able to share this place with so many honourable members. And I know it gets heated from time to time, but I find there's a lot of friendships to be made across the aisle if you take that opportunity to reach out and talk to some of your colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. And I indeed consider him one of my friends across the aisle. And we've worked well, I think, on the Canada-UK committee. I would say to him, as a person who's been here for 24 years, when my youngest daughter was 7 years old when we started, he's now 31, it does get better. I just say, it does get better. Yeah, I see. Okay, I hear some dissent on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on, if you will, a central contradiction of the positioning of some of the opposition parties here with respect to, I would argue, worthwhile initiatives, whether it's the number referenced by the member, the suicide number referenced by the member from Abbotsford, or long-term care initiatives that have been proposed, or mental health initiatives that are proposed, all of which are national in scope. And the party next, the Bloc's answer to all of those questions is don't mess in our, quote unquote, don't mess in our jurisdiction, give us the money, go away. We don't want national standards for anything. So I'd be curious as to how he responds to that central contradiction from our friends in the Bloc.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yes, thank you to the member. Could probably use a few tips as I embark into these. He's not for me, but he has become a good friend. In Canada UK, he glossed over it, but under his leadership as chair of that, we've actually been able to do some pretty neat things and be able to bring a lot of us together to be able to push for certain initiatives. And he should take credit for a lot of that work. To his point, Mr. Speaker, I was elected provincially before I came here, and the cross. It seems more and more of that cross jurisdictional conversation is happening, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, and what role the federal government has to play. If it's from housing, if it's to mental health, to long-term care, there seems to be a desire from the general public to have that conversation at this national level, and it's something I certainly welcome. I think there's opportunity to show leadership, whether you're in the official opposition, whether you're in government, on a lot of those conversations. And I think mental health is a very key one with that, because it's a conversation that isn't jurisdictionally bound. It's a conversation that I think we should all be having quite a lot of the time.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And always a delight to get up and talk about a speech from my colleague, because he does such important work, whether it's bereavement or whether it's work around suicide. And I have joined him every year on Father's Day to talk about men's mental health and suicide amongst men, because men are 3 times more likely to die by death by suicide than women. So it is important that we stand united, and I will be joining him this year, absolutely. He has my assurances, and I do wish his daughter a birthday as well. Mr. Speaker, I just met with the National Coalition for Suicide Prevention. And Mr. Speaker, they're still waiting for a motion that was passed unanimously in this House by my good colleague and friend from Timmins James Bay that we all supported. Here we are 3 years later, Mr. Speaker, at the height of really a mental health crisis as a result of COVID-19 and many other factors, and we still don't have a national suicide prevention action plan. Through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague agree that this government needs to move quickly, that we are in a crisis when it comes to mental health and death by suicide, and the government needs to respond, or we're going to lose more and more lives, and this is urgent, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was hoping the honourable member would accept, by here spoiler alerting him on the floor to joining me once again. Too bad I guess we can't reference the member, but looking forward to getting the other members also addressing it in the House that he will be supporting our event again this year. The member's right, and this is something he's incredibly passionate about, and it's an honour to be able to call him a friend, because we've been able to, I think, bridge a lot of those conversations, which they don't need to be partisan. We can get some really good work done, and I think you saw that in the vote with the national hotline by the motion for the member from Timmins James Bay. And I think ultimately, if we can work together in Parliament on things like mental health, there's nothing that we can't do in this Parliament together.
I just want to remind everybody to keep their questions and answers concise. We only got really 2 questions in there during that one. There were great answers as well, some great questions, but I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity, tout le monde a l'opportunité
that everyone has the opportunity to ask their questions and get answers to them in this debate.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Here. Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to rise today in the House of Commons representing constituents of Cumberland Colchester. As my colleague did, I'd like to thank some people from my campaign team, George Laird, Chris Guinan, Paula Henderson, Joe Nicholson, Ray Cameron, Kevin Manton, Nick Gear, Tom McDonald, and certainly my family who continue to support me through this journey, which is certainly new for me. So thank you to all of them, and a multitude of others, of course, as well. Cumberland Colchester is an area of Nova Scotia nestled between the Bay of Fundy, with the highest tides in the world on one side, and the Northumberland Strait, with the warmest waters north of the Carolinas on the other. It's an ideal place to raise a family, invest in a business, retire, or go on vacation. Realistically, Mr. Speaker, anything you could possibly imagine doing, you can do it here in Cumberland Colchester. There are recreational activities all year long, captivating natural beauty, first-rate educational institutions, business opportunities, and people with a kind and welcoming spirit like the Smith brothers that I mentioned yesterday. With all these great things in Cumberland-Colchester, then why, Mr. Speaker, was there almost no mention of the entire province of Nova Scotia in the speech from the throne? The answer is very clear. There's a failure of leadership as it pertains to this Liberal government. Let me also be clear that the office of the Prime Minister of Canada deserves respect. I wonder then, how is it possible the Prime Minister could believe that they're only there to represent those who voted for them and are able and willing to make disparaging comments to those with differing points of view? As we all know, those of us in this House are asked to debate topics which are potentially very, very difficult and could affect the lives of millions of people. This is meant to be done vigorously, vociferously, but without vitriol. Good leadership in a democratic society should not leave citizens fearful of criticizing those in the decision-making seats. They should not be disparaged for not following the party line, and our great nation should not be divided by a leader tasked to be a leader for all. Good leadership calls us to be courageous yet kind, fearless yet forthcoming, visionary yet lacking venom, highly principled yet without hatefulness. Sadly, this purposeful division of Canadians has only increased over the last 2 years for our citizens. In our great country, this has led to blaming, malevolence, hostility, and demonstrations. This is not the Canada that I had imagined living in as I age. The division has been the excuse for a government that is poorly planned during a pandemic, a global pandemic which has been predicted for years. In the early days of the pandemic, if not for the Conservative plea for vaccines, none would have been procured, and certainly, very sadly, 2 years into this pandemic, none have been produced domestically in our own very capable and innovative nation. Further, our cries for rapid testing were dismissed as unnecessary and unhelpful. Now the Liberals have tabled a bill asking for $2.5 billion to procure rapid tests. This should have been a priority 18 months ago when Canada's Conservatives recommended this course of action. Everyone in the world knows the value of rapid testing, and this government's continued failure to produce any significant amounts of rapid tests domestically in a reasonable time continues to illustrate an inability to plan or to execute a plan. Also, the procurement of antivirals has been slow compared to other nations, and perhaps so slow that it will be useless against the current wave of Omicron. Let me be clear. Too slow, not enough, and not at the right time should be the planning model of this government. So, colleagues, where has this left us? We are 2 years into a pandemic without federal leadership, without enough tools at the right time, which leaves our provincial counterparts with only the tools of lockdowns and restrictions. We are also well aware, as my colleague mentioned earlier, that the underfunding and poor planning with regard to our healthcare system has left us without any surge capacity at all, with 92% of acute care beds being full the majority of the time. Once again, this allows this Liberal government to have Canadians locked down and restricted, to have businesses fail, and to have a national debt that grows by more than, get this, $17.5 million every hour. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. And now tops $1.2 trillion. Fewer dollars chasing fewer goods has led Canada to a 30-year high level of inflation and a housing bubble which has hit every corner of our nation. Last month, I spoke to Allison. She volunteers on the local housing board in Cumberland. Recent estimates suggest there are 100 people without adequate housing and no prospect of finding a place anytime soon. In Spring Hill, a town of less than 1,500 people, a one-bedroom apartment, if it were available, would be $950 a month. As we have heard again and again, Canadians are being priced out of their own lives. We begin to see a trend here with respect to planning. Too slow, not enough. Too late. Over many years, this government was also warned of the terrible disaster which happened in the Sumas Prairie of British Columbia. From a government who are purported champions of climate change, Canadians expect more. This disaster was preventable, and now that area of Canada will be recovering from this catastrophe for years to come. I wish I could stand here, Mr. Speaker, and tell you that this catastrophe was unique, that it would never happen anywhere again in Canada, and if the government did know about such a looming disaster, that of course they would create a plan and do something about it. Once again, it is with a very heavy heart that I report to this House of Commons that in my own riding on the border with New Brunswick, such a disaster is ready to happen. The land which connects the rest of Canada to Nova Scotia is called the Isthmus of Chignecto. And as far back as the 17th century, Acadian settlers realized this low-lying area was subject to flooding on its flanks and therefore diked the area. This allowed for farming of the rich soil with protection from flooding. Indeed, there has been some maintenance, and it's been carried out with great expense. Unfortunately, this government has seen it appropriate to study this problem once again. For those of us who stood at the top of the dikes at high tide, it is clear this problem is real. It is an awesomely frightening experience to realize that on an inauspicious day in December, the Bay of Fundy, with the highest tides in the world, literally laps at the top of the aforementioned dikes. Now, those of us who believe in planning and in the old adage of failing to plan is planning to fail, we see the folly of another study. We know that there's a time for action, and the time is now. And to add insult to injury, this new study, which arrived almost a year late, is not available for my review. It was commissioned by the federal government and the provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. However, for reasons which are beyond comprehension, I cannot get a copy of this study, even though, as I mentioned, this looming disaster is in my riding. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I reached out to the Minister of Transport specifically requesting a copy of the study. The response, jaw-dropping and as astonishing as it may be, was that I should seek a copy of this publicly and federally funded study from the province of New Brunswick. To me and to the residents of Colchester, this is a slap in the face. Indeed, it's an affront to all Nova Scotians as the Trans-Canada Highway, the CN Rail, telecommunications infrastructure, and $50 million of trade daily pass through the isthmus. When the dikes are breached and there's no plan, the aftermath will be horrific and the remediation beyond expensive. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a rookie member of Parliament, proud to represent the great people of Cumberland Colchester, but with a very heavy heart. Canada is in a crisis of division, despair, deception, decay, decline, defamation, degeneration, disappointment, doubt, and dread. And I solidly place this unbelievably unpleasant state of affairs firmly at the foot of my Liberal colleagues who continuously fan the flames of the social media ether world for political gain while the destruction of our country due to the ineptitude continues. Who is playing the fiddle? Canadians deserve and demand better. Canadians Conservatives stand ready to get Canada back to its rightful place nationally and internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honneur de député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague attentively, and in his introduction, he talked about divisions within Canada. I agree with him that in a pandemic, we need to avoid divisions. Now, he referred to a number of different aspects like delayed rapid testing, but I have a simple question for my colleague. In recent days, they seem to be offering tacit support to the protesters outside. So I have to wonder, does he believe that honking is more effective than vaccination in terms of getting out of the pandemic? The Honourable Member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Perhaps he doesn't know I'm a physician. I have been vaccinated 3 times. We know that vaccines are the most important way out of this pandemic. I'm not entirely sure how horns and vaccines go together. That being said, I would suggest that, as the studies would say, the Canadian Trucking Alliance would say that almost 90% of truckers are fully vaccinated. What we do support here as Canada's Conservatives is the ability of people to go out and protest in a peaceful and respectful manner, Mr. Speaker, and that is important to the portrayal of democracy here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his focus on health in his speech to the throne. I think it's obviously not just the pandemic, but other aspects of health that are really of concern to most Canadians. And in my province of British Columbia, we've certainly seen 2021 become the year with the most deaths from overdose. In history, we're running about 150 a month. And so I wonder whether the member would express his support or opposition to the ideas of creating a safe supply of drugs and decriminalizing the personal possession of small amounts of drugs as a way of attacking this severe opioid crisis that's affecting so many families in my province.
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. You know, what we do understand is that the focus on the pandemic has left many health questions unanswered and unaddressed in Canada, suicides being one of them, and I know multiple colleagues have addressed the issue of the three-digit suicide prevention hotline, and certainly that is an exceedingly important thing. Again, we know that when all we do is focus on one thing and we use subject matter experts and we have failed leadership of government, then it makes it very difficult to attack all those other very, very important issues that exist for a government. And therefore, what we implore the government to do is to look at the end of this pandemic and how we're going to live in an endemic world where COVID exists. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de... I'll look over here quickly. Abbotsford, sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments, and I really appreciate the fact that he referenced the historic floods that took place in the Fraser Valley of British Columbia. The devastation is unprecedented. It's my riding. These are my farmers, my businesses, my residents who are struggling to recover from this. But he also mentioned New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and I'm glad he did, because the problem of climate change related weather events is critical, and we're going to need very significant investments in the many billions of dollars across Canada to protect Canadians against these weather events. So I would invite the member to comment on the investments that will be required to be made, especially in his neck of the woods, and why it's important that we make these investments now, not wait for another disaster to happen before we actually take note of what's happening around us.
The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Speaker, I thank my colleague from Abbotsford and send my condolences to his constituents and understand the remediation that now needs to take effect. What is, again, as I said, jaw-droppingly astonishing to me is that there is a study that exists in my neck of the woods that I can't get, and that the government, as I previously mentioned, tells me to get from the government of New Brunswick, even though we, as a federal government, funded part of that study. Why is this government continue to study things to death and have no actions? I also find it absolutely fascinating that no one from the government side has any comments or questions about this kind of action that we see all too much of. Too little, too late, no action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the debate on the speech from the throne so many months from when the speech from the throne was delivered. I want to make sure that I begin by letting the chair know that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Kitchener Centre. And what a pleasure it is to work with him in the House. I know he's there in person. I wish I could be soon, I hope. The speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, of course, landed, and I was in the House for the day of the speech from the throne back November 23rd. And the Governor General, and I do think it's a wonderful thing that our Governor General delivered a speech for the first time, a speech from the throne delivered not only in our two official languages, but also in Inuktitut. I had the great honor of knowing Her Excellency, from many of her previous incarnations, including we once served on a board together at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. I think she'll be a fantastic Governor General, and I was very pleased to be here in Ottawa to hear her speech from the throne. But as she noted at that time, November 23rd, we were still in the throes of the devastating events that had hit British Columbia. The honourable member for Abbotsford was just speaking of it. The devastation of the flooding and the landslides, the Fraser Valley, including into my own riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. But the most devastating and catastrophic impacts were clearly more in Abbotsford and up through the Fraser Valley. And of course, the loss of every major land route within Canada, every route to reach the Lower Mainland was cut off by these extreme weather events. When the speech from the throne was delivered, we were only 10 days from the end of COP26, the global climate negotiations, which were not a dismal failure, but certainly failed to succeed. The COP26 did not do what was required in this desperately pressing moment. So when I read the speech from the throne again now, as 2 months have passed, I am struck by how the words are wonderful, but the actions promised are inadequate to meet the spirit behind the words. I'm struck by it, Mr. Speaker, that and I will address several elements of this, and my other colleague from the Green Party from Kitchener Centre will address other critical issues we're very concerned about. I want to address the reconciliation theme within the speech from the throne, the vaccination questions, and of course, the climate crisis. In no area have the promised actions lived up to the really quite strong words that speak to multiple crises that face us. Let's start with the challenge of reconciliation. Many members in this place have quite appropriately mentioned that we're still in the throes of the discovery of the missing children taken forcibly from their homes, taken away from their families over a period of more than 150 years and forced into situations that were unimaginably horrible for those little children, many of whom did not return home. We have to face this. We have to continue to support First Nations communities in a national program that was required of us by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission years ago, that we would in fact find what happened to every single Indigenous child taken from their home who didn't return. Find what happened and how did they die and where are they? To every family, a report. That continues to be a priority. In the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry, we were told very clearly many things must be done to protect Indigenous women who are at greater risk of being murdered. We haven't done those things. One ties in very closely to the climate crisis and to many other aspects of things this modern industrialized country fails to do well, and that's ground transportation. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry said they're more vulnerable. People are more vulnerable when you're low income and there's no public transit from where you live. You have your choices are basically hitchhiking. It's not a choice. We need to restore via rail and restore bus service across this country. We also need to make sure that the settlement that was announced earlier in January between the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society and the wonderful, heroic Cindy Blackstock be real and be made real and stay on top of that. We applaud the $40 billion set aside, but as Cindy Blackstock has said, it needs to be monitored closely to really deliver. On international vaccines, I want to just again raise, as I have in the House before, we understand now from this pandemic that we do not end it. We know what comes after Omicron. Someone mentioned what comes after Omicron? Pi. That's the next letter in the Greek alphabet. That's the next variant we're going to get. And until we vaccinate everyone on the planet and make this place as our home, as a human family, stop being a living petri dish to see how many new variants we can get by vaccinating around the world, Canada has avoided and not answered the question, will we support South Africa and India in asking for an exemption from the patent protection of the World Trade Organization? Under the Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights TRIPS, we can get an exemption so that vaccines are more available around the world. Turning to climate, Mr. Speaker, you'd think that a person in the Green Party couldn't be unhappy with a speech from the throne that says our Earth is in danger, that says this is the moment for bolder climate action. Again, great words. But in the pages devoted to talking about the climate crisis, there is no mention of what our Paris commitment is, that we hold global average temperature as far below 2 degrees as possible and attempt to hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius. These numbers in themselves, I think people's eyes glaze over, or they doesn't feel like a real number, 1.5 degrees Celsius. It sounds small. I want to remind members that in this last year, where over 600, well, nearly 600 British Columbians died, according to the science, in the heat dome in 4 days. 4 days. My own stepdaughter nearly died. She's in her early 30s. She nearly died because the temperature in Ashcroft hit 50 degrees Celsius. These are killer extreme weather events. And 600 people in British Columbia in 4 days. This is an extreme event. And that same day that the temperature kept going higher and higher in Lytton, and the town center virtually burnt to the ground in minutes. They didn't get the fire truck out of the fire station. That town, by the way, has still not been helped to still not be rebuilt. We know that the wildfires spread over hundreds of thousands of hectares of British Columbia. We had, and then of course in the November, atmospheric rivers that knocked out so much of our infrastructure and killed people again, and killed thousands of livestock, hundreds of thousands of animals. The heat dome, by the way, in late June and early July, was estimated to have killed 1 billion sea creatures along our shorelines. These events happened at 1.1 degree global average temperature increase above what it was before the Industrial Revolution, 1.1 degree. 1.5 is not some safe place that only dreamers can hope we hold to. 1.5 is where we need to be to hope human civilization hangs on. We are on track after COP26 to be much closer to 3 degrees than 1.5. And Canada's target remains the weakest in the industrialized world. And we seem to have substituted what we need to do, what we must do to ensure our children have a livable world, 1.5 to stay alive, with net zero by 2050, which creates the false impression that getting to net zero by 2050 holds to 1.5. It doesn't. It only holds to 1.5 if the pathway to net zero by 2050 goes through 2030 with emission cuts that look like this. They go down dramatically. They must go down. And Canada's target of a range of 40 to 45 degrees cut, that 40 to 45% cut, rather, is completely inadequate to meet the global demands on us to pull our fair share of the weight to reduce emissions to hold to a livable planet. There's likewise, in the speech from the throne, no mention of banning the export of thermal coal, no mention of the Just Transition Act, no mention of the right to a healthy environment, nor of bringing back the Canadian Environmental Protection Act amendments that were Bill C-28 and died on the order paper when the unnecessary election was called. Mr. Speaker, in the 30 seconds that remain to me, I just want to say to all members in this place, I can't vote for a speech from the throne for all of its wonderful words if my grandchildren's future isn't protected. We have to say it loudly. We have to be honest. We have to be clear. Maybe we have to say, just look up. We don't have much time, and we must ensure that this government do heroic action to save this planet and all humanity.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be interested in the members' thoughts with respect to the Greener Homes program, which is an initiative where residents in her community and mine throughout Canada can actually apply for a grant of up to $5,000 to make their homes more energy efficient. One would ultimately argue it's good for the environment, it's good for job creation and improving our housing stock. Just her thoughts on that specific program, if she doesn't mind to share her thoughts.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I cheered for that program when it was first announced by Stéphane Dion, the former Environment Minister, 2005. The former Finance Minister, Ralph Goodale, had it in his budget. It's great. It's great to see it back. It's great to see it expanded to include such things as putting on solar panels, but it's far too small. We really need to be restoring housing stock and municipal, institutional, and commercial buildings as well. Every building in this country needs a retrofit, and it needs it as fast as possible. So the program needs to be expanded dramatically.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech and for her continued passion on climate change. One of the things I've noticed, though, is that...
Je m'en appelle au règlement. Monsieur...
Point of order. Rivière-des-Mille, MP, the member for Rivière-des-Mille, please. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I feel that there is currently unfairness between the right to speak for members in the House and members who are present virtually. It's not just about me and the many times that I've raised my hand, and it's not just today. I don't know if we're in your blind spot, but I hope that we can reestablish more fairness to ensure that we can all speak. We would all like to be there in person, of course. But ultimately, this is benefiting parties that have many more members there in person. Thank you very much for the point of order. I do see you, and I do my best to apply the rules to all members, whether online or here in person. And I do my best to represent all political parties here in the House. And sometimes Bloc Québécois members here in person rise as well. You will be the next on the list if we have time.
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I thank the member for her speech and her passion, and she's calling for us to accelerate our efforts to address climate change. But I would say that this government has not even met their existing 2030 targets. They're not on track. I don't know how many of the billion trees they've started to plant, but it doesn't seem like there's anything but rhetoric coming from the other side. Would the member agree?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thanks to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. This is a tough one. I can't agree that the government has done nothing. They are putting in place programs and measures that at least should get the direction right. I mean, we often say, and this is true, that the government of Canada, regardless of which political party is in power, has never hit a target it set. But it's worse than that. They've never gotten the direction right. So far, no matter how many commitments are made to reduce emissions, they continue to go up. So I think we're going to begin to see emissions coming down, but that's not nearly good enough because the measure of our success isn't whether we fooled enough people to win another election. The measure of the success is whether we've met what the science demands of us to hold within a carbon budget. The window is rapidly closing on holding on to a livable world, and that's why I will give them credit for doing something, but I can't claim they're doing nearly enough.
Commentaire, l'honorable député des Rivières-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Moving on, it's always a pleasure to hear the member from the Green Party about climate challenges and other issues, because her speech was mainly on that, of course, but I understand how aware and intelligent she is about this topic, and I'd like to hear what she has to say about health transfers that all the provinces are asking for from in this country so that we can receive 35%. So it's at the heart of what's at stake right now. Of course, there's the environment, and there's also the health as well. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oui, monsieur.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc. That is a question with very generous and kind comments. But I think we also have to talk about the threat to our health because of climate change. I've already mentioned heat waves people who have died because of climate change. I believe with the Bloc, in terms of the government and the provinces having to collaborate more so that they can protect our public health system. And that is why, with the pandemic, our healthcare system provincially have been under great stress. And it's now a growing crisis.
On continue le débat. L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, rising this afternoon to have an opportunity, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with respect to some reflections on the speech from the throne. And as I do so, what I'd like to focus on are priorities where there's an opportunity to be working constructively with the governing party, and in fact with all parliamentarians, to make progress on priorities that this government has put forward in the speech from the throne and that I've heard time and again from folks in my community in Kitchener. I'd like to start with housing, first of all. In the speech from the throne, the governing party speaks about being committed to working with partners to get real results. Well, I want to start with what it looks like in my community. In the last year, we did a study on the number of unsheltered folks. It's now risen to over 1,000 people living rough unsheltered, 3 times as much as the last point of count study. When we look at those who are looking to purchase a home, back in 2005, the cost of purchasing a home in Kitchener was 3 times higher than median annual income. In 2021, that rose to 8.6 times higher, as the possibility of purchasing a home, as is, I know, the case for so many others across the country, increasingly just completely out of reach. For those on the wait list to get access to affordable, dignified housing, that wait list now is upwards of almost 8 years. Can you imagine waiting 8 years to get access to housing? And some folks, I spoke with a woman this past summer, said, you know, she was lucky that she got access to affordable housing, but there's mold in her unit. And she knows that her landlord has no incentive to do anything about it. So we need to both be addressing not just the affordability, but the quality of dignified housing. Homes should be for people to live in, as opposed to commodities for investors to trade. And to do that, we're going to need to address the rules of the game. For example, getting back to investing in non-market subsidized and public and co-op housing. Back in the early 80s, for example, 8% of new rental units constructed were co-op housing. I lived in a co-op myself over many years and have that experience of what quality and dignified housing co-ops can be. Well, look at 2020, where less than 1% of rental units constructed were co-op housing. We could look at taxation. For example, investors who are merely purchasing a property to speculate and take many years to eventually flip a home, we could put in place a graduated tax on those house flippers and use the revenue to reinvest in more affordable housing. We could be looking at what BMO has also called for, putting an end to the blind bidding process. I look forward to working with the government to make progress, meaningful progress, on addressing the cost of housing. In the throne speech, there was also talk of addressing the cost of living, and made reference to the Canada Child Benefit and to addressing childcare. And while I celebrate those, we need to also recognize a group of Canadians who are disproportionately living in poverty, and that's Canadians living with disabilities. In fact, the word disability wasn't in the throne speech once at all. And we know that the governing party has previously introduced legislation, the Canada Disability Benefit. This benefit would lift up to 1.5 million Canadians who are currently living in poverty. And we know that Canadians across the country support it. 89% of Canadians already support the Canada Disability Benefit. Back in Kitchener, for folks with disabilities who are getting access to the Ontario Disability Support Program, the shelter allowance they're receiving is $497 a month. How many apartments could someone afford in Kitchener on $497 a month? None whatsoever. This is why we need to be focused on a moral imperative to lift up Canadians living with disabilities and ensure that they have access to a dignified life across the country. Next, with respect to mental health, in the throne speech, there's talk of a focus on mental health in the same way as physical well-being because they're inseparable. I could not agree more. There is a shadow pandemic we're in the midst of with respect to mental health, and this is why we need to see increased commitments to mental health funding while recognizing the overdose crisis we're in the midst of as a result of a poison drug supply. In Kitchener, we had 99 preventable deaths across Waterloo Region last year alone. It was the second highest. We have groups like including the Canadian Chiefs of Police who are making very clear calls for the need to decriminalize simple possession while also working towards a safer supply. These are the policies that aren't mentioned in the throne speech that I would encourage the governing party to consider, recognizing the shared interest in making progress on mental health and addictions and saving lives across the country. Which brings me to the final point, to echo some comments we heard earlier from the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands with respect to addressing the climate crisis. To simply follow the science, that we are past time for talking about whether your plan is better than another party's plan, because the fact is that doesn't matter. All that matters is whether we choose to hold on to the possibility of keeping the potential for a maximum increase of a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in global temperatures. And this is true for people across my community, young and old, who are together saying enough is enough. That we have a moral imperative to ensure we provide a safe climate future for our kids, our nieces, our nephews, and our grandkids. In the words of Greta Thunberg, I'll share again, either we do it or we don't. Either we prevent a 1.5 degree of warming or we don't. Either we choose to go on as a civilization or we don't. We have that opportunity today. And so we could be looking to say, maybe this isn't the right time to be investing $18 billion in subsidies to fossil fuels, or to be purchasing and expanding a pipeline to further export more emissions around the world, and instead use those same funds. The funds that just last month that were announced for an emissions reduction fund that actually increased oil production, or this new tax credit being talked about for carbon capture and storage, each one of which is just another subsidy to fossil fuel interests that we could be repurposing and making that choice to invest in a just transition for workers on the front lines. That we could be using to build on the comments earlier with respect to the Canada Green Homes Grant. Great, $5,000 a month is a great start. Let's retrofit every building in the country and create millions of jobs as we do it. To take the kind of action that we all know is required if we're going to be honest about the science and follow through. And so in closing, that is my aspiration, is to continue to work with all parliamentarians in this place, recognizing we have that shared interest in listening to folks in our communities who are calling out to rise past the partisanship, rise past whatever one party is called for versus another, and to simply be honest about what scientists and young people and Indigenous leaders have been calling out for, whether that relates to, as I mentioned earlier, the cost of housing, whether it relates to addressing the mental health crisis that we're in, whether it relates to lifting up folks out of poverty or addressing the climate crisis, not just to do some good, but to go at the pace that scientists tell us is required. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go back a bit to the beginning of my colleague's speech with respect to social housing. Yes, there is a serious lack of housing, not only affordable housing, but also economically viable for most families. I'm not sure what the case is in his riding, but I know in my riding there are sometimes foreign companies that build condos that cost $2,500 a month, which isn't affordable. Even with a 10% rebate, that's not viable. So what are his options for solutions so that we can really offer something to our young people that is lasting, sustainable, and truly affordable? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much for that question from my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. It's an important one.
Just right. Because it's so important that we talk about not only the investments, but the policies that are required, not just for affordable, but dignified and quality housing. And so I'd look forward to a longer conversation with herself and other colleagues to talk not only about the investments, but the policies that are required. I mentioned some on taxation, for example. I mentioned co-op housing, other options around public and subsidized housing to ensure that they're truly affordable and dignified as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kitchener Centre for his focus on climate and housing in his speech. I certainly hear from folks in Elmwood Transcona who are struggling to access housing that's within their budget. And I'm also hearing from not just people who are struggling at the poverty line who can't find housing, but I'm hearing from folks who, in their time with a good middle class job, are able to afford a home for their family, but are really unable to imagine how it is that their children are going to be able to afford a home. So I'm wondering if the member can speak a little bit to some of the actions that the government could take to try and cool the housing market. Some even were in their own platform, but we haven't seen them moving on with a sense of urgency so far in this Parliament. And then also, I wonder, it's clear we do need a massive investment, not just in affordable housing, which too often that definition puts housing still out of reach for people. We need rent geared to income housing. And I'm wondering about how we could use a major capital campaign to build those units, but to do it in a way that is responsive to the climate crisis, and ensuring that we're doing that in a way that creates the most possible housing within reach for people who need it, in a way that creates the least possible emissions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, thanks to the Honourable Member from Elmwood Transcona for the question. Let me also thank him for his advocacy in this place for seniors in particular. Because, the questions he's asking around housing, so often it's the case, I didn't have a chance to mention it in my speech, but it's seniors across the country who are living often below the poverty line, who are often looking at the rising cost of housing and saying, and the anxiety that comes with recognizing whether they'll be able to continue to afford housing in the places in which they live. And so one example to the policies that the member was asking about, that the government has talked about, is a vacancy tax. That we could put in place a meaningful tax on homes that are purchased by investors with no interest in anyone ever living there. And while the government has talked about a 1% tax on non-resident, non-Canadians, we have examples across the country, in Vancouver, for example, where it's far broader. And that kind of a measure, again, could use those funds to reinvest. To the point around climate, another opportunity when it comes to no-interest loans, to ensure that low-income Canadians have access to the funding required for the energy upgrades to reduce the energy poverty across the country as well.
Now we have time for a quick snapper, as we'd say it out east. The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for covering so many great topics in his speech. I want to talk about affordable housing, because in Sarnia we have an affordable housing crisis, and because of the lack of action on the part of the Liberals, we're now seeing an increase in homelessness. And I wondered if he could comment on what that's like in his riding. Is he seeing the same thing?
The member for Kitchener Centre.
It is devastating. The tripling in the number of people in my community, back in Waterloo region, who are living rough, who are living unsheltered, and the variety of ways that they are impacted, not only with respect to housing, but when it comes to mental health as well. And I look forward to working with the Honourable Member to address the reality of the Canadians living across the country without access to safe and quality housing. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with member for Nickel Belt. I would like to thank the people of Nepean who elected me for the third time to this chamber. I promise to continue to work hard in delivering the services with the help of my staff and continue to represent them here in this august chamber. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank my family. My wife Sangeeta, whom I married for 31 years and knew her 4 years before. For 35 years, she has been a friend, an equal partner in everything I have done, and she is a solid rock with me. And I will also like to thank and recognize my son, our only son, Siddhant, who is a chartered accountant. He is a sounding board for many of the ideas, many of the thoughts I have in me working as a member of parliament. Whether, many a times he is a partner in very in-depth intellectual discussions, whether it is related to crypto economy, or whether it is related to MMT, modern monetary theory, or whether it is related to historical accords and linking those historical facts to the current geopolitical events. So it has been thanks to my family who have been with me throughout these years. And I would also like to thank the volunteers, the great group of volunteers who have helped me win this election for the third time in the row. One distinguishing feature of this campaign with this group of volunteers were 80% of my volunteers were students. These young Canadians who worked hard and helped me get elected. And it is these young Canadians, our children and our grandchildren, was the focus when I first entered politics. I entered politics with three main objectives. One of that is that I wanted to ensure Canadian society and economy remain robust and competitive in a global knowledge-based economy, thus securing prosperity for our children and grandchildren. Today, we are rich. Canada is prosperous because of the natural advantage we have in terms of natural resources. Our oil, our gas, minerals, metals, forestry products, combined with the hard work done by several generations of Canadians, we enjoy the prosperity, we enjoy this high standard of living today. But 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, these natural advantages will not be sufficient to ensure our continued prosperity. The global economy is going towards the knowledge-based economy, and I want to work hard that Canada is at the forefront of this knowledge-based economy. What are these? Let me just quickly go through some of the technologies that dominate this knowledge-based economy. Artificial intelligence, energy storage, quantum computing, robotics, genome sequencing, blockchain technologies. And these technologies in the knowledge-based economy, they don't affect the businesses, they just don't affect the corporate sector, not just the economy, but they have big impact on the entire Canadian society and our way of life. So it is very important for us to recognize this now and take actions so that we continue to be at this front end of these technologies. Let me give, in this knowledge-based economy, Mr. Speaker, the natural advantages we have will not ensure the prosperity because it's a flat world out there. Our children, young Canadians today, they have to compete with the young students of different parts of the world, whether it's in Sydney, Australia, Tokyo, Japan, or Shanghai, China, Frankfurt, Germany, Mumbai, India, everywhere there is competition in this knowledge-based economy because everybody has got a level playing field. So we need to empower our children to be quite competitive in that world. Let me quickly go through some of the specific examples and how they affect us. On artificial intelligence, 3 of the world's most accomplished and deep thinkers, one is Google former executive Eric Schmidt and Henry Kissinger and Daniel Hottenlover, they have recently written a book on artificial intelligence and the way it is transforming human society and what this technology means for all of us. Today, artificial intelligence learned to win chess by making moves human grandmasters had never conceived. Another AI discovered a new antibiotic analyzing molecular properties that human scientists did not understand. Now, artificial intelligence-powered jets are defeating experienced human pilots in simulated dogfights. Artificial intelligence is coming online in searching, streaming, medicine, education, and many other fields, and in doing so, transforming how humans are experiencing reality. Second quick point is the genomics. To sequence the first whole human genome in 2000, the Human Genome Project cost over $3.7 billion and it took 13 years of computing power. $3.7 billion with 13 years of computing power, that was in year 2000. Today, the same thing costs less than $1,000 and it just takes a few hours. And thirdly, the trillion-dollar transportation sector is actually changing dramatically today. The battery-powered vehicles are a reality. May not be so much in Canada, but is a big reality in China, in some parts of Europe, in the United States, and we have to invest to make it possible. I mean, we are also at the forefront of those technologies. On the issue of the batteries, Canada, we have the natural advantage of having the rare minerals that is required in the manufacturing of battery cells. What we need to do is that we should have a comprehensive plan to develop from mines to processing of the minerals to the manufacturing of the batteries and the packing of battery cells, and then obviously go into the vehicle production. So we need to do that, and we are still way far away from that. For the knowledge-based economy, we have invested in the last budget. We have made significant investments, about $440 million for the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy, $360 million to launch a national quantum strategy, $90 million for the Canadian Photonics Fabrication Center, $400 million in support of Pan-Canadian Genomic Strategy. So we have made these investments. And for a clean and green future, for transitioning from internal combustion engines to battery-operated electric vehicles, we have established a critical battery mineral center of excellence. I have called for the immediate establishment of a task force to develop and implement a comprehensive strategy for the development of mines to technology to battery manufacturing in Canada. We need Team Canada approach to understand the impact of these new technologies in the new knowledge-based economies, the impact that they're having not just in the economic sector, but also in the Canadian society, in your day-to-day life, and be ready for that. We need to keep Canada at the forefront of these new technologies in the knowledge-based economy to ensure that we continue to remain prosperous and the standard of living we enjoy today is available to our children and grandchildren too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Or, I want to get them all in the right order. Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for a fulsome explanation and how we should be using our natural resources and technology. We had a recent example where the government felt that it wasn't necessary to keep control of a lithium hydroxide mine because we don't have the capacity to do anything with it. And the member opposite also talked about batteries. But, Mr. Speaker, the future that we are looking forward to includes an energy source of nuclear fusion. Now, while the Chrétien government way back when decided that Canada wouldn't be a part of it, we are closer to the realization of actually being able to use it. And lithium is one of the factors, one of the components that they use in producing the plasma, which is concentrated with energy so that more energy comes out as opposed to go in, and that's how we will be powering our vehicles of the future. So I'd like to ask the member opposite, when we look at clean energy and the opportunity that nuclear fusion affords, what does he see in the technology and the AI that Canada has that we can have a piece of that so that our country can enjoy an aspect of this clean, smog-free, efficient fuel that's coming in the future?
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question on the question of lithium and other minerals that is required for the manufacture of battery for the next generation of technologies. I'm glad to state that Canada and the US are working hand in hand, and they're developing a comprehensive strategy for the development of mines, to the development of processing units, and to the battery manufacturers itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his speech. One of the things, as he was talking about the development of technology, that next generation, of course, it's also the next generation of incredible intellectuals and minds and workers and those in the fields of which he was talking about that will be trying to expand that economy and that knowledge base. But we're not, this government is not doing a good job of ensuring that those students have the ability to get the education that they need. There are incredible barriers in their way. The government has put forward some temporary supports for students, but when will this government permanently take away their collection of interest on student loans? When will they follow the NDP's lead on ensuring that students don't have to deal with those financial barriers so they can actually compete and fully give to this incredible next generation and our economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Students are very important. As I mentioned in my speech, we have to make Canada competitive and Canada be at the forefront of these technologies for the sake of our children and grandchildren. We need to make sure that our students are trained in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. These are the building blocks of the new knowledge-based economy. Whenever I go to schools, I tell the students, I ask them what do they want to do. If somebody wants to become a carpenter or a doctor or a lawyer, I say that is good. For the students who say that they don't know what is that they want to do, I always suggest them study math and physics. We need to invest, all levels of the governments need to invest in the education, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his very thoughtful speech. He mentioned at the beginning the issue of cryptocurrency, and like I too have a son, and we have these conversations about cryptocurrency, which I barely understand. But my son, and I dare say his son, actually do understand. I'd be interested in his thoughts about what the Government of Canada's role, particularly the Department of Finance's role, should be in the regulation and taxation of exchanges in cryptocurrency.
Honourable member for Nepean, or a short answer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. Crypto economy is new. It is just starting off. As my colleague emphasized, it is very important that we bring in the regulations to have an orderly market. Right now, it is wild west in this crypto economy across the world. So the governments of different countries need to sit together and bring uniform rules and regulations to manage this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to represent the people of Nickel Belt for a third time. And we're here today to talk about the speech from the throne.
Session resumed yesterday, and I'm grateful to be in Ottawa and representing the residents of Nickel Belt, and will continue to advocate on their priorities and strive to deliver solutions. Although these uncertain times have created challenges, there are so many opportunities afoot and move forward in a progressive and positive way. I'm looking forward to the debates in the House and also to the debates in my riding. The actions also over the last few days and the weekend by some of the protesters in our nation's capital raise serious public safety concerns and undermine our right to a safe, democratic process. There is no place for symbols of hate, for disrespectful actions on the tomb of the unknown soldier, to deface public property, or to intimidate residents, business owners, or parliamentary staff. The truckers have always been important to our country's economic prosperity. They have stepped up throughout the pandemic and remain essential. The safety of truckers continue to be our government's priority. That's why Transport Canada and the Canadian Border Services agencies have been closely working with the industry throughout this process to ensure that companies and drivers are prepared. To reiterate, both the Government of Canada and the United States have made being vaccinated a requirement to cross the border. Our path forward post-pandemic and beyond needs to be built on a foundation of respect, on a mitigation that's in mitigating the spread of misinformation. Social media reporting some of the events embolden the extra behavior, the extreme behavior, and leaves little room for positive, impactful, and real action. We must denounce further division based on fear. I encourage all of us here, all of our constituents, to connect with our members of the community on how to truly advance change. One way to do this, and one way to do that, is to be deeply engaged in the democratic process. That means showing up to vote, consuming credible information, and holding our elected officials accountable at election time and during the elections also, period. Your MP is your voice, and I am committed as ever to each of my residents of Nickel Belt. I've kept grassroots approach when engaging with Nickel Belt residents and will continue to meet individuals with varied opinions on topics whilst seeking to preserve the safety and development of the region. The right to protest is fundamental, but when we see movement propped up by hate, racism, intimidation, which has happened to my home and my family, we have to ask ourselves, what do we truly supporting? Wishing my colleagues, the residents of Ottawa, and all involved parties safe and peaceful resolutions to this convoy initiative happening today. Disagreement should not incite violence and threats. We are Canadian. Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity today to talk about building a resilient future, a cleaner and healthier future for our children. That's my #1 priority for my constituents in Nickel Belt. After facing this pandemic for 19 months, Canadians chose to vote for our Liberal plan in September. They gave us clear indications that they want to put COVID-19 behind them and help find real solutions to build a better future for Canadians. Today, we've laid out our Liberal plan that will involve the fight against COVID. It will also help make life more affordable and fight climate change. We're focusing on reconciliation, on helping Canadians become homeowners, and creating jobs for the middle class. The people of Nickel Belt expect all parliamentarians to focus on these important issues that matter to them. They want us to work together to get results. To build a better future, first of all, we need to get the pandemic under control, and we need to move forward with our work of vaccination. And I want to congratulate the people of Nickel Belt for their high vaccination rate. We will continue to encourage all eligible Canadians to get vaccinated against COVID-19. We will take measures to tackle wait lists for surgeries that were deferred due to COVID, and we will improve access to mental health treatment and dependency treatment. We need to come together in order to move forward on files that are important to our residents of our ridings.
The pandemic behind us, we will rebuild our economy and truly rebuild the economy for everyone. This is while tackling the high rising cost of living and tackling housing affordability and childcare. We have signed agreements with the provinces and hundreds of thousands of new spaces across the country, creating earlier learning and childcare system. Alors, lorsqu'on regarde...
So what is a resilient economy? It means growth and good jobs for the middle class. And it also means reducing our emissions and investing in public transit and encouraging the sale of electric vehicles. I'm proud of the work that Nickel Belt residents are doing in favor of green jobs and a green economy. And we need to move forward very quickly on climate change issues, not only to protect the environment, but also to help grow our economy in an inclusive manner. In Northern Ontario, we have experience building a green economy, even with the mining and forestry sectors.
To move faster on part of their reconciliation. Canadians have been horrified by the discovery of unmarked graves and burial sites located near former residential schools. As a country and a government, we must continue to tell the truth of these tragedies. We will continue to support Indigenous peoples and their communities by investing in distinct-based mental health and wellness strategies. And we will ensure fair and equitable compensation for those harmed by the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. I want to thank the 3 First Nations communities in Nickel Belt, the Tignimishin Anishinaabe, Wahnapété, and Matagami First Nations for their proactive roles they play in each of their communities. Nous avons une équipe libérale qui va continuer.
We have a Liberal team that will continue to work to protect all people, regardless of their origin, language, or the color of their skin. We will also defend the LGBTQ community, and we will ban conversion therapy. As Minister of the Official Languages, I'm also eager to table a new Official Languages Act, and we will continue to promote French all across Canada, including in Northern Ontario. French is very important for me and my constituents, and we will continue to work very closely with them to find solutions to grow the economy, create jobs in Northern Ontario, and build a better Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. I'm going to go online quickly to the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwananook Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to ask my colleague, since he shared his reflections on the disturbing demonstrations we have seen over the last few days come out of our nation's capital, I'd like to ask his views on how unacceptable it is that members of the Conservative Party, even the Conservative leader himself, have shown support for these demonstrations. And yes, they've provided caveats in the last 24 hours, but shouldn't we as leaders be not only standing up unequivocally against hateful, racist, discriminatory displays we've seen over the last few days, but also should we not be calling for leadership in the sense of asking these demonstrators to leave Ottawa and really to find ways to build, to stand against hate in our communities and build safer and healthier communities for all.
Remind the member to get that mic a little bit further away. Little choppy, but not too bad this time. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, and thank you, my honourable member, for the question. The importance here is we need to reach out to Canadians. We need to reach out to individuals. They need to be heard. We need to find solutions. We need to do this as all parties in the House of Commons. It's so important. Yes, we call out hate. We will call out the violence. But more importantly, we need together to find a solution to make sure we understand why certain individuals are not getting vaccinated. We need to understand why there's threats, why there is misinformation. But together we need to find a way to make sure that we support our healthcare workers, we support our nurses, we support our doctors. The hospitalization rates are really high. We also have a lot of cancellations. So that's why being there to listen, to protest, but we need to get some resolution, move forward. Protesters have made their point, and let's move forward. Merci.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I read the throne speech, I don't see much new in there compared to the last Parliament. And I see a lot of the same thing being stated once again. The $620 million for elections. If we just keep doing what we've already been doing, why and where should that money have been used for our society? Although I'm very happy to have been re-elected. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Liberal government has spent $8 out of $10 spent to support provinces and municipalities, individuals, and businesses. We have been there to support the provinces, as I mentioned. It is important that we continue to play that role. But we also, as I said, need to look at how we can help our economy recover, how we can transition towards greener jobs. We had our democratic election in the fall. Canadians have spoken, and Canadians and people in Nickel Belt are telling me that they want politicians here in Ottawa to work together to find solutions to move forward. Thank you.
Comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say in response to the member opposite, he talked a lot about democracy and rights and freedoms in his speech. And the Conservatives on this side of the aisle will always stand for the rights and freedoms of Canadians, and we will always call out bad and unacceptable behaviors like violence and desecration. When is the party on the other side of the aisle going to start standing up for the charter rights that are being trampled right now? And I think I would also agree with the former member that spoke that said we shouldn't have hate and racist comments, especially not from the Prime Minister. Perhaps the member opposite could respond.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt. Short answer.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. En français, c'est toujours, je me trompe toujours avec les termes. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I know we've sat on several committees together working to find common solutions. the tone of the question is a bit disappointing because we have to look at how do we look at both parties. Official opposition party of the government is there to support the freedom and individual rights of individuals. We have to continue doing that. We have to respect the charter, but we also have to look at how do we get out of this pandemic. It's a health crisis all across the world. We have to find ways to get vaccination and get the economy up and running again. Merci.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to say Happy New Year to all my colleagues here and to you, Mr. Speaker, and just say how great it is to physically be back here in the House with everybody. Last November's throne speech brought us to standard empty words with no real plan to solve any of the numerous problems Canadians are facing today. Home affordability, inflation, rising home heating costs, a supply chain disaster, and a labor shortage crisis that we see in this country. Everyday Canadians who don't have access to a trust fund like this Prime Minister are hurting the most. And this government would paint a happy picture and say, nothing to see here, all is good. The people of Calgary Forest Lawn are some of the hardest hit by this out-of-touch Prime Minister's failing policies. He is out there virtue signaling, dividing Canadians, while my constituents live paycheck to paycheck. Some of them are worried about where their next meal comes from, or how they will pay rent, let alone an even more expensive carbon tax. I really shouldn't be shocked. This is the same Prime Minister that doesn't think about monetary policy or how his massive money printing operation will affect Canadians. It's just inflation. Instead of focusing on growing the economy, empowering entrepreneurs, and attracting investors, the Prime Minister sells Canadian companies to China without any national security review. He ignores the untapped potential of Alberta's oil and gas sector, and instead he imports oil from countries like Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. While he might be making the Green left happy with his leave-it-in-the-ground mentality, Canadians suffer the most with his ridiculous policies. Our energy industry's environmental, social, and governance standards are the highest in the world, and supporting this sector creates good-paying Canadian jobs. This mismanagement doesn't just stop with the economy. We have seen this government's failure to stand up for Canadian interests abroad. The Prime Minister and his cabinet would rather get close with the Communist Party of China than the people in Hong Kong standing up for democracy and freedom. Our global commitment to our allies is weak at best. In Ukraine, the Canadian government would rather give a loan and some non-lethal equipment than the defensive weapons that they need. Other NATO countries, like the US and the UK, are supplying Ukraine with weapons, and European countries have committed ships and fighter jets to the defense of our ally. After what we saw in Afghanistan, we cannot be surprised that this government would rather deliver flowery statements than roll up its sleeves and get to work to defend our friends. And much like what happened in Afghanistan, this is a pure failure on this government's part. Mr. Speaker, around 10,000 Afghan interpreters and their families remain stranded. Those people who served the Canadian government and alongside our brave Canadian forces are now forgotten by this Liberal government. They are hunted by Taliban fighters looking for retribution while this government stands by idly. This Prime Minister pats himself on the back for a job well failed while saying it's too hard to help the people on the ground. My office has received dozens and dozens of emails from Afghan refugees stuck in Afghanistan. They have applied for the special immigration programs, but still, IRCC has ignored them. The government only sends auto replies or leaves people on red. The stories these refugees are sharing with my office are heartbreaking. Families having their homes taken by the Taliban, parents and siblings shot, and children being left to starve. The humanitarian situation is so bad that parents are now selling their children and organs to try and earn money to feed starving family members. Mr. Speaker, of the 40,000 promised Afghan refugees, there have been about 7,000 who have made it to Canada. Only 4,300 of those 7,000 were refugees who applied under the Special Immigration Program for people who assisted the Government of Canada. Instead of working with veterans and NGOs to get the most vulnerable out of Afghanistan, or even the private sponsors willing to assist in resettling refugees in Canada, IRCC has shut everyone out. To say the situation in Afghanistan is dire would be an understatement. Yet IRCC, Global Affairs, National Defense, and the Prime Minister continue to be uncoordinated. There is no plan, and there seems to be no hope for our allies left behind in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, a lack of a plan seems to be standard with this Liberal government. At IRCC, things are worse as thousands of immigrants remain stuck in the government's massive backlogs. These Liberals say they will continue increasing immigration levels while also reducing wait times. Yet IRCC has not released a proper plan. As of December, over 1.8 million immigration applications were stuck in this Liberal-made backlog, and it's growing. So many newcomers are stuck, waiting months or years for applications to be processed. These are families that remain separated, businesses that are looking to fill spots. This is hurting our economy and hurting families. We have several ongoing cases in my office that haven't moved since even before the pandemic. Earlier this month, I wrote a letter to the Minister of Immigration asking him to finally deliver a plan to clear this Liberal-made backlog. I have not heard a response, and 1.8 million people are still waiting for theirs. Newcomers to Canada deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. That honestly starts by developing a reliable, transparent, and effective immigration system. Our country cannot afford to shut out hardworking immigrants, entrepreneurs, and investors looking to come to Canada to live the Canadian dream. Temporary foreign workers and Canadian employers cannot wait years to get LMIAs processed and their applications approved. Our economy cannot handle the growing labor shortage crisis. The economic impact of this historic and increasing backlog costs billions to our economy and costs Canadian businesses their future. It seems these Liberals are focused on immigration for political gain instead of helping people looking to come to Canada. As it stands now, children, spouses, and grandparents are left separated from their loved ones. Parents miss the birth of their child, their first steps, and even graduations. Families cannot say goodbye to their loved ones or attend funerals, all due to this Liberal-made backlog in immigration. No one should be punished with family separation in this country simply because they want to start a new life here. The Liberals' mismanagement of the immigration system is absolutely unacceptable. Now is the time to have a real concrete plan. The clock is ticking, and immigrants and Canadians deserve to know how long it will take to clear this historic backlog. Now is not the time for more empty promises and flashy announcements that lead nowhere. So many people are waiting for answers, hoping to call Canada home. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of the division and arrogance showed by this government. So, as we begin a new session of Parliament, let us address the concerns of everyday Canadians. This government must clear the backlogs at IRCC and get our allies in Afghanistan out of harm's way. We must stand up to the regimes in China, Russia, and Afghanistan. We must show the world that Canada still has the guts to be peacekeepers, defenders of democracy, and advocates for freedom. At home, this Liberal Prime Minister must reduce inflation and improve Canada's cost of living. And as an Albertan, I will never stop fighting for Canada's energy industry, even when Ottawa gives in to special interests and foreign influences. My colleagues and I in the Conservative caucus will continue to give a voice to all Canadians, especially those left behind by this Liberal government. Canada is a crossroads, and choosing the status quo is a recipe for disaster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for, I almost had it there. Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I do have concerns right now. In the speech from the throne, it says the government is continuing to work on reform of policing in Canada, yet we haven't seen any action. In fact, right now, we're hearing from land defenders, from Indigenous communities that see a double standard happening in Canada. We've got right now a protest that's keeping Ottawa under siege. Seniors, people living with disabilities can't access medicine or food. In Alberta, and in the member's home province, Mr. Speaker, right now, those same types of protesters are keeping that border, not just an artery, but the border under siege. Goods and services are actually starting to get destroyed by waiting. Workers can't get access to medicine and food. Does my colleague not agree that there's a double standard? And what does he propose to unlock the seizure? And does he think that this is acceptable behavior?
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. In regards to the Coutts border, and that's what I think my honourable colleague is talking about, I think the Premier of Alberta had made it very clear that he's asked for that to be cleared up. But I really want to talk about what the underlying messaging of what these hardworking truckers is, and they just want to be heard. My colleague from the other side had said that everyone needs to be listened to, yet this Prime Minister and this Liberal caucus refuses to listen to the real concerns of hardworking, everyday Canadians. There's more division in this country than we've ever seen before, caused by this Prime Minister name-calling, pitting one region against another, one industry against another, and one group against another. Real leadership unites people. It brings people together. Even though we all have differing ideas and ideologies, leadership, true leadership, brings people together.
A commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. We started last night on the Afghanistan Committee really digging deep into the situation in Afghanistan. We're hearing horrific stories, desperation, despair, an economy that's collapsing, and there was lack of preparation on the part of the Canadian government to really be prepared for that crisis developing. Based on what we're hearing so far and what he's heard from his constituents, how much did the Canadian government let not just the people of Afghanistan down, but Canadians who are in Afghanistan?
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Barrie-Innisfil for the question and his great advocacy for the people in Afghanistan. Look, the failure in Afghanistan started well before this Prime Minister called a very selfish election, abandoning those that served Canada and putting $650 million more debt onto Canadians. This started way back, way before that, because there was refugees of Hazara, Sikh, and Hindu faith that were stuck in Afghanistan for many, many years. I personally was honored to sponsor a family from there in 2015. And what I saw through my own experience was it took this Liberal government 4 years to bring over a persecuted family, a family that was afraid that their daughter would be kidnapped, forcefully married, raped, while she was just going to school every single day. And it took this government, who knew that, 4 years to get that family here. So this epic failure in Afghanistan is a trend by this Liberal government. They need to step up and take the recommendation seriously and defend and stand up for those that stood up for Canada in their time of need.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Indeed, the situation in Afghanistan and the calls for help are alarming. And there is also another immigration situation, which is less dangerous, but which is also leading to economic problems in Quebec and in the provinces, and in my riding. Foreign students, especially Francophone foreign students, who are systematically seeing their applications turned down. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that situation and what should be done to improve the immigration system.
for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I really appreciate the question from my honourable colleague from Quebec. And maybe just to inform her that this is a study that we're currently doing inside of the Immigration Committee, inside of SIM. It's very alarming, this report that came out of this systemic racism that's been taking place within IRCC. It's not only discriminating its own employees, but much like what my honourable colleague was talking about, for those people from Africa, there's reports of them being called the Dirty 30. That's what Africa is being referred to. This is very concerning. I had questioned this immigration minister about that when I was the first time I could in the last session. He was patting himself on the back again for a job well failed. There is no action plan to address racism. And I'll say it again. What can we expect from that Minister of Immigration to address racism when he couldn't even stand up to the Prime Minister's racist blackface? So until we can see that addressed, I don't think that we can put very much confidence that this Liberal government is serious about addressing racism in IRCC.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course it's always a privilege to get up and speak in this House on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon West. Nearly 6 months ago, we had an election call, and the Liberal Party leader said this was the most important election since World War II. It's taken him months to swear in his cabinet and recall Parliament. It's been 69 days since the throne speech, and MPs are still here in this House debating that very first item of business on the government's agenda. And just some context, we had the election, we had Thanksgiving, Remembrance Day, Christmas, New Year's, and now it's February, and we're still talking about this. And I would suggest that this government is tired. It's struggling to get anything done. And fair enough, it's been difficult with COVID for all these months, but this is exactly when our leaders need to step up and provide that inspiring leadership. This is when we need to lead. With this in mind, there's two main things that I want to discuss today. One are the trucker convoy protests, and secondly, the situation in the Ukraine. Now, you can't help but notice the protests that are going on outside here today. And if you're listening to the Liberals, the NDP, or the media, you would think that Ottawa was under attack by these protesters. The NDP leader said, quote, "I'm concerned by extremist elements that are spreading misinformation and attempting to turn the convoy into a version of the terrorist attacks on the U.S. Capitol," end quote. I think the leader of the NDP needs to be concerned about his own spreading of misinformation. Truth is, this was all started by our hardworking truckers, tired of COVID restrictions. And if you spent any time among them, you would have seen tens of thousands of people of all races, colors, genders, sexual orientations, languages, protesting vaccine mandates peacefully. You would see families, including young children, either joining in the protest or encouraging them on. Now, we also saw a few bad seeds joining in, and this is common for any public protest these days. Look at any Black Lives Matter event and you'll see a few troublemakers. And in Canada, we've seen troublemakers knock the head off of Queen Victoria's statue in Manitoba, tear down Sir John A. in Montreal, and put flags on Terry Fox here. And we in this room condemn all of that. And of course, I condemn anyone promoting hate speech or hate symbols in this protest. But I've also seen in this protest people picking up garbage, people cleaning up, people praying at the tomb of the unknown soldier. These are stories that the media fails to report. Listen, I'm not saying that I agree with everything they're protesting about, not at all. But when such a large group of Canadians takes time off work and spends their hard-earned money to come to Ottawa, we have to hear them out. We have to listen to what they are saying. And I'm calling on all of us politicians to meet with these folks, listen to what they have to say, even if you don't agree with them. They deserve to be heard. And I'm asking the Prime Minister to talk with these folks. Don't be afraid of them. Don't hide. Go and actually talk to them. You might be surprised with what they say. If you talk to them, you'll find normal, hard-working people, tired of COVID. They want an end to lockdowns, vaccine mandates, and disruptions. Now, regarding the vaccine mandate for truckers specifically, what they're asking for is very similar to what Conservatives have been saying since last summer. First, we've been encouraging people to get vaccinated. Next, we've been encouraging employers to make accommodations for those people who don't want to get vaccinated. Specifically for truckers, our leader has been calling for measures to accommodate truckers since before Christmas. But there's something else deeper here. It's the thing causing tens of thousands of Canadians to honk their horns in support of the truckers. It's at the root of this whole thing. People are tired of lockdowns. On this, I believe the protesters share the feelings of a great many Canadians. The question in a nutshell is, how do we get back to normal? Now, I've always supported and encouraged vaccinations, and a great many of these protesters are vaccinated. In fact, we know that about 90% of truckers in Canada are vaccinated. But Canadians are tired. The government actions so far have had undesired side effects. There's tremendous division in our country. Good luck if you're on a surgery waiting list right now. Loneliness and mental health have brought much despair to people, causing suicides to go up. In short, we're giving up on all the things that give us life. And it's been 2 years. We're into the umpteenth variant, and thankfully they're getting less deadly as we move forward. And people just want to know, where do we go from here? Now, on vaccinations, Canada's stated goal is to achieve 80% of adults vaccinated for diseases like the flu. And COVID is no different. And here's the good news. We're there. Canada has greater than 80% of our population vaccinated. We're among the highest in the world. The Prime Minister last July, he said, quote, "The country should be aiming to get more than 80% of the eligible population vaccinated if we're going to be safe," end quote. We're there. We've achieved our goal. Let's celebrate and start working to dismantle some of the restrictions. Now let's look at Saskatchewan. We've taken a less lockdown approach here. We've had no restrictions on restaurants and no gathering limits for the past few months. And rather than government restrictions, what we've done is empowered our people to do their own rapid tests and then make their own decisions about whether to gather or not. The result of this is that COVID in Saskatchewan is the same or a bit better than everywhere else in Canada. In our experience, strict government regulations and restrictions are not a factor in the results. In fact, more loosening is coming to Saskatchewan very soon. The Premier has said that Saskatchewan will be ending our proof of vaccination policy in the very near future. Why is that? Because the policy has achieved the goal it set out to do. We have successfully gotten people vaccinated. So, back to the truckers' protest. They want to know when this is going to end. They want to know that all this sacrifice has been leading somewhere. And many scientists now agree that we need to learn to live with COVID. That's what the truckers are asking for. And most Canadians would agree. Let's find a way back to a new normal. Instead of creating division, it's time for our leaders to step up and lead. Now, on Ukraine, Canada's overseas foreign relations are also looking very tired. Once a trusted ally and reliable partner, the Liberals have reduced Canada to a bit player with little to offer our allies. And now we're facing something we haven't since World War II. We're moving from peace to the prospect of war in Europe. Our allies in Ukraine are asking us for help. And we're offering hollow words, gestures, and hashtags when our friends and allies are asking for much more. Now, there's a significant Ukrainian diaspora in Saskatchewan. Over 16% of Saskatchewan's population is of Ukrainian origin. Canada has the third largest ethnic Ukrainian population on the planet. And I grew up in Yorkton, Saskatchewan, which had a very large Ukrainian population. And community get-togethers as a kid always involved awesome food like borscht, pierogies, cabbage rolls. And of course, in Saskatchewan, we're very proud of our Governor General, Raina Tishin, from Ukrainian heritage. Conservatives are fully supportive of Ukrainians throughout Canada and the democratically elected government of Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine. In my riding of Saskatoon West, the Ukrainian community has reached out to me. On Sunday, Martin Zip, president of the All Saints Ukrainian Orthodox Brotherhood, wrote me as follows: "We call on you to support accelerating a NATO membership action plan for Ukraine, increasing sanctions on Russia, ensuring that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline never becomes operational, increasing the provision of military equipment and defensive weapons to Ukraine, extending and expanding Operation Unifier." Well, after us pushing the issue, the Liberals finally agreed to extend the training mission Unifier by 3 years. And they also provided a $120 million loan. But this fails very short of what our friends actually asked for. What about the other requests? Conservatives are calling for providing lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine. The Ukrainians are facing a much larger, much better equipped Russian army right on their doorstep. In their hour of need, they're begging their allies for support and equipment. Other nations have answered the call. The US, the UK, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Czech Republic, they're all there. Where's Canada? We're sending tweets. We also need to restore RadarSat imaging that was previously provided when we were in government. This is a key intelligence information that is world-class. It's a very simple thing that we can do to help our friends in their hour of need. Now, what about the request for sanctions? Sanctions on American and European goods and services technology could do significant damage to the Russian economy. We could remove Russia from the SWIFT banking system. We could impose Magnitsky sanctions on the individuals holding the wealth of Putin and other Russian leaders. This would freeze their assets outside of Russia. Our tired Liberal government needs to step up and help our friend in their time of need. I long for the days when Canada was a real leader on the world stage. I remember when Prime Minister Harper looked Putin in the eye and said, "Get out of Ukraine." Today, Canada is missing in action. So, Ukraine across the planet, truckers here at home, what do they have in common? A tired Liberal NDP government in Ottawa that's run out of ideas. The throne speech said, quote, "Canada must stand up on the pressing challenges of our time," end quote. Nearly 6 months of pressing challenges. Truckers, Ukraine, inflation, housing crisis. Very little engagement, very little action. This is a tired government intent on creating division rather than leading. It's time for us to step up and lead. It's time for the last and final chapter of the COVID era. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his speech. He asked the question of when will it end. I think that's a live question for all of us, truckers and non-truckers alike. When will it end? Does he actually think that there is an answer to when COVID will end? We've had, 3, 4 waves of COVID, and who knows, maybe tomorrow there's another one coming. First question is, why does he actually think that that's an answerable question? The second question is, why is it that the focus of the complaints by the truckers is here? The mandates for masks, the mandates for distancing, et cetera, in Ontario are largely done at the Queen's Park. And yet I don't see any protests there, which is where the large, as I understand their complaints, the large bulk of their complaints comes from. So if he could answer those two questions, I'd appreciate it.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, the protest that you saw in Toronto was about denouncing Israel, and unfortunately we never saw anything about that on the news because that's not apparently important to our media. But the real question, I guess, is will this end, and is it possible to make this end? I would submit to you that large problems require creative solutions. And if we do nothing, then the member is exactly right. This will never end. We'll just keep in this cycle of a variant and a lockdown and a variant and a lockdown. And that's what I'm calling on. That's what I think the truckers, and I think that's what all Canadians want, is they want us as leaders to show some creativity, to show some different ways of attacking this problem. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the same result, defined as insanity, right? So we need to try different things, and yes, I think we can conquer this, and I think we can find a way to live with whatever COVID looks like going into the future and normalize it and get on with our lives and start living again.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speak. In his speech, I heard him say that people were fed up and that people were protesting. He did as well on the Hill over the past week. Many Canadians also share those feelings in terms of the health measures that are weighing on our activities and lifestyles. And I am well aware, Mr. Speaker, that many of our fellow Canadians are looking forward to seeing these measures end. But I'd like to ask my colleague if he's been in a hospital or a long-term care home or in a health centre in general to measure the state of the troops. What state is the personnel in and the shortages they're seeing there? These people are exhausted, and they're asking for us to maintain health measures so we can get through this crisis. We're going to need our healthcare personnel after the crisis, so we have to look at this now. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that.
Saskatoon West.
I thank my colleague for the question. It's a great question, and there is no question that our healthcare workers and our healthcare providers in our country deserve medals of honor. They've been working extremely hard, and all of us in this House, I think, would salute them. And I think what it's really shown is that we have a deficiency of healthcare in our country. we don't have a large enough, our budgets need to get higher in this area because we do not have enough resources. Our hospitals are overtaxed at the best of times, and our care homes need help. I mean, all of these things have come to light because of COVID. So I believe that we need to work harder. We need to thank our healthcare workers. We need more of them, and we need more resources in the healthcare field. Thanks.
Time for another quick question. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
And I must say I was disturbed by the remarks from the member for Saskatoon West. I just want to cite some figures here from yesterday. The total number of confirmed cases of COVID in British Columbia, 324,615. New cases yesterday, 4,075. Total deaths, 2,616. Hospitalized cases, 1,048. Intensive care, 138. So the member acts as if COVID is gone, and then we can simply give up following public health care advice and give in to the pressure group, which represents a tiny minority of truckers. Does he really believe we can get out of this COVID pandemic without following public health measures?
Yeah, here. The honourable member for Saskatoon West, very short answer.
First of all, I'm not saying that we should not follow public health measures, but I'm giving you a perspective from Saskatchewan. We've taken a bit of a different approach. We've had less lockdowns, less restrictions, and the results have been similar. So there are ways that we can manage through this using our creativity, and we can do this.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood, and we'll try to get the full 5 minutes in, but we'll come close to the end here.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Well, at least this way, honourable members will have something to look forward to after question period. Yeah. So let me say first off that I'm splitting my time with the honourable member from Humber River Black Creek. Whatever time I do have, I'm splitting it with her. It's my first opportunity to kind of thank the people of Scarborough-Guildwood for their re-election. This will be my 24th year in the House of Commons, 9 elections, halfway. Some might have questioned the sanity of the citizens of Scarborough-Guildwood, but I am quite grateful. I'm also, yeah, that's right. I'm also grateful to the small army of volunteers that have helped me over the years to be here and to represent the people of Scarborough-Guildwood. For some apparent reason, they seem to think I'm continuing to do a decent job, and I hope to continue to work for their faith. But I know it's always a dangerous thing to thank individuals, Mr. Speaker, but I want to particularly recognize the work of Layla and Mina and Atik and Natasha and Mark and Napas, all of whom worked 24/7 for the entire election period. And of course, this was a pretty challenging election for all of us. We had to do things differently. And finally, and far from least, I want to thank my wife, Carolyn, who has been at my side for these last 24 years, actually far more than these 24 years. She's an amazing woman with amazing accomplishments, and probably the most amazing thing of all is that she continues to love me and be married to me. So I know we're all grateful for miracles. Mr. Speaker, I originally wrote out these, or started to write out these thoughts in November, because that's when the speech on the throne started, the reply to the speech on the throne started, and here we are 6-8 weeks later, and I looked over my notes the other day, and they are somewhat irrelevant at this point, in part because if they say a week is a long time in politics, in truth, 2 months is even longer, and so I've had to do a rewrite. I see you're getting a little anxious, Mr. Speaker. You're not anxious yet? Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to make you anxious then. So, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has changed everything, and and I want to just turn to the topic at hand and concentrate on the issues of the economy, and I hope to add a little bit more light than heat, but that's not always true in this chamber. So I've noted a lot of discussion about inflation, something in the order of 4.8% last month. The United States is 7%. There's this endless conversation about whether we're better than the OECD average or poorer than the OECD average. The comparators become kind of a little meaningless over time. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, this is a worldwide phenomenon. And Canada, as a large trading nation where 40% of our GDP is dependent on trade, is particularly vulnerable to the economic currents outside of its borders. So for the time being, at least, inflation will be a reality and a preoccupation of this government and indeed any government. Second point I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, again, assuming I have a little bit of time, is on the issue of interest rates. Currently, rates are quite low, but I was gratified to hear the Bank of Canada's governor indicate that it is going to be addressed, and he is on the way to addressing that. I personally would have preferred a little bit action a little bit sooner, because I too was consumed with, if you will, the grocery aisle indicator of inflation. So after this, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to expanding on these profound thoughts, which I know my honourable colleagues will wait in their seats to hear what I have to say after question period. Thank you.
I want to thank the member for Scarborough-Guildwood. You have 5 minutes when you return after proceedings. Statement by members. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all of my colleagues, staff, my constituents in Richmond Centre, and Asian communities across Canada a happy Lunar New Year. Today is the first day of the lunar calendar, and we're entering the Year of the Tiger, a symbol of strength and bravery. Canadians have always demonstrated resilience and the ability to come together when needed the most. Although celebrations may continue to look different this year, I hope everyone has the opportunity to exchange warm wishes with friends, families, and loved ones. With the courage of the tiger, let us reflect on the years we've had and remain strong as we finish this fight against COVID-19. Let us look forward to a brighter and better future, and I wish everyone celebrating a joyful Lunar New Year filled with prosperity, success, and above all, good health. Happy Lunar New Year, Bonne année lunaire, Chak Mang Nam Moi, San Nian Fai Lo, Gong Xi Fa Cai. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, Canadians have endured some of the most difficult times in a generation, while charities from across this great country have stepped up to help families in need by providing much-needed services. They too are struggling to help provide help that is so desperately needed. Charities have not been receiving the contributions that they need to do their work, as their traditional donors simply cannot afford to support them the way they have in the past. As members of this House, we can all work together to address this crucial issue through common sense and compassionate decision-making. The bottom line is, when charities are hurting, people are hurting, Mr. Speaker. That's why I rise today hoping to inspire all members to lend a helping hand to charities across Canada through thoughtful amendments to the Income Tax Act that incentivize charitable giving so that these organizations can access the funding they desperately need in order to help protect our country's most vulnerable citizens.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. This past December, Senneville, a historic municipality on the western shores of the island of Montreal, lost a true stalwart, a leader whose name was synonymous with the town's deep sense of civic engagement and commitment to quality of life. George McLeish was Senneville's longest-serving mayor, occupying the office from 1995 to 2013, interrupted only when island suburbs were briefly merged into the city of Montreal. George was a dynamic political presence whose energy and love of his community were the defining qualities of his leadership. As a mayor, he focused on maintaining the town's character while favoring a practical approach to addressing change in the best interests of residents. I ask members to join me in offering our sincerest condolences to George's wife, Barbara, and children, Kristen, Darcy, and Adam.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I learned of the death of a friend and an important man from Abitibi, the former member of the National Assembly, Jean-Paul Bordelot. He was elected for the Parti Québécois in the riding of Abitibi-Est in 1976 and then re-elected in 1981. During his years as parliamentarian, Mr. Bordelot held positions as parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Labour and Income Security, and later to the Minister of Energy and Resources. He also chaired the Committee on Labour and the Economy in 1985. After retiring from political life, Mr. Bordelot did not rest. He held many positions. He was employed in the Evaluation Department of the City of Val-d'Or. He was a political attaché to the Member of Parliament for Abitibi-Esque, André Pelletier, a member of the Council of Elders and the Val-d'Or Historical Society, and many others. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and myself, I offer my sincere condolences to his wife and 2 children. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, this year, at the beginning of February, the Canadian government has chosen the theme February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. I just want to interrupt the Honourable Member. Does he have a proper headset? I'm going to continue unless he has the headset handy.
On fait sûr qu'on entend tout ce que...
We want to make sure that we can hear everything that the Honourable Member has to say. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, for the month of February, I'm just going to interrupt the Honourable Member once more. I'm actually going to move on to the next person on the list, and I want to give him the time to make sure that his headset is working properly, okay? I'll come back to him in just a couple of minutes. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are frustrated and angry with this government's failed pandemic response. They have had enough government overreach, mandates, and infringements on their rights and freedoms. They are losing hope, have lost trust in this government, and are tired of the Liberal refusal to provide a recovery plan. The truckers and the Peaceful Freedom Convoy has given voice to millions of Canadians who want their country back, who want their lives back, and who want their rights and freedoms preserved. These truckers and those who support their message are the working class Canadians who have kept our shelves stocked and the economy rolling. They, like all Canadians, deserve to be respected and treated fairly. They want to be heard. However, according to the Prime Minister, anyone who opposes the loss of freedoms and rights is a hate group. Enough. Enough of ineffective lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates. Enough smearing of alienated Canadians. Enough of the ineffective policies and rules. Enough division. Prime Minister, you are on notice. Stop the division, start listening to Canadians, and find solutions, or find a new line of work.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, as I regularly check in with constituents across Whitby, I've heard time and time again that home ownership continues to be less attainable and affordable housing is increasingly difficult to find. That is why I was encouraged to see the Prime Minister appoint Canada's first ever Minister of Housing, who I had the pleasure of joining just 2 weeks ago to announce $10.3 million in funding for Durham Region. This investment is part of our government's Rapid Housing Initiative and will support the rapid creation of 42 new affordable housing units, and specifically will support the expansion of Otters Creek Housing Cooperative in Whitby. This will have a meaningful impact on lifting some of our most vulnerable citizens out of housing need, including seniors, individuals with developmental disabilities, and those living with mental illness and addictions. Canadians deserve a safe and affordable place to call home, Mr. Speaker, and I know that work is making an impact across Canada with investments like this in my community.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, can you hear me clearly this time? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, for the month of February, the Canadian government has chosen the theme February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. Celebrations will be held all across the country. In my riding of Bourassa, we're dedicating these events to the memory of Dawn Harley Fils-Aimé, who passed away on January 11th. Dawn made an important contribution as a teacher, musician, and co-organizer of Black History Month. He used his many talents to serve young people. In June 2019, I had the honor of awarding him the Bourassa Member of Parliament Medal to celebrate his contribution. Today, I want to honor the memory of this exceptional man and offer my sincere sympathies to his family and to the residents of North Montreal who miss him deeply. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, representing Richmond Hill has given me the privilege to learn about different cultures, join in their celebration, and most notably, enjoy a lot of delicious foods. I'm delighted to rise today to acknowledge the beautiful celebration of Lunar New Year that's taking place today, February 1st, as many Canadians with roots in a variety of Asian culture, such as those with Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and many more backgrounds, will mark the start of their calendar year. My riding is home to many of these vibrant communities, a majority of whom will also be observing the beginning of the Year of the Tiger. This is a year that signals bravery, courage, and confidence, the characteristics that many of us had to demonstrate as we cope with the pandemic. Many celebrations may be virtual this year, but I will surely be attending a few online and enjoying some traditional dumpling in between. Gong Hei Fa Choi, Gong Si Fa Chai, New Hien Koi Lo. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Rob Warman, who passed away January 15th. Originally from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Rob joined the RCMP in 1951 out of high school and was posted to Newfoundland. Later, he would fondly share stories of chasing rum runners from St. Pierre and Miquelon. In 1954, Rob joined the RCAF Service Police, later the MPs, beginning an association that would last over 60 years. Never one to slow down, Rob joined the Law and Security program as a professor at Georgian College. He was a city builder, serving on Barrie City Council for 21 years, volunteering for many organizations, including the Royal Canadian Legion, and was instrumental in Barrie becoming a twin city of Zweibrücken, Germany. Rob returned to his Air Force roots, proudly serving as honorary colonel of 16 Wing at Base Borden from 2006 to 2010. On behalf of everyone in Barrie Innisfil who knew and loved Rob, I want to extend my sincere condolences to his wife Alice of 60 years, his children, who he often said haven't turned out half bad, and 5 grandchildren. Per ardua ad astra, Rob. Rest easy, our friend.
Bravo. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Suicide Prevention Week in Quebec.
To all the families and loved ones of those we have lost to suicide, and to those who have struggled and have seen people struggle with suicidal thoughts.
I want all Canadians to know that if they're struggling, or if they know someone who's struggling, they should seek help. Talk about it. No one should feel ashamed to ask for help. In fact, with this year's theme, Talking About Suicide Saves Lives, the goal is to encourage people to use the digital space to share what they're thinking and experiencing. We all have an important role to play. Offering support and a listening ear, free of judgment, can make all the difference for someone who's suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal recipient and longtime Kootenay resident Carmen Purdy passed away on November 24th, 2021. At the age of 82. He will be missed. Carmen was a fierce supporter for the wildlife management and the Kootenay way of life. He founded and was co-chair of the Kootenay Wildlife Heritage Fund, whose mission was to conserve wildlife through land acquisition and winter feeding. He also served on the board of the Nature Trust of British Columbia and the Agricultural Land Commission. His knowledge on the subject of wildlife was unparalleled in Kootenay, Columbia. He is blessed to have been the beneficiary of his passionate commitment to this work. I am grateful for his many contributions both to our communities and the wildlife that surround them. Today, we celebrate the life of Carmen Purdy, and on behalf of the Government of Canada and the constituents of Kootenay, Columbia, I offer my sincere condolences to his wife, Carol, through their 3 children, and his many friends. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of people have come to their parliament and demand to be heard. They have come in defense of their fellow Canadians who are being denied their livelihoods by this Prime Minister. They have questions and concerns that have been mocked instead of addressed. Canadians have had enough. Enough of the fear and division. Enough of the wild and reckless spending by a government that just doesn't care. The country's IOU has gone from the billions to $1 trillion. The Prime Minister's arbitrary mandates are fanning the flames of inflation. So the truckers and supporters are here on Parliament Hill to take a stand. All this misery and the Prime Minister who donned blackface and groped a reporter, called those who disagree with him racists and misogynists. He and this government must end their mandates and understand that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is the 9th annual World Hijab Day. It is a day to encourage women of all religions and backgrounds to wear and experience the hijab for a day and learn more about it. Everyone's choice is different. I didn't grow up wearing the hijab. I began wearing it after a battle with cancer, and my personal reflections during that process brought me closer to my faith. The hijab doesn't change who I am or how I represent my constituents. A hijab doesn't change the way a doctor cares for her patients or a teacher cares for her students. It was my choice. I stand in solidarity with all that chose to wear it or chose not to. I encourage my colleagues to wear a hijab for a day. And today, let us stand with all those that have had to face losing their jobs or have been subjected to Islamophobia because the hijab was their choice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, every February, people from across Turtle Island participate in Black History Month, a time to recognize and honor the history and legacy of Black Canadians. But it is also a time for us to unite and recommit to fighting against anti-Black racism in this place and across Canada. Black Canadians continue to face overt barriers and life-threatening discrimination, particularly by the police. Just recently, Moses Erherhi, a Black Canadian, died following an interaction with York Police on January 21st, just weeks ago. Erherhi's family says since the shooting, they've been kept almost entirely in the dark. No one should have to lose their life to police without an answer. We remember you, Moses. This Black History Month, let us recognize the great progress we have made, but also the tremendous work that remains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, today we begin Black History Month with the well-chosen theme, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future. So this is a perfect opportunity to honor the past by sharing and acknowledging the invaluable contribution Black communities have made to Quebec's history and culture, as well as its economic and political and social life. It's always an opportunity to look to the future and to imagine a more egalitarian, united, and prejudice-free Quebec. But, of course, it's also an opportunity to celebrate. That's why I invite all Quebecers to consult the extensive Black History Month programming online. Conferences and panels will be held throughout the month of February, culminating in the Dynasty Gala on March 5th. I also invite everyone to find out about the various local initiatives marking Black History Month throughout Quebec, from Gatineau to the Lower St. Lawrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Bloomberg reports Canada has the second most inflated housing bubble in the world. Listen to this letter from a Peterborough-Kawartha constituent. Dear MP Ferrari, my 26-year-old son and his partner put in an offer on a house today. A 40-year-old, 1,200 square foot bungalow, no appliances, on a tiny lot and no air conditioning. It was listed for $599,000. My son offered $702,000 with no conditions. There were 18 offers, and it sold for $830,000. My son has been pre-approved for $700,000, and it's not enough. He and his partner have great jobs, and I have even co-signed. What is the incentive for our children to get educated and get a job when your wage can't meet the demand of society? People are losing hope of ever having a home. This economic crisis is a mental health crisis. We need federal leadership, not just inflation.
The honourable member for London West.
February 1st marks the beginning of Black History Month in Canada, and as the first Black woman elected as the Member of Parliament for the riding of London West, I rise today to encourage everyone to learn about, celebrate, and acknowledge the contributions that Black communities in Canada have and continue to make. I also want to highlight the London Black History Coordinating Committee that works tirelessly every year to increase awareness of Black History Month for London. This year, as they mark their 20th anniversary, the theme, Respecting the Past, Embracing the Present, Impacting the Future, speaks to so much progress made in all the work that remains. Mr. Speaker, as I rise in this House, I'm always reminded that I stand on the shoulders of many giants like the Honorable Jean Augustin, who broke the glass ceiling so that so many women who look like me can take a seat in this House and fight for racial equity and a better, fairer, and more inclusive country. This month and every day, I urge this House to fight racism, discrimination that Black Canadians continue to face, and work to create a Canada where no one is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, all Canadian families are suffering from the constant increase in the cost of living. It's been 30 years since it was so bad. And in his latest report, the parliamentary budget officer didn't mince words. He said that the government's plan to spend $100 billion does exactly the wrong thing. That spending won't help the economy. Instead, it will make inflation rise further. Why isn't this government listening to the PBO? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives keep denigrating the Canadian economy. So then let me seize this opportunity to give you good news. Today, Statistics Canada published new data. The data shows that our GDP went up by 0.6% in November. That means that before the arrival of Omicron, our economy had completely recovered from the COVID recession. I would like to congratulate Canadians. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, could the Deputy Prime Minister come with me after question periods, go to a mall or a grocery store right here in Gatineau, and go tell people that are paying 8% more at the grocery store, maybe she wants to tell them the GDP has just gone up by 0.6%. Is that what she wants to tell them? Mr. Speaker, will the Deputy Prime Minister say if this government is going to attack inflation, yes or no? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are concentrating on their own partisan interests. And we can see why. And they are denigrating the Conservative economy. The reality is that Canada's economic potential is just growing. The IMF recently projected that Canada will have the second highest growth rate of countries in the G7. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Deputy Prime Minister once again to come with me to the IGA in Gatineau. And she can say, oh, Madame Tremblay, don't worry about groceries. The IMF says everything's going great in Canada. But that doesn't change things for Madame Tremblay, Mr. Speaker. Just like everyone else in Canada, she's paying more for groceries. Why does the Deputy Prime Minister have this kind of contempt for Canadians who are paying for Liberal inflation? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say for my dear and honourable colleague that it is not only Madame Tremblay who is going shopping. It is also Madame Freeland who goes shopping every week for her family. But for our government, facts and data are important. And it's important to underscore that inflation in Canada is underneath the G7 average. It is beneath the G20 average and the OECD average.
Rose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should know that gross domestic product is calculated including government expenditures. This government has put so much debt into Canadians, and what have we seen happen? The cost of living increase. That's right. This cost of living increase is affecting regular Canadians. Certainly somebody with a $270,000 a year salary should not be trying to equivocate with somebody who cannot buy $60 bag groceries. Will the minister apologize for trying to make that comparison?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the people who should be apologizing to Canadians are the Conservatives. Because before Christmas, just as the Omicron wave was rising, it was the Conservatives who voted against Bill C-2. And it is thanks to Bill C-2 and the lockdown provisions in Bill C-2 that we are today able to pay those small businesses, those grocery stores, restaurants that are suffering under lockdown restrictions, that we are able to support them. Thank goodness the Conservatives failed before Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
2 years into the pandemic, Canadians don't want to be hearing about lockdown provisions.
That's right.
They want a federal government that is taking a leadership role in fixing Canada's broken healthcare system and getting people back to work, getting their freedom back. The Liberals are so out of touch with the average Canadians. People just want to work. They want to keep people safe. They want to keep people healthy. And dismissing their concerns with laughter across the way is not going to heal the divisions in this country. It's not going to make us stronger. Will the minister apologize for her statements, take the temperature down, and tell us how she's going to fix the rising cost of living in Canada?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if there's anyone in this House who needs to apologize to Canadians, it is the Conservatives who voted against C-2 and those provisions that are supporting so many businesses and people. And you know what? When it comes to jobs, our government understood from the very beginning that having a job is the foundation of the economic well-being of the vast majority of Canadians. That's why we focused on getting the jobs back. And that is why I am so pleased that we have recovered 108% of the jobs lost to the COVID recession.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, although it's a little late, I would like to wish you and all of our colleagues Happy New Year. In the meantime, we see that Ottawa and Gatineau are partially paralyzed. Protesting is okay, is good, but occupying isn't. It is time for people to learn that the real truckers' associations are in favor of vaccination. Can the government tell me whether the Prime Minister has considered coming out and meeting with the real spokespeople of the truckers industry, those who support vaccination? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I'm glad he agrees that vaccination is our best tool out of this pandemic. Our government has consistently been meeting with stakeholders, including representatives of the trucking industry. This Monday, yesterday, my colleagues and I held a national summit on supply chain that included voices from the trucking industry. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to engage with our stakeholders. We'll hear all points of view, including those who disagree with us, because we want to do what's best for Canada and Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's very interesting, but it has nothing to do with my question. The leader of a country has a role to play. Criticizing is fine, but finding solutions is his responsibility. We cannot tolerate having a demonstration turn into an occupation. Can the Prime Minister guarantee to this House, or can the Deputy Prime Minister assure the House that the authorities will ensure that Parliament Hill is open to traffic, or will they simply continue scolding people without doing anything that has teeth? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I'd also like to wish the leader of the Bloc Québécois Happy New Year. I spoke earlier about Bill C2. And I would like to thank members of the Bloc Québécois for supporting that bill, which is so important for SMEs and people. I fully agree with the leader of the Bloc Québécois. It is important for all of us to be able to do our work as members of this House. We must support the authorities of the city.
Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of truckers who are stuck at the Alberta border between Montana and Alberta because of a convoy of anti-vaccine mandate protesters. I spoke with one of the truckers, Kuldeep Singh. He described the situation: no food, no water, no provision for washrooms. They are stuck and they want to get home. What is the Prime Minister going to do to help these truckers get back home?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I've been following the situation at the Coutts border of entry. We agree with him. There are truckers who are prevented from doing their jobs, from delivering goods for Canadians, and we ask that this blockade ends so those individuals, those truck drivers who are doing their job are able to get home, deliver the goods for Canadians, and continue their job.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
According to a recent report, Mr. Speaker, it is harder and harder for young families. In fact, it's impossible for young families to buy their own home. This just underscores what we already knew. What will the Prime Minister do to fix this situation so that young families can buy their own home in the community where they want to grow?
Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chaque Canadien mérite un chez soi sous.
Every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable home.
We're investing more than ever to eliminate chronic homelessness from Canada. And yes, we're also enabling more Canadians than ever before to access their dream of home ownership through the first-time homebuyer incentive. We also seek to bring in enhancements to the first-time homebuyer incentive and also our new rent-to-own program to turn more Canadians who are renting homes to become homeowners. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On se bat contre une pandémie mondiale. En plus des effets sur notre santé, sur nos vies quotidiennes, on subit les impacts sur notre portefeuille. Le coût de la vie explose, tout coûte plus cher. Depuis un an, ça continue de monter. L'épicerie, tout coûte plus cher, Monsieur le Président. Les pères, les mères se demandent quoi choisir pour ne pas se faire refuser les paiements à la caisse.
Excuse, je vais interrompre une seconde. Nous avons un problème avec l'interprétation.
The interpreter apologizes. The microphone was off. Can you now hear the interpretation in English? I will ask the honourable member to start over. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been fighting a global pandemic for nearly 2 years. In addition to the effects on our health and on our daily lives, we are feeling impacts on our wallet. The cost of living is going up. Everything is more expensive. Groceries are increasingly expensive. Fathers and mothers are wondering what to choose at the grocery store so that their credit card isn't turned down at the cash. This is unacceptable. How far are the Liberals willing to go to make Canadians poorer? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, Canadians understand that inflation is a global phenomenon. Here is some data to show that. The latest inflation rate in Canada was 4.8%. In the US, 7%. In Germany, 5.3%. In the UK, 5.4%. The OCDE average is 5.8%. The G7, 5.3%. G20, 5.8%, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the mother of a two-child family who earns $40,000 a year with a 4.8% inflation rate is going to actually be paying $10 more per week for a $200 grocery bill. So if we look at it, that actually means that over the course of a year, an entire paycheck is being used up for additional grocery costs. Comparing the situation with other countries in the world doesn't give a single cent more to this kind of person who's dealing with a horrible situation like this. When will this government stop making Canadians poorer? The Honourable Minister.
Sourdine, you're on mute. Honourable Minister, or we can't hear you. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe just talk a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is exactly why our government acted since we were elected in 2015, bringing forward the Canada Child Benefit, which helps 9 out of 10 families. In fact, it's helped lift 435,000 children out of poverty. And let me remind this House that the Conservatives voted against this measure. We know that we need to help families with the high cost of living. The Canada Child Benefit, affordable daycare, we're making important strides, and we're going to keep doing that for families.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, how can someone get up in this House and ignore the problems that are facing parents these days? Gas prices are going up by 30%, inflation 4.8%, and grocery inflation is 8%. I was actually generous earlier. I cut the increase in their bills in half, but actually they're seeing 8% inflation. And meanwhile, what are we hearing from the Liberals? Well, they're making comparisons with other countries. They're talking about measures that are no longer helping families. When will they stop making Canadian families poorer, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, how can someone honestly get up in this House? That's a question the Conservatives should be asking themselves. Before Christmas, the Conservatives voted against C2. And it is only thanks to Bill C2 it is only thanks to the fact that our government looks to the future that today we are supporting businesses and people. Really, Mr. Speaker.
And Rita Lakes.
Well, Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast are feeling the pinch. For years, they've worked hard, made tough choices to save up, but they seem to find themselves falling further behind. They can't even afford to put nutritious food on the table, put gas in their car, or even afford to heat their home. Their hard work isn't paying off under these Liberals with skyrocketing inflation as a result of their out-of-control spending. And so while these Liberals offer every excuse under the sun, what we're here today is to find out from the Prime Minister, from his Finance Minister, will they finally get their out-of-control spending under control so Canadians can afford to live again?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when you don't have the facts to rely on, you lean on false narratives, and that is all we have been hearing today. So let me tell the truth about what's happening in the Canadian economy. Our GDP in the third quarter was 5.4%, higher than the US, the UK, and Japan, and the November numbers show we have now fully recovered the GDP to pre-COVID levels. Jobs, 108% ahead of where they were before COVID. Moody's and S&P have both reaffirmed Canada's AAA rating.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, we won't let talking points get in the way of an answer from the Minister because we know that inflation is at a 30-year high. We know that housing prices have gone up by 80% under this government, and we know that that Canadians can't afford the price at the pump, and we know that they're taking less home every month with the payroll tax increase from this finance minister and these Liberals. So they, again, offer all kinds of excuses, and they want to talk about what things cost in other places, but from Victoria, BC to Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island, things are more expensive under these Liberals. So will they finally admit that it's just inflation, apologize to Canadians, and stop the out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, facts are facts. Facts are not a talking point. So let me underscore that the data released by StatsCan today shows that in November, our GDP grew by 0.6%. That's the 6th consecutive month of growth. And this is a real milestone because it shows that our GDP has now exceeded where it was before the pandemic, the deepest recession since the Great Depression. I'd like to congratulate Canadians for their resilience, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, while the minister is handing out self-congratulations, I want to let her know that on behalf of Canadians, they can't afford the 80% increase in home prices. They can't afford the 30-year increase in inflation that we've seen under this government as a direct result of their policies. They're spending all this money and they're still underfunding the housing and homelessness supports in Ontario by almost $500 million a year. So the finance minister is again offering all kinds of information. I'm sure she won't even get up to answer the question herself, but will they finally just admit that they're overspending and get their out-of-control spending under control for Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's really interesting today to hear the Conservatives criticizing government spending because it was just a few months ago we were on the campaign trail and they proposed spending in their platform when they finally got around to releasing it in this fiscal year that was higher than what we proposed. They proposed a $168 billion deficit, more than $10 billion above ours. So will the party of flip-flops let Canadians know what they really stand for today?
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, last year, there was a backlog of 300,000 EI applications, 300,000 workers who lost income due to the federal government, some for more than 3 months. And the cases keep piling up. Imagine that, 3 months without an income. Think of the sacrifice that represents. It's a betrayal toward workers who have been paying into EI all their lives. The federal government promised it would help them if they were going through a hard time. What is the minister doing to end these delays? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by saying that this is an issue we take extremely seriously. It is very important that everyone who carries out an application receives the appropriate benefits. We know that's important. EI is there for Canadians when they need help. We have hired more civil servants in order to respond to the increase in applications, and we will continue to increase our internal resources to ensure that everyone who makes an application will get the appropriate benefits. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has hired staff, but not to deal with the backlog. She hired inspectors for potential fraud cases. That will help for 10,000 files, but it will not help all the other people who are waiting. Mr. Speaker, right now in Canada, a G7 country, there are workers who haven't had an income for 3 months and who are not able to feed their families due to administrative mistakes. These workers are desperately waiting to be prioritized. When will they receive their benefits? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this important issue. I appreciate it greatly. And as I mentioned, we have not only hired fraud inspectors. That, of course, is important, but we have also hired additional employees. Hired because there has been an increased demand due to closings caused by Omicron. I will be working closely with her and all members in this House in order to ensure that this government will be able to respond to Canadians' applications. That is very important. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, behind service standards, there are real people. People who can't pay their rent because their EI payments are not coming in. People who are waiting and who don't know when it's all going to end, and if they can make it that long. People who don't have food to put on the table. These people are not at all impressed by service standard statistics. They want the federal government to take care of them. When will the minister get rid of this backlog? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said to my honourable colleague last week when we spoke about this issue, I understand that each application represents a real person, a real family that needs help. And that is why, for me, it is one of my priorities to resolve this issue. We also know that there is an increase in applications due to the Omicron closures. Nonetheless, we are bringing in more resources in order to ensure that each Canadian who has made an application, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Russians are ready to invade Ukraine. They have moved more than 100,000 troops near the border. They have also sent blood reserves to their field hospitals. They are expecting considerable casualties. Ukraine is asking Canada to send defensive weapons, but the Prime Minister has turned down their request. As evidence of the imminent danger, Canadian troops have been moved for their safety. Can this Prime Minister show some courage and finally help Ukraine by sending defensive weapons? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, when it comes to ensuring that there is not another Ukrainian invasion, an invasion by Russia in Ukraine, we need to show trust in diplomacy and dissuasion. Diplomatically, yesterday I spoke to Denmark, Holland, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. We will be working closely with our allies in order to conserve the unity of the alliance, and we also believe in the unifier operation. My colleagues in Brussels as we speak. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine will probably become the theater of a large conventional ground war. We have seen military reinforcements by the Russians in Belarus, in Russia, in the Donbass, and in Crimea. Russia's threats towards Ukraine have been going on for some time, and the government has had months to prepare a military assistance plan for our friends in Ukraine. Why doesn't the Prime Minister understand that Russia is not interested in a diplomatic solution? Why doesn't it send clear assistance to our Ukrainian friends? The Honourable Minister. All the members of NATO are unanimous at the moment. We need to go ahead through diplomatic channels. And there are 3 channels in place. The Americans talking to the Russians, NATO talking to the Russians, and finally, this is the way to ensure that there is a decrease in tensions. The OSCE is also holding diplomatic talks. It is time for our colleagues to understand that with the unifier operation and others, we will continue to work on the situation.
33 million. 33 million. That's the number of Canadians who had their mobility data secretly tracked by the Public Health Agency of Canada without their consent. This unprecedented level of surveillance on our citizens came to light when the Liberals not only admitted that they did it, but planned on continued spying on Canadians for another 5 years. Protecting the privacy of Canadians is the foundation of our freedoms, and sadly, under these Liberals, the foundations of our democracy are crumbling when this type of massive overreach happens. My question is a simple one. Who authorized the secret spying on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec mon collègue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. We need to protect people's privacy. And I believe my colleague also believes that we need to protect people's health and safety. And we are doing that together. We are working with a privacy commissioner to ensure that the methods used are appropriate when it comes to ensuring that the data used is anonymized and is being used to protect people's health and safety as well as their privacy.
Barry Innisfil.
Instead of being focused on normalizing lockdowns, maybe the Liberals should have been focused on keeping our economy open. When you start connecting the dots, you see a pattern of massive overreach by these Liberals. They tried to seize control of Parliament at the beginning of the pandemic to completely control spending and taxing. They got caught secretly collecting banking data and attempted to limit speech and what Canadians can see on the internet, and now this. This pattern of control is only seen in countries that many Canadians have fled from. How could anyone think that secretly gathering this data without the consent of Canadians was a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai déjà répondu à la question et je remercie le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already answered the question, and I'd like to thank him for it. Not only do we do things well in our country in terms of keeping the trust of Canadians and reassuring and protecting our economy and protecting people. For example, in Canada, we have an economy that is clearly superior to those in other countries elsewhere who've also experienced COVID. But I'd also like to add, because we work together with science, we have the mortality rate that is the lowest in the G7.
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, in 2020, when thousands of Canadians were out thousands of dollars for canceled flights, the minister told us there was nothing he could do to get them refunds. He told us the Canadian Transportation Agency was, quote, an independent arm's-length body. Now we have documents showing the government wasn't just talking to the CTA, but actively convincing them to let airlines withhold refunds. Why were senior government officials lobbying the CTA to protect airlines' bottom lines instead of standing up for Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for reminding us and reminding all Canadians that our government was there to help Canadians with their refunds. Our government was there to help airlines who were struggling with COVID for support to save jobs and to save the skills that we need and to save our economy. So I want to thank him for that reminder, because our government will always be there helping Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, that sounded to me like a reminder that the Liberals are here for big business, not for Canadians. And I can give you another example. The Liberals keep saying that they understand that this pandemic is not over in Canada until it is over everywhere. But they are dragging their feet on the TRIPS waiver. They've refused to add COVID-19 medicines to the Canada Access to Medicines regime, and their promises to COVAX are useless. Will the Prime Minister finally take the action necessary to ensure vaccine equity around the world?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Excusez-moi. Mr. Speaker, our government will always be and have always been a strong advocate for vaccine equity. Canada supports a multilateral approach on intellectual property, specifically for COVID-19 vaccines. We've been working hard with our colleagues around the WTO table right from the very beginning. And through our leadership at the Ottawa Group, we continue to convene these conversations, important conversations, so that we can ensure that everyone gets vaccinated around the world. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, over the holidays, Omicron has had a serious impact on constituents and businesses in my riding of Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thankfully, the House had passed Bill C2 before we rose, ensuring that we had support for businesses and individuals still facing restrictions and lockdowns put in place by provinces in response to the new wave. Can the Deputy Prime Minister remind this House of some of the measures in the bill and how they have been supporting Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question and for her hard work for her constituents. So, thanks to Bill C2, we now have the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. This ensures that workers affected by new public health restrictions are receiving immediate financial support. And we have the local lockdown program, which provides businesses faced with Omicron lockdowns imposed by local jurisdictions with wage and rent subsidy support. Unfortunately, both the Conservatives and the NDP voted against these essential support measures, but I am glad we were able to put them in place to support Canadians.
The member for Abbotsford.
Well, lithium is critical in the production of electric vehicles. Last week, we learned that the minister fast-tracked the sale of a Canadian lithium company to a state-owned enterprise from China without conducting a full national security review. Yet for 3 long years, this same minister has refused to say no to Huawei building Canada's 5G network. Why is it so easy for him to say yes to risky takeovers of Canadian companies, yet so hard for him to say no to dubious foreign takeovers?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, let's bring a bit of facts in this discussion, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I was clear to Canadians and to the committee. When it comes to the Neolithium transaction, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear to Canadians. This transaction was subject to a full national security review involving all the relevant departments of the government and all the intelligence and security agencies. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, it was subject to any scrutiny in accordance with the guidelines I've put in place in March. So we should not mislead this House, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues of national security.
Great answer.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister is not entitled to his own facts. He also refused to tell Canadians whether he consulted with our allies before making the hasty decision to allow Neolithium to be sold to China. We assume his answer is no. He didn't consult. Our American and other allies have banned Huawei from their 5G networks long ago, and yet can't understand why this Liberal government continues to dither and delay. Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 years. When will this minister stop appeasing the communist regime in Beijing and finally say no way to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. He knows how much I appreciate him. He's a great colleague. But I will say no to misleading, Mr. Speaker, Canadians when it comes to issue of national security. I'm very happy when he talks about our network because Canadians at home understand that this decision will have an impact not only on this generation but future generation. So a colleague like him would understand that national security must come first when we take a decision like that, and that's why we'll take the right decision for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Canada must say no to Huawei. The Washington Post recently reported how Huawei has developed voice and facial recognition technology that helps governments track and monitor political dissidents, manage re-education camps, and help retailers track shoppers. This is appalling. Yet while Canada's most trusted allies have banned Huawei from their networks, this government refuses to do so. So again, I ask the minister the question, when will he say no way to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we're taking the time today in this House to talk about our infrastructure network, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians at home understand how important it will be for them and for the future. We know we're going to the data economy. We know what communication and networks will be important. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians, those who are watching at home, I know they're watching today, understand that when you take a decision like that, you need to make national security come first. That's exactly what we're going to do and take the best decision in the interest of all Canadians.
Oh, excellent.
Member for Abbotsford.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we're going to the data economy, but not with China. Our own intelligence agencies have long warned this Prime Minister about allowing Huawei into our 5G networks. Turns out they were right. For years, Huawei denied that it was a tool of the communist regime in Beijing. And now we have evidence that the company is deeply implicated in designing surveillance tools to keep track of millions, if not billions, of people all around the world. So when will the minister make a decision on Huawei? And when will he finally say no way to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for this question. One thing is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that a little bit of facts in this House sometimes helps for the understanding. One thing I can say, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm trying to hear his answer, and I'm having a hard time. I'll let the Honourable Minister continue now. Please.
Speaker, I was about to say we're not going to take lessons from the Conservative when it comes to national security, and I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. We review 4 times more transactions and plus twice as many transactions as the Conservative did when they were in government. Yeah. Canadians know that we care when it comes to national security. We'll take no compromise when it comes to national security, and we'll take the best decision in the interest of all Canadians.
Yes. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the debates in the House this week, and I'm wondering if I'm not delusional. While Omicron is overflowing our hospitals in Quebec, our healthcare workers are exhausted, 3 people have died from COVID, and no one's talking about healthcare funding. No one is talking about the urgency of strengthening our healthcare system, even though we know that it's been the obvious thing to do since the beginning of the 5th wave. What will it take for the federal government to finally understand we need to increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much. My colleague is absolutely right. We have to take action as well and not just talk about it. That's what we've done since the beginning with investments of $63 million in health and safety so we could take care of COVID measures, in addition to healthcare transfers, which will also increase in coming weeks. We have to protect our healthcare system so we can protect people who are trying to get through COVID-19. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. There is an elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has never taken action. 90% of Quebecers are vaccinated, but since Christmas, they're still in a lockdown. Why? Because the healthcare system is fragile. You have never wanted to increase payments to 35%. What will it take for the government to understand that if we want to get out of this crisis, we have to fund health? Underfunding rhymes with lockdowns in Quebec. What will this take? What will it take to make the government understand this? I'd like to congratulate my colleague for saying the key word, because the enemy is not vaccination, it is COVID-19. And Canadians and all members of this House must know and understand that to get through this crisis, they have to get vaccinated. 2 doses are good, 3 doses even better. And it's very important so we can fight Omicron and to protect ourselves from all the other variants that could arise in the future.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard it over and over again here in this House. Canadian salaries are simply not keeping up with inflation, making it harder to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Never mind the EI premiums increasing to cover the current account deficit. My colleagues have asked before, again and again, and I will ask again, what is the government going to do to address the inflation crisis so that Canadians stop falling behind?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are smart, and that is why I know that Canadians, unlike the Conservatives, understand that inflation is a global phenomenon. And let me give you some numbers to back that up. The latest inflation number in Canada was 4.8%. In the U.S., it was 7%. In Germany, 5.3%. In the UK, 5.4%. Our inflation is lower than the G7 average of 5.3%, the G20 average of 5.8%, and the OECD average of 5.8%, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, the percentage increases that Canadians care about are the percentage increases in their property assessments and their housing prices. The policies of this government have meant that young people can't buy their first home. Older people, seniors, are getting priced out of their home. People are having trouble paying for food. When will this government come to realize that Canadians are struggling because of your policies? Admit that you're wrong, or is this just inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
This is a party that had abandoned housing investments. They had downloaded investments in affordable housing to provinces and municipalities. They had not mentioned affordable housing in their platform and in their opposition House motion. They have absolutely no credibility on this issue. We are the party that introduced the National Housing Strategy. We've introduced the first-time homebuyer incentive. We want to move ahead with a rent-to-own program. They have absolutely no credibility on this issue, and Canadians can see through that rhetoric, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is getting worse by the day. Inflation has reached a 30-year high. Grocery store shelves are empty, and Canadians are understandably tired of this government constantly moving the goalpost. They are struggling to make ends meet, and yet the Prime Minister decided this would be a good time to pick their pockets with a payroll tax. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister commit right now to cancelling his increase to EI and CPP payroll tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing over and over again today and many other days a false narrative from the Conservatives who seem absolutely determined to talk down Canada and the Canadian economy. The reality is Canadians have handled COVID and the COVID recession with remarkable strength and resilience. And thanks to that resilience, 108% of jobs have been recovered. Thanks to that resilience, we are now back in November. We exceeded pre-COVID GDP. This was the deepest economic low since the Great Depression, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Black History Month is a time to reflect on the many contributions the Black community has made throughout history to shape Canada into the nation we are today. We must empower Black voices and Black experiences to face the challenges that prevent them from contributing fully to a diverse, prosperous, and inclusive Canada. And this means taking action against systemic discrimination and anti-Black racism. Can the Minister of Women, Gender Equality and Youth update the House on the actions our government has taken to empower the Black community?
Speak.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question and her presence as the longest-serving female parliamentarian in the House. Mr. Speaker, this month we take the time to honour and to celebrate the Black community, and as a government continually work to remove systemic barriers for a more and equal society for everyone. Whether that's through our commitment to Canada's anti-racism strategy, $200 million to establish the new Black-led philanthropic endowment fund, or the $100 million top-up to the Supporting Black Canadian Committee initiative. No matter the month, Mr. Speaker, every day is a day to celebrate Black excellence.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Over the past several months, Russia has amassed thousands of troops and conducted provocative military activities close to the Ukraine's border. As the international community continues to call on President Putin to de-escalate the situation, Canada must be crystal clear as to what specific action it will take to deter an invasion. And so this is a very important question, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister confirm right now that if Ukraine is invaded, he will use all tools at his disposal, including Magnitsky sanctions?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for this very important question, because on sanctions, we're really ready to impose severe economic sanctions should Russia further invade Ukraine. We're working closely with our allies, along with the US, with the EU, and of course with the UK. And sanctions are most effective when we all act in lockstep, and Canada is ready. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, according to Canada's 2022 price report index, the overall food price increase is from 5 to 7%, is the highest predicted increase in food prices in the last 20 years. This is becoming a concern for many constituents in my riding. The price of food in Alberta is expected to be higher than the national average in 2022. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally admit that their policies have directly affected the two-decade high inflation rate?
Awesome.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have already pointed out, and as Canadians understand very well, inflation is a global phenomenon driven by global challenges like congested supply chains, like the fact that there have been very significant crop challenges around the world. But I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, there are concrete things we can do to make life more affordable for Canadians, like building affordable housing, like early learning and childcare. And that's why I'm so astonished that the Conservative Party opposed our early learning and childcare plan, which the province of Alberta has now done a deal with us on.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seniors from across my riding have been expressing their worries about this government's disregard for their skyrocketing cost of living. With inflation being higher than ever before, those who live on fixed incomes through programs like CPP or Old Age Security, many with no pensions, are finding it hard to make ends meet, and the Liberal carbon tax only makes things worse. In these stressful economic times, why does the Prime Minister insist on taking money from Canadians and seniors who are already struggling to pay their bills?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it rather rich for the Conservatives to bring up seniors working past the age of retirement because they raised retirement age when they were in power. Mr. Speaker, we reversed that and gave seniors back the benefits that they're entitled to. We're gradually enhancing the CPP, including what the employers pay in partnership with provinces and territories, so that seniors now and into the future can have a strong, stable retirement. Mr. Speaker, seniors know who has and will be there for them, and I can tell you it's not the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 weeks, we've seen a lot of progress in the fight against COVID-19 as Canadians continue to receive their third dose of this vaccine. However, we're starting to see delays in scheduling of boosters. Could the Minister of Health please update the House on the progress with respect to booster doses and what additional steps the government is taking to ensure that all Canadians have access to a third dose? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent work on this file and for stressing vaccination. Roughly 84% of Canadians have received a first dose, and 43% of Canadians who are eligible have received a booster dose, a third dose. So we can be proud of this, Mr. Speaker. We are amongst the best vaccinated countries in the world, and many Canadians have made the right choice. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, delays in immigration file processing have been increasing. Workers and students have to put their life projects on hold because too often they even have to make a second request. And once again, see further delays because the government took too long processing their files. The system is broken. It's not respecting people. Will the Liberals invest on what has to be done so that these people can start living again with respect and dignity? The Honourable Minister.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I'm pleased to share that yesterday, in order to respond to the very serious pressures the pandemic has put on our immigration system, I announced there would be an $85 million investment to improve processing times for work permits, study permits, temporary residence visas, proof of citizenship, and to eliminate the inventory of PR cards. At the same time, we made further announcements about new functionalities of the digital platform that we're going to be introducing that will allow more people to get information about their files in real time and improve efficiencies across 15 different lines of business by this summer. There's no question this has been a challenging year for those seeking to come to Canada, but we're working to make life easier so they can call Canada home.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
After this government abandoned people who risked their lives to help us,
Millions of Afghans, including children, are on the brink of starvation. We learned yesterday that Canadian organizations like World Vision Canada are unable to deliver food and aid to children suffering from malnutrition. They can't help for fear of prosecution from Canada's anti-terrorism laws. The US and the EU have made sure their humanitarian aid partners won't be prosecuted, but the Liberal government has not. How many more Afghan children will have to die of starvation before an exemption is provided to Canadian organizations who want to help?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and we will be there to support the people of Afghanistan and not the Taliban. That's why I recently announced that Canada would provide $56 million in humanitarian funding in response to the appeals from the United Nations and the International Red Cross. This funding will allow Canada's humanitarian partners to provide life-saving assistance to ensure that humanitarian goods are dispatched and that workers can continue to be able to support the Afghan people, and we will look to do more with our partners. Thank you.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. I just want to say thank you to all of you. You were very, I'm going to say civil. It was very nice to hear everyone actually having a debate today. We have a number of questions we have a number of points of order coming up, so I'll go through them one at a time. We'll start off with the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions, and I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, recognize the one-year anniversary of the military coup in Myanmar and that took place as a new session of Parliament was set to open. B, take note of the impact of the deteriorating political and humanitarian situation on the most vulnerable. C, condemn the oppression of the population through forced disappearances, torture, arrests, killings, and intimidation. D, urge the government and the international community to increase pressure on the military to engage in inclusive political dialogue and to end the crisis. E, support the use of sanctions against members of Myanmar's military who disregard the human rights of the people of Myanmar. F, deplore the ongoing suffering of the Rohingya and other ethnic minorities. And G, stand in solidarity with those in Myanmar who aspire for peace, democratic governance, and the protection of human rights.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Agreed. Carried. The next point of order is coming from the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House deplores the use of Nazi and anti-Semitic symbols in demonstrations on Parliament Hill and denounces their use at all times.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister or Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. A point of order from the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House condemn the display of hateful and harmful Islamophobic rhetoric by protesters on the streets of Ottawa on the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City Mosque attack and action against Islamophobia, and urge all Canadians to join in putting an end to all hate.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. Que la Chambre considère que l'utilisation des drapeaux
that the House consider that the display of racist flags in Ottawa this weekend as shameful and a testament to the divisive and hateful rhetoric of the protest, condemn these actions and continue to fight to eradicate anti-Black racism and all forms of hatred in Canada. That all those who are opposed of what is being proposed, please say no. Agreed? The House has heard the motion. That those who are opposed to the motion, please say no. Carried.
We'll now go to the honourable member for Don Valley West.
There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that the House affirms that there is nothing peaceful about harassing residents of Ottawa for displaying pride flags in their homes and in their neighbourhood. And secondly, agrees that harassment, transphobia, and all forms of homophobia this weekend that have been seen this weekend are an insult to truth and our democracy.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order that relates to Standing Orders 16 and 18. I rise on this occasion because I think perhaps the noise levels in the House and what we experience for those of us participating virtually must be different. I noted you thank participants in the House today for keeping things respectful, but I couldn't hear the Deputy Prime Minister when she was trying to answer questions for the heckling in the background. I note that I remember sitting with her when she won a by-election in Toronto Centre back in 2013, and it seemed to me even then that Conservatives particularly heckled her more than others. I found that the case today, and I couldn't hear her properly, so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for that point of order, and I do want to remind all the members that we do have people watching around from around the country trying to see what's going on in Parliament. So in all fairness to them, I know even though it is in the chamber that we want people to hear us, we want to make sure that people are watching, hear the questions and the answers so that they understand why and what is being done here in Parliament. I want to thank all the members for their cooperation. Today was a very good day, but I just want to say there's always room for improvement. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House deplores the use of blackface and denounces its use at all times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No. Okay, we don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, from our perspective, we don't have a problem, and I think the member was reflecting on wanting to say no because we didn't give any advance notice. Had we known about it, there's no one on this side that would have said no to it.
Point of order.
Order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when somebody rises and says, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you seek it, that implies that discussions have actually happened. Discussions had not happened, and what we're seeing here is a blatant attempt to try to throw people off and to catch them off guard. I didn't even get to hear, Mr. Speaker, if I may conclude, I did not even get to...
Order. The honourable member can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't even get to hear the entire motion because of the fact that... Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for... Okay, the honourable member for Leeds... I'm sorry, I always mess that one up.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
And Rideau Lakes, yes. Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. The member for Peace River Westlock, I think if you consult with Hansard, you'll verify that in his intervention, he expressed a hope. He said, Mr. Speaker, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following. The member for Kingston and the Islands said that the member for Peace River Westlock had said that there had been consultations. All the member for Peace River Westlock had asked for was the consideration of the House to condemn the wearing of blackface, and the member of Kingston and the Islands denied that and voted against that condemnation.
I'm afraid there was no vote, and the honourable member from Peace River Westlock did say he was in the hope. That's what I heard. We can check the Blues and see where that was, just to make sure. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes actually has misrepresented what happened. What I voted against, Mr. Speaker, was entertaining a motion. It was not against a subject. We had not even introduced it. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to point out that even if the terminology of "I hope you will find unanimous consent," all by tradition of this House, implies that discussions have happened amongst the party leadership, and they had not.
Have to be a question about it.
I just want to remind all members that normally, for unanimous consent, out of courtesy, you check with the other parties, but that's just a tradition that we've adopted and we've been using. It's not necessarily something that has to happen, but in any case, let's just call this one a day. It was turned down, and we'll continue from here. Thank you. Okay. Orders of the day.
Order du jour, resuming orders of the day. Applied to the speech from the throne.
Put your mask on.
Oh, well, what? I can't hear you.
Put your mask on.
The honourable member for St. Catharines and the honourable member for Pembroke, Nipissing, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. If you want to have a conversation, I encourage you to go into the hallway and have it there, but not across the hall. We like to have people be able to hear what's going on. Now, we'll resume debate. The honourable member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for so many colleagues to remain behind in order to hear my great thoughts on the speech from the throne. It's very, very kind of them. I appreciate that. I do take note that if you were heading for the exits. The point that I was making prior to question period had to do with interest rates, and that the Bank of Canada's governor had indicated that there would be movement on the interest rates, so the ultra-low rates that we've had and enjoyed, indeed, for the last number of months and years is likely to end with significant consequences. I also take note that the Government of Canada has locked in a lot of its debt in ultra-low, extensive securities. So that in and of itself will reduce the cost of interest rates. Third point I wanted to make was that the significant number of the major programs, support programs instituted by this House and by this government over the last year and months has been were terminated on October 23rd, and that is a significant reduction in the fiscal stimulus that was in the economy at the time. There's no question but that debt to GDP has gone from 29% to 49% over the course of the pandemic, as the Government of Canada used its fiscal firepower to alleviate the genuine suffering of the people of Canada. I'd just like to point out in passing, Madam Speaker, that 8 out of every $10, 8 out of every 10 pandemic dollars was spent by the federal government, in part because the fiscal situation of the federal government was probably the strongest, arguably the strongest of any G7 nation, and we used that fiscal firepower in order to alleviate the suffering of Canadians, largely supported in this House, may I say, Mr. Speaker, but it did contribute to the rise in debt. Provincial governments, on the other hand, had no significant rise in their debt to GDP. So the burden of the pandemic thus far has largely rested. Financial burden has largely rested on the shoulders of the federal government. Fifth point, Madam Speaker, is this interesting contradiction between the low unemployment rate that's in Canada. I know this was subject to some discussion during the question period. You'll recollect that as the pandemic began, it shot up to, I think, 13%, and is now down below 6%, and in some jurisdictions even lower than that. And that has led to, and I know, Madam Speaker, that you and I and everyone else in this House are fairly fresh off asking people questions at the door and getting responses, but businesses desperately looking for workers. Every time you talk to anybody who's an employer, say the biggest problem of their business is just getting qualified workers. In fact, all kinds of incentive and all kinds of training just to get workers, and hence that has led to a significantly low unemployment rate. Seventh point, Madam Speaker, has been this discussion about supply chains, and there's no question but that the supply chains have been disrupted, and this is actually a pretty significant problem because the policy of all governments, all Western nations, has been to, if you will, go to the cheapest possible supply source, and that in turn has led to vulnerabilities in our supply chain, and those vulnerabilities in turn have been shown to be very serious during a pandemic crisis. So you'll hear a lot of conversation about reshoring, shortening the supply chains, et cetera, and I'd encourage that. And while we're encouraging that, Madam Speaker, I would put in a plug for my private member's bill on modern-day slavery, that we'll have the opportunity to eliminate slavery from our supply chains. I see from your body attitude, Madam Speaker, that you seem to think that I should be finishing this speech, and because you are the Speaker and because I respect the traditions of the House, I will yield, Madam Speaker, and look forward to members' questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Okay, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me over here. I know that you're familiar with this part of the House because sometimes you sit here as well. The Honourable Member mentioned a concern we have in Guelph as well. The employers having a lot of trouble finding employees, quite often in the lower skilled or the factory type jobs, versus the higher skilled jobs, which we're also focusing on. Could the Honourable Member maybe suggest some ways that we can help through immigration or other ways to help fill the workforce that we're trying to fill?
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for the question. He will take note, as will members of the House take note, that the Minister of Immigration recently announced a significant increase in financial allocations in order to, if you will, speed up the processing of the immigration system. I, like many members in the House here, have a riding that is multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multiracial, and is highly influenced by the speed of processing immigration. So I am really hoping, that the announcement by the Minister of Immigration in the past day or two will really address that issue, and that part of the supply chain at least can be dealt with.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would simply ask the member if, in a spirit of nonpartisanship on a very, very important issue, if he would be interested in sharing more about the private member's bill regarding the elimination of modern-day slavery.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank the Honourable Member for that question. In 2018, I introduced a bill which said in effect that all major companies in Canada, along with governments, had to examine their supply chains on an annual basis and certify to the Minister of Public Safety that those supply chains were free of the scourge of slavery and of child labor. And I'm still pursuing that bill. I take some comfort in the fact that the House, through its Foreign Affairs Committee, has said to the Government of Canada, do something. I'm also encouraged by the fact that 4 mandate letters have been issued to 4 separate ministers to initiate legislation. I'm encouraged by the fact that this bill is actually being discussed in the Senate as we speak. So I appreciate the question, and I look forward to some success with this House moving that initiative forward.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague across the way for his two-part speech. I was there for the first part, and now we've just heard the second portion, so I'd like to commend him on his patience. Madam Speaker, since we were talking about modern-day slavery and forced labour, I'd like to hear the comments of my colleague on the holding of the Olympic Games that are about to start in Beijing at the end of the week, and on the fact that currently there is a genocide of the Uyghur people, and that we cannot ignore. We can't simply sweep it under the rug. So it was proposed to delay the Games, to postpone them. But since we're speaking about forced labor and the current genocide against the Uyghurs, I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on the holding of the Olympic Games in Beijing. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and he raises a very important point. There's virtually no doubt from any source whatsoever that there is slavery, the Uyghur peoples are enslaved, and that products are being produced out of that part of China, and that the government of China, directly or indirectly, condones the production of those goods. The problem for us is that infects our own supply chains, whether it's food supply chains or high-end technology items. You can just go through it, and it's very disturbing. The most significant one, or the one that's been in the news lately, has been PPE, that we had to buy a lot of personal protective equipment early on in the pandemic, and it has been found to be infected with supply chain. To the great credit of the government, that contract was canceled. So that's going to be changed.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to speak following the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood. The honourable member and I have spent many years together arguing about various issues, and I have tremendous respect for him on the issues that the modernization and the whole issues that he has been really championing it for a very long time, and look forward to working with him to completion some of those bills that he wants to see move forward. So, Madam Speaker, Happy New Year. It somehow feels like we haven't been here for forever and a day, and yet really this is just the 1st of February, so it's good to be back. So as I begin my comments on the speech from the throne, I want to take a moment and acknowledge my former Chief of Staff, who has left the Hill for private practice. Rationale, got married, has a wonderful little boy named Charlie, and is enjoying the private sector. So I want to take this second to acknowledge Teddy Markey for the years that he was in my office. We very much appreciated his work, and I wish him well with where he is now. So as we talk about the throne speech, which again seems an eternity ago, we hadn't yet heard of the Omicron. Many Canadians were looking forward to the future and recovery from COVID-19. All of us were, actually. We thought we had turned the corner from what had been a terrible year for so many, the loss of lives of so many people in Canada and throughout the world. But unfortunately, the government was able to see that in order to put some protection in, but many others didn't. And so the government was able to see that we needed to prepare for the possibility that this was not over. So the government put forward legislation to continue to protect Canadians in the event that we would be facing more lockdown situations, and we would be able to continue to support Canadians and Canadian businesses. And those in opposition thought that was never going to be necessary. We wouldn't need those mechanisms. Well, we did. And I think most Canadians are very grateful that the government put forward the extra support that some of the Canadians are using as a lifeline for this last little while that we go through this. Government was able to put the mechanisms in place to support provincial and municipal health decisions, giving them the support that they very much needed. And we found ourselves in a semi-lockdown position yet again. Our Liberal government has proven time and time again that we will support Canadians throughout this pandemic in a responsible manner. Prime Minister has indicated we have your back, and I think all of us as parliamentarians wanted to make sure that we had the back of the Canadians who were struggling to get through this difficult time. Our legislation for those supports went beyond just financial support, because we all learned about the kind of abuse many of our nurses and doctors were having to endure. And so the legislation did more than just help them financially, Canadians. It made a point of putting in legislation the ability to protect nurses, hospitals, etc., from protests that impede their work and their safety. Also, the procurement of rapid tests and vaccinations. At this point, we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, and we have the lowest mortality of any country in the world. And if you look at the two, I think Canada has done a very good job of balancing and dealing with difficult things. All of the children now, 5 and up, can access vaccination and any boosters that they need for free. And we'll make sure that future boosters are also available to Canadians as they continue to protect themselves against this pandemic. And we're also working to support other countries in receiving doses of the vaccine, because until we end this worldwide, we've seen that. So until we make sure that we're reaching out and providing vaccines to other poor countries around the world at a much faster pace, I would say, than what we have in the past, we're never going to end this pandemic. Without those measures to get through the current situation, we need to reach that point of getting past it and putting this behind us. Now, on to some of the issues that were raised in the speech into the throne that I think are very important for the residents of Humber River Black Creek, but for all Canadians. And one of those issues that we're currently dealing with, and my colleagues are aware of that, Madam Speaker is aware of it as well, is the issue of housing. We hear about it in the House all the time, we hear about it in committee, and we hear about it from Canadians. As our population grows in size and our immigration levels grow, more homes are needed. Just makes sense. We have our communities and our country is growing. People want to come to Canada. They have a lot of skills to bring to our country, but they need to have a place to live when they get here. And it can't be just large urban centers. People want housing. And that means even in small rural communities that have great needs for affordable housing. And housing where people can have a different quality of life than what they possibly have in an urban center. So whether it be via renting or buying, Canadians are feeling the pressure as costs rise, and these things feel more and more out of reach for those who have not been able to get a foothold in the market. This is why the government is taking measures to help those who want to own, who want to get their foot in the door of ownership. So as the cost of living continues to rise around the world, saving a 20% down payment while renting seems impossible to many. Programs like Rent to Own. Rent to Own is exactly how my husband and I got our first house. It's through a program like that. So those are the kinds of programs that are going to help many of the people, many Canadians, get their foot into the door. And then there's the first-time home buyer incentive that would make the dreams a reality. So as Canadians are literally using their rent to put forward towards the down payment of their home, it's not just future home buyers who are feeling the pressure. What we've come to realize that the renters are in a similar situation. This pandemic has highlighted just how difficult renting is for Canadians. And I'd like to share with you a story about a family that is currently struggling along those lines. This family were living in a house that went up for sale when the homeowner decided to take advantage of the high prices and the high value of his home. So it took them 3 months, 14 applications, applying everywhere looking for a rental home. Many bidding wars. And yes, Madam Speaker, I said bidding wars over rental properties. I never would have believed that that would happen, but it's clearly become a really big problem for people who are trying just to keep a roof over their head. And finally, for them, they got a plea from the realtor to the owners of their current home to help them find a new place to live. Now, the cost of rent is so high that it takes 4 adult low-income earners to pay the rent and the bills. So 4 adults and 2 children in a 3-bedroom home with an unfinished basement. That's the best that they could do with a rent between $2,500 and $3,000 a month. It's very, very difficult, and it takes all of the money of the 4 adults to be able to pay the rent and put the food on the table. So sadly, there are far too many Canadians that find themselves in the exact same predicament, some even becoming temporarily homeless. So it's situations like this that need to be stopped. This is why our government intends to help with creating more homes, specifically more affordable homes, so that families do not have to worry about which bill they're going to pay and whether or not they will have a roof over their head next month. Now, many of these are women that find themselves in these situations of low income and marginalized group. Women are more often than not the ones that end up having to be the main caregiver, whether single or not, and it is women who are often take care of the children, which is why our Canada Child Care benefit is so important, and along with our $10 a day child care, that is going to open the door for thousands and thousands of women to be able to go back to school, improve their education, but most importantly, is going to give them opportunities to have a better life and a better future for them and their families. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for your speech. I appreciate the emphasis on taking care of one another and health care. Unfortunately, for decades, underfunding of health care by Liberals and Conservatives has been felt by the constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Health care that people so desperately need and deserve. We've seen that COVID has amplified the impacts of our underfunded healthcare system, with healthcare workers burning out, family doctors' caseloads overflowing. Our healthcare needs to be funded appropriately now, and I'm wondering if the member opposite can share when this government will fund the Canada Health Transfer so that Canadians have access to the healthcare that they so desperately need and deserve.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Certainly the whole issue of health care and how we've managed, how we've gotten through the pandemic, the millions or probably billions of dollars that has been spent protecting and improving health care through this pandemic. The Minister of Health has clearly indicated, as does the Prime Minister, that there will be many discussions in the future about how we can strengthen our healthcare system. How do we strengthen our long-term care homes? How do we bring in legislation that will better protect and ensure there are certain levels of care that would happen in an area that's very much shared and the responsibility of the province? But these are all areas that need additional time and additional energy put into them, and hopefully solving them at the end of the day.
Questions and l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate basically all of what my colleague was saying, but I do have questions about housing. Health is very important, but where do you live, even if you are healthy? The need for affordable social housing is incredibly high. It was high before the pandemic, and it's only gotten worse. Would your government be prepared to convert certain unused federal buildings in order to build affordable social housing? I'd just like to remind the honourable member that my government does not exist.
For Humber River Black Creek.
Let me thank my colleague for that question, and he's made it very clear in the time that he's been in the House that these are issues that he cares very much about, and I think together we will move forward to ensure that there is housing that is affordable, whatever name you want to put on it, but we have to ensure that there are rental housing being built that is affordable for all Canadians, as well as the avenue to try to get people the opportunity to get a foot in the door, as I like to refer to it. So they get their chance to start putting some of that, building up some of that equity into their own homes. Those are the intentions, certainly, in the programs that we have through the National Housing Strategy. We have a Minister of Housing. So we've got a lot of people in our government that are focusing on how we're going to make sure that housing is available and readily available. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from Humber River Black Creek. I want to ask my question where she ended her speech around the benefits of affordable childcare. I have family members in Toronto that are paying $2,600 a month for childcare, just normal childcare, and what getting to $10 a day would mean in terms of immediate assistance that we could help people be able to afford homes.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you to my fabulous colleague for that question. I think one of the most exciting things that I think in the many years I've been in the House as a parliamentarian, and something that I have wanted to see was this issue of childcare, affordable childcare for everyone. I can't tell you the amount of families, the amount of single women in particular that I have met that did not want to be home. They wanted to be out into the workforce, but childcare cost more than the money they were going to end up netting out. So the $10 a childcare, I think is going to make a huge difference for all Canadians, because everybody benefits. If the children are in a proper childcare environment, they are getting the kind of exposure that they need, and their moms know that they can go to work and know that their children are in a safe and caring environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the member for Yellowhead. Madam Speaker, this government's foreign policy is not serving the country's interests nor its values, and the speech from the throne that we are debating today does little to address this shortcoming and little to address Canada's decline on the world stage. Speech from the throne makes no mention of a foreign policy review. We have not had a significant foreign policy review in this country for almost 20 years. Countries like the United Kingdom and Australia have regular foreign policy reviews that are anchored around white papers that set out the government's foreign policy, its defense policy, its foreign aid policy, that guide the whole of government in implementing the government's policies in those spheres of foreign affairs. The United States goes through a similar process through the State Department in order to anchor American foreign policy that ensures consistency, clarity, and provides a capacity to respond to changing circumstances. But we have not. In fact, the last time I can recall that we've had a significant foreign policy review was in 2004 under the previous government of Prime Minister Paul Martin, when Jennifer Welsh was tasked with taking a look at the government's foreign policy. But since then, we've had no significant policy review, and the results are showing. We've had 5 foreign ministers in less than 6 years in the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs. We've had ministers propose a foreign policy based on responsible conviction, a policy that lasted for a mere year or so before it was replaced with a policy of Canada as an essential country, outlined in a speech given to this House, which supposedly was the government's anchor for its foreign policy, its white paper that guided the whole of government's foreign policy. And as a result, Canada's position on the world stage has diminished. That is an incontrovertible fact. In 2015, the Prime Minister came to office telling the world that Canada is back. Well, after the government made an attempt to secure a UN Security Council seat, the results came in June of 2020. Canada lost that bid for the UN Security Council seat, as it had done a decade earlier, but it lost with 6 fewer votes than it had won a decade earlier. That is 6 fewer countries that see Canada as a world leader on the international stage. In foreign aid, the government came to office promising to do better to help the world's poorest. But in the first 5 years of being in office, foreign aid was cut by 10%, based on the internationally accepted measure of overseas development assistance as a percentage of gross national income, the target number being 0.7% of GNI. Well, under this government, foreign aid was cut from 0.3% of GNI during the 10 years of the previous government to 0.27% of GNI in the first 5 years this government was in office. On climate change, the government has failed to meet its climate change commitments. In fact, we have some of the highest per capita emissions in the world. Even south of the border, emissions have declined over the last number of years. But in Canada, for each and every year that this government has been in office, emissions have risen. In fact, in 2016, the first full year that this government was in office, emissions in Canada stood at 708 megatons. They have risen each and every year from that point. And in 2019, the last year for which Environment Canada has data, emissions rose to 730 megatons, a 22 megaton increase. And no doubt, in this year, we will likely, once again, go to record high emission levels because the data that is coming in on oil and gas and other fossil fuel consumption in this country is indicating that Canada is trending to record high levels of fossil fuel consumption. So again, Madam Speaker, on climate change, this government has failed to deliver. This government came to office somewhat naively, promising to reopen Canada's embassy and re-establish diplomatic relations with the Islamic Republic of Iran, but quickly realized once in office that it was not going to be able to do so. On the major issues facing the world today, that being the rise of authoritarian governments in places like the People's Republic of China and in Russia, the government has been either incoherent or naive. On China, the government's policies have been utterly and completely incomprehensible. A couple examples of what I'm talking about. CSIS has been saying, David Vigneault at CSIS, the head of CSIS, has been saying since December of 2018 that China presents a threat to Canada in national security and in intellectual property in 5 sensitive areas, areas such as 5G telecommunications, quantum computing, biotechnology. It has identified Huawei as a threat to our national security and intellectual property, but the government has yet to act, to take action to restrict or ban Huawei from our telecommunications networks. In fact, it is unilaterally alone and isolated on the world stage in this regard. 4 of our closest intelligence and security partners, New Zealand, Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom have already taken measures to restrict or ban Huawei from their telecommunications network. But the Huawei issue highlights the incoherence of the government. In May of 2019, then Public Safety Minister Ralph Goodale indicated that the government would make a decision on Huawei before the 2019 election. Several months later, that summer of 2019, he reversed course and said the government would not be making a decision before October of 2019, but after 2019. Well, Madam Speaker, over 2 years have passed since that point in time, and still no decision on Huawei. In fact, last fall, the Prime Minister was asked by Global News if a decision on Huawei was coming, and the Prime Minister indicated at that time, in late September, early October, that a decision would be forthcoming in, quote, several weeks, end quote. It is now several months since the Prime Minister has indicated that, and yet we have no decision on Huawei. On a new framework on China, the government promised to come forward with something during the year 2020, but apparently that got kiboshed before it got to the federal cabinet for approval. We then got the 3 Cs on China: to challenge, to cooperate, and to compete under the former two foreign ministers ago. That then morphed into the 4 Cs. And the 4th C added to the 3 Cs was the 4th C of coexist. That then got replaced in the speech from the throne with an allusion to a new policy coming forward on the Indo-Pacific region, which would include China, which apparently is to be forthcoming. Madam Speaker, you'll excuse me if I'm skeptical about the government delivering on a new policy and a new framework on China. On Ukraine, the government has been naive. Ukraine has asked for lethal defensive weapons. The government has failed to deliver. Diplomacy not backed up by the threat of force, and in very limited and in very controlled circumstances, the use of it is simply empty talk and rhetoric that weakens our ability to stand up for our interests and values. Russia has 2 tools of hard power: its military force and its ability to cut off natural gas to Western Europe. Russia supplies 40% of the gas to the European Union and is using this as a weapon in order to get its way in Eastern Europe, in order to threaten Ukraine. Yet this government is not part of the discussions about how to ensure that global natural gas supplies are there for Europeans if the Russians decide to cut off natural gas. So, Madam Speaker, for all these reasons, this government's speech from the throne does nothing to address Canada's decline on the world stage and a need to come forward with a coherent foreign policy.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to my colleague and I'm getting tired of hearing them going on and on about emissions because the Liberals accuse the Conservatives of being a lobby for the oil and gas sector. Well, $14 billion have been invested in direct and indirect aid in the oil and gas sector. The Liberals have built a pipeline, and emissions don't stop going up. So what is the Conservatives' plan for fighting against greenhouse gas emissions?
Hills.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question from my honourable colleague. Well, I can say that during the last election campaign, we presented a plan for climate change, which received the support from experts. Our plan would replace the government's carbon tax. And so we introduced a plan which would benefit consumers. We truly believe In the challenge which climate change poses, we understand the world is facing this challenge, and we believe that Canada has to do its share as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I have a lot of respect for the member from Wellington Halton Hills, and I truly believe that he believes in climate change and that we need to do something about it. But I would be careful. I would suggest to him to be careful about using the term "we" when he refers to the belief in climate change, because indeed, a lot of Conservatives, unfortunately, do not believe that the climate is changing. But I take issue with the suggestion that he just made that the Conservatives came up with a credible plan to address climate change. And basically what they did is they created an Air Miles version of carbon credits where you could purchase certain products if you were wealthy enough to spend a lot of money in order to build up a bank of points in order to buy stuff with. Like the member must be able to provide some context as to how we can credibly do our part to drive down global emissions. And I would encourage him to share some other thoughts, perhaps outside of the jurisdiction of that Air Miles plan that they had developed.
Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Madam Speaker, first off, that plan was not for all consumers in all 10 provinces. It was restricted to provinces that had refused to allow the federal government to put in place its plan. And so that had refused to put in place their own plans. But obviously with the Supreme Court's ruling, it's clear that the provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario, where this was the case, will certainly be putting in their own plans at some future date to comply with the federal government's price on carbon. But in brief, Madam Speaker, the central point of the matter is this. This government came to office promising to do better on climate change. The fact of the matter is that emissions have risen each and every year that this government has been in office. And despite that fact, the government's lofty promises keep getting more and more grandiose. They came to office promising to reduce emissions by 30% from 2005 levels by 2030. And then, just in the last year, they promised to reduce emissions by 40 to 45% from 2005 levels by 2030, an even more ambitious promise that flies in the face of the facts.
For Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech and for bringing up the need for real climate action. Despite this government's promises, they have failed to take meaningful action on the climate crisis. The government promised to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, but they actually increased those subsidies each year. The Environment Commissioner, in a scathing report, described the government's policy incoherence. An example of this is the Emissions Reduction Fund, which handed out money to oil and gas companies who admitted they were expanding production, they were increasing emissions. Does the member agree that we need to stop handing out money to profitable oil and gas companies and invest that money in climate solutions instead?
Member for Wellington Halton Hills, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the best way to achieve climate emissions is to ensure that there's a price on carbon that is equitable across all regions of this country and equitable across all economic sectors of our economy, and to achieve those reductions through that mechanism. I also believe that an essential part of getting the job done is to be honest with ourselves about our record on climate change, which is one of the worst amongst the industrialized world.
Debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour today to rise in this House as the Member of Parliament for Yellowhead, to speak at report stage on the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Before I comment, I want to remind everyone what transpired leading up to the throne speech. On August 18, 2020, the Prime Minister asked then Governor-General Julie Payette to prorogue Parliament until September 23rd amid the We Charity scandal. She agreed. The previous federal government, lost my place. The previous federal election, was on October 21st, 2019. And the 43rd Parliament lasted from December 5th to August 15, 2021. Madam Speaker, isn't it the intent of prorogation to signal the completion of the government's agenda? Or was Parliament prorogued to cover up the Liberal scandal that was being brought to light. On September 20th, 2021, during the pandemic, Canadians were asked to go back to the polls, and on November 23rd, Governor General Mary Simon presented the throne speech laying out the government's new priorities. But did it? In my view, it did not. Instead, it repeated the Liberals' electoral promises. It was more of the same, with more deficits leading to higher taxes during a time when Canadians were and still are barely making ends meet. In fact, Madam Speaker, inflation is now impacting families across Canada. Food is getting more expensive, gas and home heating are costing more, the housing prices continues to reach record high levels, yet there was no plan to fight inflation in the throne speech, except to say their solution to inflation was housing and childcare. In the throne speech, it says, inflation is a challenge that countries around the world are facing. And while Canada's economic performance is better than many of our partners, we must keep tackling the rising cost of living. Madam Speaker, if our economy is better than our partners, then why are other countries launching ambitious plans focused on innovation, lowering taxes, cutting red tape to get their economies rolling again? We know that to build a better economic future, we have to have an objective, such as removing interprovincial trade barriers, revamping the tax system, creating more jobs, and much more. There was no mention of what measures will be taken to address the cost of living, especially in my riding of Yellowhead, who are struggling to make ends meet. Our seniors, those on fixed income, are worried. Further, the speech touched on warning that Earth is in danger, but didn't come up with any major adjustments to make their climate plan functional. In fact, the Liberals made it worse by ignoring the plight of workers in the energy, auto, and steel industries. There was no mention about helping Alberta. Instead, the document continued the Liberals' assault on energy workers. The only reference to energy workers was a promise to limit Canada's oil and gas emissions. As we all know, businesses are suffering, impacting our economy and our country. The throne speech did not mention the potential to create a plan for workers so that they could return to work. Madam Speaker, tourism is very important in my area as well. Industry in my riding, as well as oil, gas, and forestry. There was no mention of tourism and how it has been affected by the pandemic. Towns like Drayton Valley, Edson, Hinton, and Rocky Mountain House, located in my riding, are challenged to fill positions in local and small businesses. These small businesses are major contributors to our local employment, and they are hurting. Some businesses have even closed. Millions of Canadians will continue to be left by this Liberal government. This throne speech only recycled many of lofty promises we heard 6 years ago. The document not only outlines the initiatives which began in the last Parliament, saying that Liberals would continue and enact promises they promised in their election platform. Same old, same old. Again, I ask, why did the Liberals prorogue Parliament and call for an election only to reiterate the same initiatives and promises in their throne speech? After all, the purpose of a throne speech is to introduce the government's direction and goals, and to outline how it will work to achieve them. It should not repeat previous promises. It is ironic that even though the throne speech entitled Building a Resilient Economy, the word economy was repeated 11 times, and yet nowhere in the document were the words productivity, investment, and growth. Was the word economy only a reminder for the Liberals to not forget to add it to their to-do list? Was only meant to mean, if that was the reason, then the word economy was only meant to mean unfinished business and not a new economic idea. British Columbia and Alberta are two of the largest exporting provinces of softwood lumber and northern bleached softwood. Softwood lumber tariffs only damage our economy by affecting many Canadians looking for employment. Our partnership with the United States is also not helping. There was no mention of a plan to deal with lumber tariffs to protect Canadian jobs. The softwood lumber industry is a significant contributor to the Canadian economy, especially in my riding, where a number of mills are located. The lumber industry provides thousands of jobs in communities across the country and generates numerous positive overflows to industry and services in every community. The price of softwood lumber skyrocketed following the pandemic, and the pandemic-induced lumber shortage is driving up the cost of homes, making it difficult for Canadians to buy and build their homes. The price of housing under this Liberal government has been skyrocketing, and Canadians need a government that can help them afford their first home. There was no mention about making our communities safe either in this throne speech. Rural crime continues to be at crisis levels in many parts of the country. This government has failed to take any meaningful action to help. Instead, they have actually made matters worse by reducing penalties for crime, making a revolving door of the justice system spin even more quickly. There was no mention on how the government will deal with threats from China, nor as to why Canada designated lithium as a critical mineral and then allowed China to buy one of our lithium mines. Even though they even went one step further and chose to not conduct a national security review following the announced takeover of Canadian lithium mining company Neo Lithium. Under the provisions of the Investment Canada Act, the foreign takeover was not immediately subject to a review and proper due diligence. Critical minerals such as lithium are essential to the future prosperity of Canada's economy and our strategic interest. These minerals are used in the production of products such as electric vehicles and could play a major role in meeting our climate challenges. It is imperative that Canada takes seriously the issue of critical minerals and the domestic supply chains of these minerals. Priorities announced by this Liberal government do nothing for Canadians who are worried about the economy. Cost of living, the increasing cost of everyday essentials, crippling businesses from supply chain constraints, labor shortages, investment, national unity, tourism, oil and gas, forestry, housing, safety in rural communities, workers whose wages are stagnating, and the inflation is steadily increasing, and much, much more. What it should have done was outline a game plan and a glimmer of hope and how the government will kickstart and strengthen our recovery from the pandemic. Unfortunately, that was obviously too much to ask. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I look forward to questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we definitely hear a lot from the Conservatives in terms of the problem that the world, quite frankly, is facing with inflation right now. What we don't tend to hear a lot about are solutions. This member brought up the fact that housing prices are going up and there's a housing shortage, but he hasn't suggested any solutions. Time and time again, we never hear from the Conservatives what those solutions might be. So my question to him would be, what does he propose as a solution? Because even in the last electoral campaign, there weren't any ideas that were coming forward from the Conservatives. So I'd like to hear from this member what one of those solutions might be.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to be honest with you, I'm not surprised the member from across the way is asking for help because they truly have no plan as to how they're going to deal with the high cost of housing. One of the biggest problems we're having is foreign investment into our housing market and driving these prices up. No way did they ever look at the fact of trying to stifle that where illegal people are using illegal money to launder money in Canada. This is shameful that they have not taken a proper step in trying to address that. So to answer the members' questions, absolutely, we should chat afterwards, and I'll give you a proper plan on how to deal with the housing crisis.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke at length about what the speech from the throne did not say. But he did address some issues contained in the speech from the throne. But I'd like to address his own silence on some issues. Can Canada find its place in the world again today in terms of foreign policy? Canada in the past was a broker, and but today Canada has lost its status in the world. So can the member tell us what his plan is for Canada to find its rightful place in the world again without becoming an arms dealer?
Thank you to the member. Very true. The easy solution is we need to get rid of the Liberals and elect Conservatives. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada, we had great reputation right across the world. But unfortunately, since then, it has been a steadily decline. Many countries now take advantage of Canada. They've already started looking at how the Five Eyes, why we should not be part of that anymore. The G720 is already questioning if Canada should be a part of that. So you're absolutely right. We are in trouble around the world. They are not looking at us seriously. They are not trying to make sure that Canada is a voice anymore in the world stage.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Yellowhead. In some nice memories, when I worked in the private sector, I called on Edson Hinton regularly and have been in a lot of those small businesses in my time. I wanted to talk about salaries. Salaries must increase in Canada, and I want to talk about the importance of the care economy that has been highlighted during this pandemic and the value of care work that needs to be elevated and respected as much as society respects the resource economy. I want to talk specifically about employment right now for people living with a disability. The employment rate for persons with a disability fell from 24.8% all the way down to 13% at one point during this pandemic. So I would ask the member from Yellowhead, we need to protect the income of the most vulnerable workers, and would the Conservatives support the guaranteed livable basic income for Canadians, starting with people with disabilities?
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, that is a very good question, and I'd love to chat with you as well later and talk about my riding and what you've worked in there as well. I think the biggest problem that we're dealing with is, you're right, the social system and how do we help our people. The biggest problem I've seen over the years is governments have always planned or governed for 4 years and then planned for a total of 8. Govern for 4, plan for 4, so operate for 8. Unfortunately, on our social program network, it takes at least 20 to 25 years before you actually see any outcomes. So that short-term planning has always hurt anybody. And I think under this Liberal government, we are no longer at a 4 and 4. I believe we're probably more at a year to 2 years tops. So that's one of the things that we need to start looking at, is a lot of our social issues and how we deal with them. And that is something that I'm sure the Conservative people have always concerned about, and we definitely will take care of the Canadian public as best as we can. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to note I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Hamilton Melton. Nice to see you today. And nice to be back in this House in this new year. So I do wish my colleagues from all aisles a wonderful Happy New Year, belated, of course, and Best to you and your families this year. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in this House this afternoon and speak again on behalf of the residents, the wonderful residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. These residents that constantly engage me with their passionate and informed opinions. And for that, I will always ensure that I continue to be their strong voice in this chamber and with our government. I do wish to send a quick hello back home to my family, especially our little one of 4 months, Leia, who has brought so much joy to our family. Thank you. She has brought so much joy to our family. She has captured truly our hearts, and her smile brings light to my world at all times. At very close to 50 years of age, I never thought or never dreamed I would be blessed with a third child. And now with 3 daughters, this divine intervention, as I refer to tell my friends, has humbled me and reminded me what the significance of the word gratitude is and just how much we and I are blessed with. Madam Speaker, coming back to our House of Democracy here is always a privilege for all 338 parliamentarians. I will try not to repeat what many of my colleagues have commented on regarding the protests we see outside. I will say this, that of course, that the right to peaceful assembly, and protest is sacred. But what we saw and heard this weekend only makes me believe that we as parliamentarians, all 338 and 38 million Canadians, must all redouble our efforts to pursue policies that ensure Canada is truly an inclusive country. We will always stand up for diversity and inclusion, and we will always condemn and push back on racism, hatred, discrimination in all its forms. That is who we are as a people who are hardworking, sacrifice, passionate, and do what is right for our collective good. Yes, our collective good. So yes, I fervently applaud all Canadians who have received their vaccination and wish to thank the residents of the region of York who at over now 90% on a double basis have been vaccinated. Thank you. We are all tired of the pandemic. Oh, so tired. But things are getting better. Kids are in school. Thankfully, my 2 kids are in school. I'm pretty sure my wife is happy too. Their sports activities will recommence in Ontario this weekend. Our economy has rebounded and is getting stronger. And vaccines are fueling that. They're working. So with that, we must be optimistic. Brighter days, yes, are ahead for all Canadians, I truly believe. COVID has tested our mettle, but Canadians have risen to this challenge. We are resilient, and yes, we will exit stronger. The speech from the throne provides the pathway, and it is a moment in our nation's history that we must not lose sight of. Madam Speaker, I do have some great news on the economy, and for those who know me after the 6 years I've been in this House and elected 3 times, I am about the economy. I'm about jobs. I'm about creating better futures for young people and for families from coast to coast to coast. It's been 2 years since our economy and the lives of all Canadians have been impacted by COVID-19. I'm happy to report via StatsCan this morning that the Canadian economy, as measured both by employment levels, jobs, and output, the term we use as economists, gross domestic product, are now both above their pre-pandemic levels. Madam Speaker, that speaks to hard work, perseverance, and that word I love to use, grit, of all our citizens. It also speaks to our government's unrelenting focus to having the backs of Canadian businesses, workers, families, seniors, students during the pandemic, all Canadians. Our economy rebounded faster than many experts had predicted, and it did not happen by chance, by coincidence, or accident, Madam Speaker. Leadership was required, and the Prime Minister brought that leadership to Canadians. Whether it was the wage subsidy to ensure millions of workers remained attached to employers, or the CEBA, which helped hundreds of thousands of businesses in every riding, all 338, or the CERB, or the benefits in place currently, and of course the procurement of vaccines that has saved lives and is allowing us to exit the pandemic. We were there for Canadians during the pandemic as they were there for their neighbors, their friends, and their family. I view the speech from the throne as continuing the work we began in the fall of 2015, where with now 3 strong mandates from Canadians, we continue to build a strong middle class and support those working hard to join it. An economy that works for all Canadians through inclusive growth that has lifted hundreds of thousands of Canadians and hundreds of thousands of children all across this country out of poverty, created millions of jobs for Canadians, and thus optimism, and has brought optimism, for for hardworking Canadian families that the future of our country is bright and remains bright. It is a throne speech that believes and commits to a just and fair Canada, with not only a strong economy that attracts newcomers from all over the world, which we see on a daily basis, but one that strives to allow every single Canadian the opportunity to succeed. See, Madam Speaker, my measure of success for our government is very simple. It is how we take care of our most vulnerable in our society, how we ensure they have an optimistic future for them and their families. We have an obligation as a blessed people. God has truly blessed this country, and our government will remain centered on this obligation. It is a throne speech that charts a path together on reconciliation and a solemn responsibility to respond to the calls of action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Only a whole-of-government approach and breaking down barriers will allow us to do the work that is necessary. We are making progress in this journey with First Nations, and we know that it will be a long journey. As stated by the Governor General, and I've read the throne speech several times now, and these words have struck to me as being very poignant and probably the most important in it, in the throne speech itself. There is hope in the everyday. Reconciliation is not a single act, nor does it have an end date. It is a lifelong journey of healing, respect, and understanding. Quote, quote. This journey will continue unabated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as one of the 338 MPs elected to serve, the responsibility given to us is a special one, a unique one, and for one for me that carries a deep sense of responsibility. We are not surgeons, we are not carpenters, we are not laborers. My father was a roofer, and I don't know how to build a roof, but I tried to help him sometimes. My mother was a fish filleter, my brother's a first responder, but we are parliamentarians. And the responsibility we have, each of us, we are community leaders. Each of us has been sent here by our community to lead, to debate the issues and ensure that the laws that we make for our country strive to make our country a more just, a more inclusive, and a more equitable place. We are Canadians, and we need to ensure we leave a clean environment and a strong economy for all our children. We must confront the challenges that face not only our country, but the world with optimism and a sense of purpose, much like the waves of newcomers that have come to Canada for generations have come with and who helped build this country. On climate change, the transition to a low-carbon economy and the opportunities economically will be, and currently are, enormous. Canada is there, Madam Speaker. We were there with placing a price on pollution. We were there on bringing forth and passing the first ever Net Zero Accountability Act. And we are there globally, whether it's at COP25 or 26, and we are there with our partners. And our ongoing investments in the green economy are creating jobs, wealth for Canadians, and ensuring a clean and healthy environment for all Canadians. We are there investing in public transit. A $3 billion fund annual will be in place for public transit for all municipalities, for Canadians, so they can get to work faster and then get to their home and see their kids after school. Why? Because it's the right thing to do, and that's how we build a truly inclusive country. We will ensure that we cap and we reduce oil and gas sector emissions through innovation and working together with industry. As an economist, as someone who grew up on the West Coast, before I moved to Ontario, I truly know there are hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers that are connected to the energy industry, and we must work with them. We must work with industry. It is a fact. We are prosperous because of the resources that have been in this country for hundreds of years and that we have utilized and we continue to utilize. And we must continue to work with industry to transition. I visited the Alberta Industrial Heartland a few years ago in my first term, and I was there by myself touring some of the plants as I covered much of the sector during my private sector years. And I see literally the tens of billions of dollars of new investments that have been announced for Alberta, all net zero, all not producing GHGs. That is transition. That is innovation. We must continue down that path. It was great to see in the last 24 hours in my city of Vaughan and here in Canada, for the first time, Volkswagen exported some of their new SUVs. I think I'm getting the hook, so I'm going to stop there, Madam.
And I've been trying to show you. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would just simply comment this regarding the honourable member. There are many folks that I've chatted with, actually some constituents who have travelled a long ways to come to Ottawa, never been to Ottawa, some of them, and never been involved in a protest before, who are desperate to be heard. And my simple request would be to listen to some of those who have, across the country, shared their frustration with current government policies. And I believe it is incumbent upon all of us to be willing to listen at a time when Canadians are very, very divided. My question, Madam Speaker, is specific towards the energy sector. Now, I know this member is, I think, quite aware of the realities that do exist within our energy sector and the opportunity that is there. So I'm wondering how he can reconcile that support with his government's and specifically his Prime Minister's statements about how they plan to phase out the oil sands, phase out Canada's most prosperous industry.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the honourable colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. I do enjoy listening to the honourable member's speeches and comments with regards to his constituency. With regards to the energy sector, actually, first of all, my mandate here is to work together with all members on the aisle and to listen to all Canadians. I think for us, we must bring Canadians together. Over 90% of Canadians are vaccinated. We must listen to all Canadians. With regards to the energy sector, our government purchased a pipeline. We're building that pipeline. We're ensuring exports diversify from the United States. We're obviously heavily dependent on them. We know we have a resources that it's wanted. We know that we have a resources that's being utilized and will be utilized for many, many years to come. It is a fact. And we need to make sure that we put in place policies that encourage innovation within that sector to lower GHGs.
L'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Honourable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to climate change, in the throne speech, it says that Canada needs to walk the talk. But we find that very vague as a commitment. The government claims that it wants to eliminate subsidies to fossil fuels, but they have not defined what those subsidies are. So what is likely going to happen is that they're going to camouflage those subsidies by presenting them as assistance to the transition. So the interpreter is having difficulty hearing. And so not the intensity of the fossil fuel carbon. I'm going to give a chance to the Parliamentary Secretary to answer.
I thank the honourable colleague from Quebec for his question, for their question. I will say climate change and the answer to is about lowering our greenhouse gas emissions. And as actually we've seen today, I read a report that in Norway, almost 90% of electric vehicle sales this past month were electric. We need to get to that in Canada. We need to put in place those policies that will lower GHG emissions, but we must also understand there are literally hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers that work in the energy sector, and there is going to be a transition. We want to make sure we are there for them, and we want to make sure we're there for them and their families, and they're hardworking, and we will be there to support them as we go through this transition in the years ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. In my riding of Vancouver East, I have a great number of seniors who are absolutely desperate because their GIS is being cut or reduced. In fact, it's so confusing. that he has been referred by government agents to go to Service Canada to get a form to see if we could get his GIS restored, even though that process would not work for him. He's frustrated beyond measure, and now he's faced with eviction. The government has not addressed this issue, not with the fall economic statement, not at least until May. It does not help the problem. So my question to the member is, what suggestions does he have for seniors who are being evicted right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will be there for seniors day in, day out. I suggest any parliamentarian that needs to raise specific issues on specific constituents, bring them forth to the pertinent PS and Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy House Leader on a point of order.
Yes, I do have a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, so they got together and discussed this. And I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, acknowledge that the Leader of the official opposition in the Senate expressed his strong concerns that a senator from the Conservative caucus was not appointed a member of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. B, regret the Leader of the official opposition in the House proclaiming that members of the Conservative caucus would not sit on NSICOP. C, recommend the appointment of Conservative Senator Fabian Manning to NSICOP. And D, agree to work with the government to ensure that the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act is swiftly and solely amended to allow for an additional member of the Senate to participate in the committee.
I have to finish one point of order before going to another. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay.
No.
There is no agreement.
Point of order.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Nipissing, Pembroke, yes.
That was an odd time to be making putting forth a unanimous consent motion. Was he just trying to detract from the fact that he was the only person in the House to disagree with condemning a vote on blackface?
I'm sorry, but the time for presenting unanimous consent motions is not stipulated anywhere in the standing orders, so anybody can present them anytime. Resuming a debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Well done. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to address this House in my introductory speech. Today, I am fiercely proud to speak to several elements in the speech from the throne that are particularly close to my heart. Our government's plan to improve life for women and all Canadians by addressing the housing crisis and creating a national childcare system, and our effort to bolster our democracy and civic discourse by reforming the Broadcast Act. Before I discuss the throne speech, I would like to thank a few of the people who helped me get here. My son, Ty, has been with me every step of the journey, making the experience profoundly more meaningful. I couldn't have been here without him or my partner, Michael, whose unwavering support made the campaign possible and made our family's transition to my new life as Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain as smooth as possible. And my heartfelt thanks to my campaign team and the many volunteers who showed up every day. As the Governor General explained, we are here to honor the trust placed in us by our constituents by representing and serving them. I think the throne speech exemplifies this by its commitment to fairness for women and all Canadians. Madam Speaker, the throne speech is good for women. It outlines our government's plan to take strong action to support Canadian women, and supporting women has always been a major priority for me. That's why I'm delighted that our government has chosen to examine its policy and spending through a gender-based lens. Madam Speaker, I have been volunteering with women's serving organizations since the early 1990s, starting with a year in Honduras, supporting vulnerable women in Tegucigalpa and La Mosquitia, and continuing in my years in Hamilton through community organizations like the YWCA. I have seen the life-changing impact of programs that support women, helping women to be financially independent, to access services and supports, to find safe, permanent housing for themselves and their children, to find affordable childcare. These supports not only help women and their children These supports improve our communities. Madam Speaker, on the subject of women's safety and security, Indigenous women have suffered much in Canada, so I'm pleased that our government will accelerate work with Indigenous partners to address the national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Investments in women are important because the COVID-19 pandemic has been particularly difficult for us, Madam Speaker. We need a just recovery where every person has a chance to succeed and realize their potential. That means an inclusive and equitable recovery. The speech from the throne supports this by highlighting our government's two major priorities, housing and childcare. There is a housing crisis in Hamilton and across Canada. Far too many people have been forced out of their homes due to dramatically rising rents and rent evictions. Many women who were trapped at home with abusers during the pandemic fled their violent situations, and shelters are operating at full or over capacity. And that's why our government is moving forward with a 10-year national action plan on gender-based violence, and will continue to support organizations like YWCA Hamilton and Good Shepherd, who are providing women with critical supports. Madam Speaker, every Canadian deserves safe, stable housing and access to social and health services. Our government believes this, and that's why we have a national housing strategy, working with community partners like the Good Shepherd to ensure more Hamiltonians experience the safety and dignity of a home and can keep their home thanks to wraparound support services. This government is delivering on that commitment, Madam Speaker, such as the recent announcement by the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion for more than 100 new supportive homes for marginalized people in Hamilton. The National Child Care Program introduced by this government is another reason I was inspired to run for office. On Hamilton Mountain, our government's plan will save a typical family more than $11,000 a year. But in the first year, by 2026, families with infants will be saving almost $18,000 a year. Madam Speaker, imagine the impact these savings will have on the quality of life for families in Hamilton and across Canada. The Early Learning and Childcare Plan will ease the financial burden on parents, create new jobs, and allow parents, especially women, to re-enter the workforce. This plan will make life better for children, for parents, and ultimately for our communities. Studies show that for every dollar invested in childhood education, the broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. I had the chance to visit one of the nonprofit umbrella childcare centers in my riding with the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and I have stayed in touch with Executive Director Daryl Hall. He says hundreds of Hamilton families are on wait lists for licensed not-for-profit childcare. Wait times range from 2 months to 2 years. He says this wait absolutely affects a parent's ability to re-enter the workforce, and it also has a negative impact on child development. Daryl says, and I quote, "Families are being forced into unlicensed and unregulated care for their children." He says the Conservative plan for child care tax credits does nothing to address the staffing and infrastructure challenges. This is important, especially in Hamilton, Madam Speaker, where we have a larger percentage of children from marginalized communities compared to the rest of the province. In some parts of the city, more than 50% of kindergartners are considered vulnerable in terms of development or skills. A higher proportion of kids are from low-income families compared to the national average. Daryl says these kids need access to a diverse and qualified system to support their unique needs. These kids can't wait. Madam Speaker, our government has a plan for hundreds of thousands new childcare spaces that will ease that wait list, and a plan to increase the number of qualified staff, address low wages, and stabilize the workforce. Alors que nous passons à la phase de reprise.
As we enter into the recovery phase, our government will adapt supports and benefits to help small businesses remain open. We have restored employment to levels higher than before the pandemic, thanks to our supports, and we will continue to ensure that Canadians have access to good jobs so that workers can earn a decent wage and so that people can get the skills they need to find and keep good jobs. during the post-pandemic recovery and beyond. This government knows the best way to grow the economy is to make life more affordable and to put an end to the threat of COVID-19. We have procured enough vaccine for all adults in Canada, and we did this 2 months ahead of schedule. And we now have the supply necessary to vaccinate our children and to provide boosters to everyone who's eligible.
Speaker, I would like to address another government priority that's close to my heart: reform of the obsolete 1991 Broadcasting Act. For more than 2 decades, I had the privilege of engaging with people on Hamilton Mountain through my work as a journalist, first with the Hamilton Spectator and then with CHCH TV News. People in Hamilton and across Canada depend on local news to keep them informed about their community. It's a crucial part of our democracy, and working in journalism afforded me the privilege of learning about and hearing from communities and people across Hamilton and beyond. Now I'm here to give Hamilton Mountain a strong voice in this chamber and to be a steadfast voice for the value of local news in this country. As we heard in the throne speech, this government will ensure that web giants pay their fair share. We will level the playing field and protect Canadian culture and creativity. Madam Speaker, this is the moment parliamentarians must work together to get big things done and shape a better future for coming generations. This is what I have heard from the people of Hamilton Mountain, and they are the reason I am here. This throne speech outlines our government's plan to support Canadians so that everyone can participate in shaping our better, fair, and more prosperous future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, Canada's Ethics Commissioner, Mario Dumont, found that her Prime Minister improperly influenced the then Minister of Justice and Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould, disposed of her, then got rid of Dr. Philpott, and that's after he elbowed an opposition MP in the chest, and we find out later that he groped a reporter. As a defender of women, promoter of women's rights, why was it that she joined that party with such a prime minister notorious for his toxic masculinity?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so proud to be part of this Liberal team. It has had a 50% gender diverse cabinet since it started 6 years ago. It maintains that proportion. We have a female deputy prime minister and finance minister. We have a woman who's our head of defense. We have women in the key positions of our cabinet, and I think that says for itself that this is a feminist government, a government that believes in women, believes in things like childcare that support women. Thank you.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague, first of all, on her speech, her maiden speech, I believe, in the House, and that's outstanding. Congratulations. And her French was very high quality. I'd like to mention that. She talked about women and housing, and if you bring those two issues together in Quebec, every day there's a woman knocking on a door, a woman who's been a victim of violence, and she's forced to turn around and go back home because there aren't enough resources, there aren't enough spaces in shelters. And Quebec has 457 per thousand in need of housing. Canada has 1.8 million, a need for 1.8 million. So our record in the G7 is very poor when it comes to housing. Would my colleague agree that we need massive investment in social housing in the years to come? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'll try in French, but please forgive my mistakes. I love Quebec. I've spent a fair amount of time there. And I think the problems you referred to exist all over Canada. For example, in Hamilton, I talked about these problems, about the risk of homelessness. And I also mentioned that the minister was there just the other day, and he promised $26.7 million to build over 100 places for people in Hamilton who are at risk of homelessness.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. A top concern in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith that's being brought forward over and over are the skyrocketing delays through Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. Delays have been so bad. You know, they were bad before the pandemic, but they've gotten so much worse since then. Families have been forced apart for years, and IRCC is still years away from meeting these service standards. I quote, families have been telling me that they've been at their breaking points, forced to struggle alone. Does the member opposite agree that it's time to take real action to address the backlog and help reunify the hundreds of families desperately waiting for help in Nanaimo Ladysmith?
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain, 30.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did hear our minister responsible speaking to these issues today about how much he's been able to accomplish in terms of the immigration system and in terms of how many immigrants we have been able to bring to Canada despite the pandemic. And I think we have obviously more to do, always, but I think we've done a fair job.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38. It's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Regina Luwan, the Environment. The Honourable Member for Kenora, Regional Economic Development. The Honourable Member for Immigration Éclairable, Health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kildona St. Paul.
Here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to say that I ran to be an MP because I love Canada. I love our country. My ancestors fled tyranny and war-torn Eastern Europe over 130 years ago to come to the Canadian prairies for the freedom and opportunity it represented. Their hard work and sacrifice created a better life for all of those who followed, including myself, and I'm motivated every day to honor them and to do right by them and my constituents and to contribute to a united and prosperous Canada, glorious and free. But since I was elected over 2 years ago, I've grown increasingly concerned over the state of our national unity. Whether it's been the alarming rise of Western alienation or Quebec separatism, or the increasing divide between urban versus rural, or the division on the COVID-19 pandemic, national unity seems to be at an all-time low. And it's understandable in many ways, given the terrible 2 years it's been for all of us. 30,000 Canadians tragically died of COVID-19, and thousands continue to suffer from long COVID. Thousands more have suffered from delayed surgeries. Few families, including my own, have been left untouched by the cruelty of COVID-19. And as a result, millions of Canadians I've heard firsthand are terrified of COVID. They feel that it's a death sentence to them or their loved ones. Many will never recover from this fear. I've spoken to them firsthand. Many constituents of mine have said that they will never take their masks off again in public or feel comfortable in large crowds or even travel ever again. But thankfully, with incredible human ingenuity, COVID vaccines were developed at warp speed and rolled out worldwide to billions of people around the world in a matter of months, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. And thanks to the extraordinary healthcare workers, thousands of sick Canadians were supported throughout this pandemic. But I do believe we have reached a point that we must make serious investments, transformative change, and take the best practices from around the world for our healthcare system so that people will be better prepared, so that we'll all be better prepared for future pandemics, which every expert is telling us that this won't be the last one. There's more to come. We will go through this again. It's just a matter of time. And the data tells us that during normal times, on average, our healthcare capacity operates at over 100%. Hallway medicine, 8-hour ER wait times, months of MRIs and critical surgeries for hip and knee replacements, and many others. These have been issues longer than I've been alive, Madam Speaker. And we know that our healthcare system experiences tremendous strain during flu season, let alone during the tsunami of sick people from COVID over the past 2 years. And this is why governments say that they've needed to take extreme and extraordinary measures because our healthcare system can't handle everybody getting sick at one time. So we were told, we're all in this together, and we all stayed home, 2 weeks to bend the curve. We all remember that. And yet 2 years later, we continue to live extremely restricted lives. And as a result, hundreds of thousands of businesses that depend on public gatherings have closed, representing countless family dreams and all the jobs that they supported completely wiped out. Untold damage has been done to our mental health and the development of our children. The deadly impact of isolation on our elderly is measurable. Increased alcohol and drug abuse, divorce, depression, the list goes on and on of the impacts of this. And as a representative of nearly 100,000 people, I have heard these traumas firsthand. I have dealt with sobbing and threats and screaming and pleading. And their stories have haunted me, Madam Speaker. So to describe the last 2 years in one word, I would say trauma. We have all experienced trauma. And millions of Canadians are at the end of their ropes. They can't take this anymore. And the result of that is right outside this building, Madam Speaker. And honestly, from that perspective, I don't find all of what's going on right now outside very surprising. It's like a pressure release valve just exploded after the last 2 years. And I do want the truckers to know, and all those who support the convoy, that I want them to know that I hear you, I see you, and I care about you, and I care about all of our freedoms. Watching the footage online of that convoy making its way across Canada, passing families of all cultural backgrounds along highways and overpasses, and the gatherings of tens of thousands of people on Parliament Hill, I've never seen so many Canadian flags waving in the wind, Madam Speaker. And as a patriotic Canadian, I have to say it made me quite emotional. It's making me emotional now. And I acknowledge, though, and this is important, that some people are angry. And I denounce the evil people who seize this opportunity to display their ignorance and their hatred. And I denounce them fully, Madam Speaker. But many more, thousands more, are expressing their patriotism for their country, are expressing hope for the future and the excitement for change, which honestly is giving them the will to keep going, to persevere through this incredibly difficult time. They just want to be heard from their governments, to have them look at other jurisdictions, what's happening in the UK, the Netherlands, Ireland, Norway, and many other advanced nations who are opening up, moving past mandates, and learning to live with this. And we can do it too. We have some of the highest vaccination rates, if not the highest vaccination rates in the world. We have rapid tests. We've all put the work in. We have all of the tools we need, and now is the time to move forward, Madam Speaker. But to be honest, I do fear that we may never get back to normal, especially when I see the hatred developed between Canadians. Treating each other with dignity, compassion, and respect seems to have been long forgotten, long ago. And I have to say, I do personally, on a personal level, understand the frustrations of some vaccinated Canadians on unvaccinated Canadians. I hear them too. I see them. I hear from them. I get it. But I do want to share a couple stories with you. When I was door knocking during the last election, I met a single woman about my age. She was on her front step, and her young son was clinging to her leg as she shared her story with me. She said, she was a social worker, and she said last year she received Hero of the Year award for going above and beyond as a social worker to help the most vulnerable in our community. But this year, and this is when she started to cry in front of me, she said that no one will talk to her. And she said that she was going to be fired from her job. And do you want to know why? Because she was too afraid to get the COVID vaccine. She was too afraid, she believed it in her bones, and there was no convincing this woman otherwise. And when the province of Manitoba brought forward their strong mandates, there were articles in the local paper about nursing staff suddenly seeing a lot of anger and a lot of rage and tears coming from new people coming in to get the jab. And it seemed that some people in the public were surprised to learn this. And quite honestly, I didn't find it very surprising that people who were forced against their will with their job hanging over their head, who believe with every fiber of their being that it's not right for them for whatever reason, were angry and crying. And I've talked to these people. They've reached out to me. I've made the time. They're my constituents, and I heard them out. And they described to me their experience of getting the jab, so to speak. It was as if it broke them. It utterly ripped away part of who they are, of everything that they believe this country is. It took away their agency. It took away their bodily autonomy. And that's what mandates do to people, Madam Speaker. That is the reality. And of course there were tears and rage. I mean, these are human beings. And I'll remind everyone, for the first year and a half of the pandemic, it was this Prime Minister who said, vaccines for all those who want them, vaccines for all those who want them. He must have said it 1,000 times. And yet, with the drop of a hat, he called that election, and with days of saying that, he went to yelling into a microphone at a Liberal rally, you have the right not to get vaccinated, but you don't have the right to sit next to someone who is. Shameful. He said that. Shameful. Shame on him for dehumanizing people that way, Madam Speaker. Canada is fracturing, and the Prime Minister is winning votes on it. Whether it's the East versus West, or urban versus rural, left versus right, or now the pandemic, he's been dividing Canadians for 6 years. Uniting the country, leading freedom over fear should be the #1 priority of the Prime Minister. But to be honest, I'm beginning to doubt we can ever unite Canadians again, that we'll ever get back to normal, that people can make their own personal health choices and still be equal. But I'll conclude with this. It was during a particularly low day recently. I think we've all had those over the last 2 years. I heard a story that gave me a little bit of renewed hope and motivation. I'm going to share it with you. It's about President John F. Kennedy. You see, JFK in 1961 had a decision to make. He wanted to call a news conference and tell the world that the Americans were going to the moon. And this was a very risky decision for his reputation because technically there was no way forward. The technology did not exist and had never been done before. But he needed to decide, so he went to the most brilliant aerospace engineer in America and he asked him, what will it take to go to the moon? What will it take? And the engineer responded with 5 words. 5 words. The will to do it. The will to do it. And the rest was history after that, Madam Speaker. So what's it going to take? What's it going to take to heal the trauma and division? What's it going to take to bring Canadians together again? What's it going to take to unite this country? The will to do it. The courage and conviction. The will to do it will deliver the glorious and free Canada that we all rightfully deserve. And I, for one, Madam Speaker, will work day and night to deliver that to my constituents and all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and for our ongoing wonderful working relationship together in committee. The member spoke about the importance of vaccination and the value that that's provided in providing us a path towards freedom, as she refers to it. She also expressed some other concerns. I'd like her, if she could share with this House, how she reconciles the views that folks have right now about not getting vaccinated with the fact that we do have mandatory vaccination for children across the country in many provinces in order for them to be able to attend school. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've also enjoyed working with the member. We're studying some really important issues right now. And what I would say is that I find the rhetoric over the last 2 years, particularly since the Prime Minister called that $600 million unnecessary election, which further divided Canadians, I have been concerned about the hatred, and I'm sure he is as well, from all sides against one another. There's not nearly enough communication. I think it was a recent poll that said 20% of Canadians think that unvaccinated people should go to jail. We are pushing this so far, Madam Speaker. I am seeing it. I've been door knocking for years, and in the election I saw so much hate, so much division, and tears, like lots of tears. So I appreciate the member's question, but what I would say is that we need to move forward, recognize that we have done an outstanding job. We have one of the most highest vaccination rates in the world. We need to move forward.
Here. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo, for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the comments. I wanted to talk a little bit again about the care economy and elevating traditional work that belonged to women for many, many years. If the needed investments in healthcare transfers were increased instead of cut by the Conservatives and then those cuts not restored by the Liberals, we would have a stronger health support system to support COVID alongside cancer and pediatric surgeries that are not being able to be met right now. If we do not invest in the care economy in a way that increases healthcare transfers, as the premiers are asking for, we will not be able to weather any other health crises. Do the Conservatives support greater health care transfers to the provinces.
The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the very important question from the member. Congratulations to her on her first election. And absolutely, I do, as I mentioned in my speech, I think we need much more investment in healthcare. We also need transformative change. As I mentioned, we need to be looking at best practices around the world. We are seeing other countries with far better surge capacity than in Canada. And as I said, this is not the last pandemic. This is not the last wave. We need to prepare our healthcare system so that we can have that surge capacity, so that we don't need to do what's been done to people for the last 2 years, so that governments can no longer default to say, well, you got to stay home for 2 years because our healthcare system can't work. I don't want to hear that excuse anymore. I want to see transformative change so that we can usher in an era of healthcare that truly supports everyone. No more 8-hour work or 8-hour ER wait times. No more 2 years for a hip replacement. No more shutting down the economy because it can't handle a surge. We need to build a robust healthcare system, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and in Quebec and in the rest of the country, we saw the healthcare system, how it was severely challenged, and healthcare transfers in the past covered 50% of healthcare costs. This was in the 1970s, but that's down to 25% now. There's a consensus in Quebec and also in the other Canadian provinces that these health transfers should be increased from 22 to 35%, but nothing is being done. So back then, the healthcare system was already suffering, and with the pandemic, well, it's going to take the healthcare system years to recover. So doesn't my colleague think that it is time to increase these health transfers?
St. Paul.
Member from Quebec. And again, I certainly support investments in healthcare, and greater investments seem to be needed. But one point I do want to make is I believe I read that Canada has one of the most expensive healthcare systems per capita in the world. So again, why are we spending so much and getting so little? Why are people waiting 8, 10, 12, 14 hours in an ER? Why are they waiting years? And this is in normal times to get a hip and knee replacement or an MRI. We need to invest and look across the globe for the best practices and transform our healthcare system to be more competitive and to better serve all Canadians, Madam Speaker.
Prise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House today to respond to the speech from the throne, which was presented by the government. As I stand here, I'm wondering why we're still here responding to yet another speech from the throne. The Prime Minister decided to call an election for no good reason during a global pandemic when Canadians needed us to be here in this House to find solutions and to get us out of this pandemic. I was disappointed once more when I listened to the speech from the throne. So many words, so little to say. The lack of substance in the last two speeches simply amazed me. Nevertheless, I'm here today because I believe I can make a difference in my riding of Beauce, where the citizens have trusted me to represent them for a second term, and I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. Madam Speaker, can you perhaps move the earpiece from the mic? Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, as you know, the Beauce is a cradle of entrepreneurship. Our rural community is filled with dynamic and resourceful people. We work together to support each other, but we often feel left behind by this government. One of the most shocking issues that continues to be overlooked by this government is cell phone service. In 2022, with technology being more advanced than ever, people in my riding are struggling to find cell phone coverage in many municipalities, such as Saint-Martin and in many other areas as well. In the speech from the throne, there was no mention of how this government is going to fix this problem. I can also tell you, now that the Prime Minister has finally released the mandate letters for his ministers, that the minister in question did not receive any direction on this issue either. So when will this government understand that this is not only a matter of fairness, but also a matter of public safety? In the community of Saint-Victor, a resident was stung by a bee and went into anaphylactic shock. And as this person lay unconscious, a friend of his had to climb to the top of a hill to call 911. And once there, the ambulance even had trouble contacting the St. George Hospital because the signal was too weak. So in this case, it was lucky that the person didn't die. And this should remind the government that there's still a lot of work to be done on this file. So it's all very well and good to say that we need to reduce cell phone costs, but we should have basic service that is fair in all regions. And that's not going to happen if we have two classes of citizens. Madam Speaker, I'd now like to draw your attention to another urgent issue that the government has not yet addressed in the speech from the throne. My constituency offices are inundated daily with calls from people pleading for help. People are running out of patience. They're hoping for answers to their requests when they contact Service Canada. Now, criminals are stealing people's identities, and there have been so many cases of fraud since the government funding programs were put in place during the pandemic. These programs, I agree, were necessary to get us through the pandemic, but when is this government going to show real leadership and fix the problem? Members of my staff have people crying on the phone to them because their EI or GIS benefits have been cut off because of the actions of fraudsters. These Canadians deserve swift action on their cases, and they can't wait for months for answers from an investigator when they can't afford to pay their rent or even put food on the table. Well, the government took some action yesterday by reallocating some Service Canada employees to address this issue. But for me, it's more like putting a Band-Aid on an open wound. They simply took away people from other important files to cover up their failures. Quebec is the epicenter of these fraud cases, and this has been going on for months. And the government's inaction over the past months is inexplicable. Madam Speaker, just like with Service Canada, the Departments of Employment and Immigration are suffering from the same problems. Officers are exhausted, and files are taking longer and longer to process. In my riding, there is a chronic labor shortage. With an unemployment rate of less than 4%, my riding is always looking for more workers in all sectors. Businesses in my riding rely heavily on temporary foreign worker programs. The problem is that these businesses are unable to get the workers they need and who they themselves have recruited. They're overwhelmed with the paperwork, and when the paperwork is actually finally completed, the long wait begins. Madam Speaker, the effects of this labor shortage are being felt every single day. Take the example of Olimel, which is based in my riding. It's short about 200 employees right now. This severe shortage is causing serious delays in the slaughter of pork, or rather in the slaughter of pigs. And this is having an impact on producers on the ground because they have to hold on to hogs much longer than expected and may even have to euthanize some of them if they can't be slaughtered in a timely manner. Companies in my riding are always looking to evolve their operations with new advances in automation and robotization. But the government funding is simply not there to allow businesses to reach their full potential. Many companies in my riding will have to close their doors if the labor shortage is not adequately addressed, and many others may move their operations offshore. And the fact is that no matter what percentage of changes or policies the government puts in place for programs, the problem is the lack of action on unacceptable delays. We need real action from the government to eliminate excessive paperwork and streamline application processes in every single area. Madam Speaker, as many of my colleagues know, I would like to discuss agriculture and agri-food. Unfortunately, the speech from the throne does not mention agriculture at all. And I think it's a huge mistake on the part of the government. These sectors have been and will continue to be important economic drivers in our country. We need to promote these sectors and not use them as a bargaining chip on the world stage. Madam Speaker, I hear about these issues from my constituents every single day, and we need to do the right thing for our people and fix these problems. These are not partisan issues. I've had these conversations with many ministers on different occasions, but nothing has changed. This government needs to put its priorities in the right order. So to the people of the Beauce, I'll continue to stand up for you every day and every time I have the opportunity to stand in this House. I will ask tough questions and I will hold the government to account. In conclusion, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to answering any questions from my colleagues.
Comments. L'honorable député.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To start, I'd like to congratulate my esteemed colleague for his speech, which, as always, is very grounded, very down to earth, and we have fundamental differences in the way we see Quebec's future, but we agree on many things. And he raised several issues which I'd like to address as well. But I'd like to focus on cell phone coverage. He said that in an emergency situation, somebody had to climb a tree to reach 911. That person ended up being lucky. And in my writing, unfortunately, somebody died because of a lack of cell phone coverage. In the Lac Souris area, coverage is weak. Even within Trois-Rivières, the town itself, in the Pointe-du-Lac area, there's weak cell phone coverage. That's unacceptable. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this idea, which is to create a dedicated program to fix this problem once and for all. We need to fund cell phone towers to complete coverage everywhere. Do you think that we should create a partnership on this issue and address it for once and for all? The member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question, which is very relevant. I could list the 40 municipalities in my riding. I've been to every one of them, and there is weak cell phone coverage everywhere in almost every area in rural areas. So we do need more programs, but we also need the government to show a willingness to do something and to send a clear message to the CRTC, which should regulate cell phone providers. There are several of these in Canada. So again, we can have programs to help them, but the government has to send a clear message. The minister has to send a clear message to the CRTC so that this problem is solved once and for all. As I said earlier, Canadians pay huge cell phone bills. I understand that, and cities complain about that, and we pay more than anyone else in the world, but we really have to make sure that we have coverage everywhere first. Thank you.
Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Healthcare is in crisis, and in my riding of Victoria, many of my constituents are struggling to access primary healthcare. 100,000 people in the Capital Regional District don't have a family doctor, and we are losing multiple walk-in clinics as physicians retire or move on. Decades of health transfer cuts have had devastating impacts on our province's capacity to address issues in our healthcare system. We've seen that acutely during this pandemic. Premiers across the country are asking this government for health transfer increases. Does the member agree that we need to increase health transfers now more than ever, that this government needs to show leadership, work with the provinces and territories to tackle wait times, improve access to primary care, and ensure that we recruit and train doctors and other healthcare professionals to identify the gaps in our healthcare system?
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Very relevant. I think that there's been a clear commitment on the part of our party during the campaign. Increase in health transfers is very important, and there must be no strings attached, because we need to support all Canadian provinces in order to improve our healthcare services. And it's very important to underscore that everywhere in all regions, because yes, obviously in large cities there are shortages in healthcare workers, but that's true across the country. So yes, we need financial assistance, and that's what the government needs to do. Thank you.
From the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my question is very short. Certainly, I've heard, representing a largely rural constituency, the challenges between the rural-urban divide. I'm wondering if the member could comment further on that.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Very relevant indeed. The problem that seems to be exacerbated with the years is that we have to do everything possible to minimize this divide between rural areas and cities. I have nothing against cities, and I think that the federal government here needs to listen, needs to be attuned to the rural regions and support them.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak to the speech from the throne today. I feel like I could definitely talk about the broad strokes and priorities of that speech, like moving faster on the path to reconciliation, taking bolder action on climate change, growing a more resilient economy, and standing up for diversity and inclusion, among others. Each one of those priorities is certainly worthy of a fulsome speech in itself, in my view. But in light of recent events, I'd like to focus my remarks today on perhaps one of our most pressing challenges, which is finishing the fight against COVID-19. Nearly 2 years have passed since the international community sounded the alarm for what would become one of the greatest public health crises that we've ever known. Certainly in my life, I've never seen anything like this. I think many of us can say that. Madam Speaker, I'm sad to say that COVID-19 has claimed over 5.6 million lives worldwide, and the pandemic isn't over yet. I can't help but reflect on the incredible loss and grief people have gone through, and my heart goes out to them and their families. And what we've seen from Canadians over the past 2 years is nothing short of remarkable. People across Canada have stepped up in every way possible, over and over again, to help each other out, to do what's right, to keep each other safe. We all know the many things we've done to help, and that includes getting vaccinated. There have been countless sacrifices made by everyone without exception, and people, families, children, businesses, organizations, governments, communities have all had to adapt and adjust. And those changes have been really challenging and hard. I fully acknowledge that. Whether you're a business owner, child, senior, frontline worker, or other, you've made huge contributions to our response as a nation to COVID-19, and it has definitely made a difference. It's saved many, many lives. Canada has 840 deaths per million people, which is much less than half of the EU, the UK, and the US. In fact, it's 1/3 of the COVID deaths in the US per million. So we've saved many lives in all our efforts. Those efforts have not been futile. In fact, there are immeasurable hardships that have been brought on by this pandemic, and we're all tired, frustrated, fed up, even angry, and it's not even over yet. Some of us feel like we're at a bit of a breaking point. We even want to shout and scream, feel like there's whole dimensions of our lives that have been cut off. We miss our families. We want to take a vacation. We want to get together and celebrate again. We want to go back to the way things used to be. All these feelings, I think, are completely understandable and even natural given the circumstances based on what we've all been going through together. However, there are healthy ways to cope, and there are constructive outlets for those feelings, and there are unhealthy and unhelpful and destructive ways, Madam Speaker. To Canadians, I say your government is not the enemy. Vaccinations are not the enemy. The virus is the enemy. And I think our Minister of Health said that this week in the media, and it really struck me. We mustn't forget that we mustn't forget or give up to the temptation to give up, or to aim all of this frustration at our government. While it should be rightly placed on the circumstances, we mustn't let ourselves be overcome with hate and anger or lash out. I have to say, some of the activity we saw over the past weekend on display in our nation's capital was completely and utterly unacceptable, and there's no excuse or justification for it in this country. And I never thought I would see this type of behavior in our country, in our nation's capital, at the seat of our democracy on Parliament Hill. I'm referring to symbols of hate, racism, including swastikas, Confederate flags being displayed. I'm referring to disrespecting the memory of some of our national heroes like Terry Fox, the unknown soldier, the National War Memorial. As if these acts weren't despicable enough, we also saw videos of protesters harassing shop owners and refusing to wear masks, heard accounts of protesters harassing workers at a soup kitchen and stealing food meant to feed the homeless. We also saw that protesters and trucks have shut down the downtown core of Ottawa, causing businesses, schools, and even vaccine clinics to be closed. And let's not pretend that the people of Ottawa have not been impacted by all of this. Businesses have lost income, kids are not able to go to school, and people's ability to access vaccines and healthcare have been impeded. That's not healthy, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, sorry. After the shockingly deplorable behavior we witnessed in Ottawa this last weekend, we see the Conservatives trying to justify the fact that they supported this group by using the "it's just a few bad apples" type excuse. In reality, we know many of the Conservative MPs encouraged this. They amplified the rhetoric, they served coffee, and came out to show their support. They jumped on the bandwagon for political gain, and when it came time to call out the abhorrent behavior we all witnessed and stand equivocally against hate, violence, racism, and intolerance, they were not so quick. Well, Madam Speaker, sorry, I think we can agree the minimal amount of racism, hate, and violence which we must tolerate is exactly zero. And you can't assist in fomenting anti-government sentiments and then not be guilty by association, Madam Speaker. I realize that many protesters were out expressing their point of view and assembling peacefully, which they have every right to do. And to them, I say, I hear you about wanting our freedom back. All of us feel the same way. But let me remind you what you've accomplished in your opposition to lockdowns. You've essentially locked down a city with the freedom that you're saying has been taken away from you, adding to the strain on the people of Ottawa, causing extensive cost and hardship to many people. And I might add that the people opposing lockdowns in the nation's capital is somewhat strange to me. It seems misplaced because this is the seat of the federal government, and public health restrictions and lockdowns in particular are imposed by provinces and territories. Perhaps what is most alarming is that opposition MPs lined up to support this movement, and the public was sold a bill of goods. First, it was that vaccine mandates at the border that were supposedly going to disrupt the entire supply chain and lead to empty shelves. Well, we know that hasn't happened. In fact, approximately 90% of truckers who are vaccinated have been delivering goods across our border and are keeping our shelves fully stocked. In fact, I'm told that there is no measurable impact on cross-border trucking traffic at this point. And then the United States, in fact, has the same vaccination requirement for truckers, so it's sort of a moot point at this point. Let's also remember that the Canadian Trucking Alliance, which represents the industry, does not support this Freedom Convoy. Why? Because the CTA represents the majority of truckers who are already vaccinated. To top it off, the organizers of the current rally on Parliament Hill apparently have a proposal to dissolve or overthrow the government. So let's get this straight. These individuals want to overthrow a democratically elected government that is following through on its publicly proclaimed campaign commitments that they were elected by the people of Canada to fulfill. And why, Madam Speaker? Because a loud minority in this country don't like it. This is at a time when over 88% of eligible Canadians are vaccinated, and just after vaccine mandates for federally regulated workplaces, cross-border travel by train, plane, ship have been implemented, which as far as I know, last August had about an 80% or over 80% approval rating in public opinion polls. It was clear that the majority of Canadians supported vaccine mandates and realized that this was essential for defeating COVID-19. The public gave our government a clear mandate in the last election to follow through, and that's exactly what we're doing. Now, I hear the voices of this small minority of Canadians that don't want to get vaccinated and think it's government overreach to require them to do so. But the reality is that people have the choice to get vaccinated or not. The anti-vaxxers that the Conservatives are courting just don't like the consequences that come with that choice. But Madam Speaker, as we've learned since we were all kids, choices come with consequences. I think we can all agree we are in extraordinary circumstances, and public health experts around the world say the best chances we've got to get back to normal, protect against further infection, blunt future waves, and avoid lockdowns is to get those vaccination rates up as high as possible. People who've dedicated their lives to science and protecting people's health have provided evidence that vaccines work. So allow me to summarize, Madam Speaker. People are fed up with their lives being turned upside down by a new virus that is highly transmissible, and a small number of them who refuse to get vaccinated despite having every opportunity to do so want everyone else to give them special treatment and accommodate them instead of them complying with the wishes of the majority. They want their rights and freedoms to be completely unlimited, and they want their decisions, no matter how harmful to others, to come with zero consequences. They also oppose lockdowns to the wrong level of government while simultaneously locking down a city in a province that is just about to reopen, all the while being organized by a group of people who say they want to overthrow a democratically elected government which is busy fulfilling its promises for the majority of Canadians because they claim to be true patriots. And ironically,
I'm sorry. The honourable member has used up all his time. I tried to give him some signals, but I know that he was quite into his speech. But I'm sure that the honourable member will be able to address additional comments through questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to the member from Whitby. Specific to the speech from the throne, Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne addressed the fact that the dairy industry would receive compensation as they were very much affected by the Kuzma deal. Can the member tell this House update this House as to when our dairy industry can expect a fixed date from the government, along with the amount that they are to expect when the budget comes down? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, I certainly appreciate the question, Madam Chair. I don't know how it pertains to the speech I was giving, but it does pertain to the speech from the throne, so I'll do my best to answer it. I don't have a specific time and date, but I can tell you that our dairy industry is exceptionally important to our country, our food system and our supply chains, which we're studying at the Agriculture Committee, which I've very proud to be on, and working with other members of the party. I'd certainly be willing to look into it and get back to the member.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to put a question to my colleague. concerning the survival of French in Quebec. I've been in Parliament for 2 years, and this is something that is very dear to me because the assimilation rates are very high in Quebec. People in Montreal with French as a mother tongue, well, that's dropping below 50% these days. And the Liberals voted to recognize Quebec as a nation and the importance of French. But in gestures, the Governor General was appointed. She only speaks English. The CEO of Air Canada doesn't speak French. And, there's so many of these companies and institutions where people don't speak French. Yesterday, the Minister of Immigration spoke only English yesterday at the press conference. And, this is something that is very crucial for Quebec. So will the colleague commit to making sure that there are important measures in the next Official Language Act?
Yes, I mean, I think what you bring up to my honorable colleague, what he brings up is exceptionally important to this country. It's important to all Canadians. It's important to promote bilingualism and to make sure that we're ensuring that there's no loss of the French language. And I think we need to do our best to protect that. I myself am taking French lessons. I'm not at the point yet where I can feel confident enough to speak, but I look forward to the moment when I begin to do that in the House. And thank you very much for the question.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. On the issue around seniors, I'd like to go back to it. I raised this question with his colleague, the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, with the problems that my constituents in Vancouver East are faced with, seniors who are faced with eviction and getting the runaround from officials to contact Service Canada to send in a form, which we all know will not help the situation. His response was to say, contact the parliamentary secretary. Well, I actually did one better. I contacted the minister about these issues, and so far there has been no resolution. The reality is this: the government, it seems, is not going to be bringing in any measures to help seniors, at least until May. In the meantime, seniors in my riding are getting evicted. They're absolutely desperate. So I'm asking the member about advocacy for seniors in his own riding as well as across the country. Will he ask his own government to fix this problem now?
Our member for Whitby, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I would like to respond to the member by saying seniors are exceptionally important to me and my riding, and I spend a lot of my time listening to their concerns and many of the vulnerabilities that seniors experience, which is often relates to housing insecurity. And so I definitely agree that this is an area that I'm pursuing actively and have been doing so since I've been elected in 2019. Certainly, there's more progress that our government can make, and I can't speak to the specific issue in your riding or your constituents, but I certainly am working on all the ones that are relevant to my riding. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House, and as this is my first opportunity to rise in the House to present a full speech, please allow me just a couple of minutes to thank the good people of Charlottetown for the honor to represent them here in the House of Commons for the fourth time. First elected in 2011, and they saw fit to elect me once again. For that, I am grateful and I am humbled. I am also extremely grateful to the army of volunteers that it takes to run a successful campaign. I've been blessed to have a solid core of people who have supported me in those volunteer roles since my first election in 2011. At the risk of missing someone, I'm only going to single out my campaign chairs, Emily McDonald and Spencer Campbell. Spencer's been with me since the very first campaign, and I certainly would not be here but for their leadership and for the other lifers around the table who have supported me over the last 10 years in my campaigns, and for the love and support of my parents and my partner Deirdre. There's absolutely no way that the marathon that we endure to get to this place would be possible, or that I would be sitting here. Madam Speaker, part of my motivation for getting into politics 10 years ago was because of the treatment of my province and of the country by the then Conservative government led by Stephen Harper. He canceled plans for a third subsea cable, which would assure energy security for Prince Edward Island. We fixed that. He increased the age of eligibility for old age security for seniors. We fixed that. He closed offices of the people who served veterans. He closed district offices and slashed hundreds of positions of people who serve veterans, including those at the national headquarters in Charlottetown and right across the country. We fixed that. He tore up agreements that had been achieved under then Minister Ken Dryden for a national child care program and replaced them with payments of $100 a month to parents. We fixed that. And this throne speech indicates that we continue on the progress that has been made since 2015 on creating a resilient economy, building a resilient economy and a cleaner and brighter future for our kids. And some of the key themes in the throne speech that resonated in my riding during the campaign, probably none more prominent than housing. It is a major priority in Prince Edward Island. It's absolutely a major priority in Charlottetown. It is housing is a human right. Every Canadian deserves a safe, accessible, and affordable place to call home. And certainly during the campaign, I heard from many constituents about the impact that Canada's housing crisis has had on them. And our government has a plan to increase housing affordability and make home ownership a reality for more Canadians. And since 2015, with the implementation of the National Housing Strategy, we've helped more than 1 million Canadians find a safe place to call home, but there is still so much to do. Here in Prince Edward Island, there's an investment of $40.7 million in the Canada PEI housing benefit that was announced to support low-income households. Over 2,200 households in PEI will receive assistance for affordable housing under this benefit. Some other examples of which I am particularly proud is 3 buildings that were financed under the Retail Construction Financing Initiative with a $19.2 million low-cost loan for residential buildings in Charlottetown. Investments like these sometimes are met with scorn from those who are extremely concerned about the plight of low-income Canadians and low-income Islanders, because that particular program is designed for those who are at or above the median income, and that is the model. What I will say about the Retail Construction Financing Initiative and the particular investment in my riding is the minute those units were constructed, they were filled. And the National Housing Strategy addresses needs at various socioeconomic stratas across the country and on the island. One in particular that was directed to low-income Islanders was something called Martha's Place, which was finished in 2020. And this is a real model of how the National Co-Investment Fund is supposed to work. So here's how Martha's Place came together, Madam Speaker. It is a development that has rent geared to income. So 25% of what you make, that's your rent. But it came together because the province of Prince Edward Island donated the land. The city of Charlottetown waived property taxes. The Sisters of St. Martha contributed $1 million, and the federal government came in with a low-cost loan of $11.5 million. And now there is a rent geared to income project in the riding on a transit route, and something that is absolutely critical, and something, quite frankly, that we need to see more of. And so it's my hope under the initiatives in the throne speech towards housing that we will soon be in a position to announce something under the Rapid Housing Initiative and further projects under the National Co-Investment Fund to promote partnerships like the one that I just described. Something else that resonated significantly in the riding during the campaign was with respect to childcare. And throughout the pandemic, many parents have struggled to re-enter the workforce due to limited access to affordable and flexible childcare. And the speech from the throne commits to building the first ever Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, despite almost getting there on the eve of the arrival of the Harper government. Childcare fees are expected to be cut in half by the end of 2022, which will save families thousands of dollars. And here in Prince Edward Island, we have already seen the beginning of those reductions. The standard for government-run early childhood centers last year was $34 a day, and that has already in Prince Edward Island been reduced to $25 a day, and those reductions will continue through the life of the program. Here in PEI, we're going to see 452 new early learning and childcare spaces within the next 2 years that offer high quality, affordable programming. So the childcare agreements, as we know, have been signed by all provinces except Ontario and all three territories. It will certainly make life more affordable for Canadians, but it will also create new well-paying jobs and ensure that every child has a fair shot at success. Investments in childcare will build on the success of the Canada Child Benefit, which over the past 5 years has provided tax-free support to over 3 million Canadian families and lifted 300,000 children out of poverty. A quick anecdote with respect to the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. A major employer here in Prince Edward Island is the Department of Veterans Affairs. The payroll is in excess of $100 million a year. It's widely seen as a major contributor to our economy. Well, the Canada Child Benefit contributes that same $100 million a year. But the difference between the payroll at the national headquarters of Veterans Affairs Canada and the Canada Child Care benefits that are put into the pockets of parents every single month is that the latter is not taxable. And that is meaningful progressive policy that will help us through the pandemic and into the 2020s. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to my colleagues' questions.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his discourse here today, and I have to say I do miss him at the Human Resources Committee. Now, he talked a lot about some of the positive things that we've seen or that he's seen from the Liberal housing strategy. But Prince Edward Island, like most other regions of this country, has seen drastic increases in the cost of single-family homes and in condos. What would the honourable member state in respect to his government's failure to account for the challenges that Canadians are facing in affording a market residence? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Roll it down.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And albeit virtually, it's a real pleasure to see my colleague from Mission-Matsqui Fraser Canyon again. Certainly enjoyed working with him on the Human Resources Committee, and as a British Columbia Member of Parliament, to be as knowledgeable about the situation on Prince Edward Island, let me say, is appreciated. My answer to my honourable colleague is this. There is much more to do. Of that, there is no doubt. There is dramatic increases in housing right across the country. Prince Edward Island has also been immune, has not been immune to those increases. We have a bit of a perfect storm here in PEI. We've done a great job attracting and retaining immigrants. Before COVID, our economy was absolutely booming. And we have a situation here where we have 1,000 unfilled construction jobs, which is a major bottleneck. So he makes a fair point. There is much more to do. In one sense, we've actually become victims of our own success. But I certainly appreciate the question from him and the knowledge displayed in the way he posed it.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his speech, and I'd like to hear what he has to say. He talked a lot about social housing and the housing crisis, which is a major crisis, and we know that we need significant investment in housing. Would he agree that in those areas there are, of course, sensitivities around jurisdiction? Would he agree with the idea that there should be a massive transfer to Quebec and the provinces so that they can proceed to build quickly many more housing units? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I believe that our government has done an outstanding job in implementing a national housing strategy. There are a few aspects of that strategy, and I am quite content to support any measure that will help and accelerate solutions to the problems we have in this country, including transfers to the provinces.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will keep it brief, and thank you to the member for his speech. One of the issues that I'm hearing in Nanaimo Ladysmith that I didn't hear in the speech surrounds the inaction on the part of our current government. Each year, unfortunately, despite flooding and droughts and a quickly approaching deadline to lower greenhouse gas emissions, Canada is giving 14 times more money to big polluters in oil and gas. Is the member opposite ready to support a real transition to address the climate emergency?
A brief answer from the member for Charlottetown.
Yes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Drummond. Many have said that the throne speech was a compilation of platitudes, a short compilation of empty phrases designed to appeal to die-hard Liberals who would applaud anything. The throne speech is said to contain commitments and promises. This isn't really all Greek, it's actually Latin. Promise comes from pro, which means before, and mittera, which means to send, produce, or issue. But I don't think that's what this speech does. Think about it a little more. The throne speech contains only three things. 1, nothing new. 2, silences. And 3, repetition. On Nothing New, the throne speech confirms that the Liberal government intends to keep interfering in provincial jurisdiction: housing, police reform, mental health, natural resource management, and violence against women, among other things. The silences now. There's a deafening silence on issues like health transfers, the transition to green funding, EI reform, seniors, agriculture, to name but a few. Repetition, the third thing. Unacceptable immigration delays, access to clean water in Indigenous communities, international aid, making web giants pay for real, etc. And I say etc. By that I mean everything else, because to list all of those things would take too long and life's too short. The throne speech talks about bilingualism and foreign policy, but I only have 10 minutes, so I'm only going to talk about two items that fall under Nothing New and repetition, and that is the French language and the lack of a clear direction on foreign policy. On the topic of the French language, the throne speech proposes to move backwards, giving us the illusion of wanting to achieve equality between French and English, but offering only institutional bilingualism. The means and the ambition do not match. English and French can never have equal importance. Canada's French speakers are surrounded by nearly 400 million English speakers, while these same English speakers have only to deal with around 8 million French speakers. When it comes to the preservation of French, real equality between both languages is just a pipe dream. What is needed are asymmetrical measures that will restore equity in this matter. And I draw a distinction between equity and equality. Equality means the same treatment for everyone, but equity is more about fairness. Equity is something that involves asymmetry so that both languages can have the importance that they are due. As the Bloc spokesperson or the Bloc critic for international francophonie, I can assure you that around the world, French and the francophonie are doing well. It's estimated that French is spoken by 700 million people all around the world, or will be by 2050. And if the trend continues, it certainly won't be thanks to the Liberal government. And in order to make some progress, I propose that the Francophone Games be held in my riding of Trois-Rivières. These games will bring delegations from 50 countries, including more than 3,000 participants and supporters, and that would do more for the French language in Quebec than any of the half measures proposed in the speech from the throne. Perhaps the Prime Minister has forgotten. But French is an identity, a culture, a way of living, and a way of seeing things. And that way of seeing things is a source of richness and wealth to our country. That shouldn't be forgotten. It would be better to protect French rather than repeat an umpteenth intention to do something, which is, after all, the action of reaching out for something without necessarily achieving it. If the Liberal government isn't able or willing to do anything about French, they should just let Quebec do it by itself by not opposing Quebec's initiatives. Secondly, Canada's foreign policy, or should I say lack of foreign policy. Madam Speaker, in matters of diplomacy and the conduct of world affairs, it's time and consistency that guarantee lasting ties. Ties that allow us to have some influence, which allow us to influence world affairs. I remember, somewhat nostalgically, the days when Canada was seen as a major player, a country that could be called upon to mediate disputes as a neutral third party where we could offer a different perspective, an alternative, I remember when Canada had a foreign policy. Remember the Quebec Conference in August 1943? I know that was a long time ago, but decisions were made at that conference between Churchill and Roosevelt in Quebec City. Decisions were made there that changed the course of the war. And the war in Iraq, Canada changed things. I remember when Canada didn't change its foreign minister on the basis of an opinion poll or personal preference. Diplomacy requires time and consistency. Time and a demonstrated commitment, not just doing things for show. A true commitment. I also remember a time, still getting nostalgic here, when Canada didn't mindlessly align its foreign policy with the U.S., and when our motto was not simply do what the Americans do. I remember a time when Canadian prime ministers knew and understood that they could make decisions for themselves. And finally, I remember when Canada had a foreign policy vision and clear objectives. And yet in 2022, there are many challenges. China and Huawei, the Ukraine, international migration, humanitarian crises, American protectionism, and so on. None of these troubling issues are to be found in the speech from the throne. But I guess it's my fault. I think I placed too much hope in the throne speech. Maybe that's my nostalgia still getting the better of me, nostalgia for a bygone era. I would have liked the throne speech to use, the Liberal government to use the throne speech to give us a sense of direction, a path that we're headed in, but it was just more empty rhetoric. But I don't want to end on a negative note, so all I can say is that all I can do is applaud the throne speech without using my hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Very well presented, very interesting facts, but I would like to remind him about something to do with official languages. He mentioned this in the speech, but as opposed to the bill that was tabled in 1988, the one that we are going to table in the next few weeks will really reflect the French and English bilingual Canada of today. That said, I recognize that this bill might be a huge success in his riding in Trois-Rivières, and I'm sure that when the bill is passed, it would help him. But you'll see that this bill here is different from the one that was introduced in 1988. So we are going to give powers to the department, and a strong French Quebec means a strong French and English Canada, and together we will work hard and strengthen both languages in this country. Thank you. The member for Trois-Rivières. Well, hello to my colleague from l'Acadie, and I sit with him on the OPF Council. However, in terms of official languages, in terms of the French language, well, Liberals always make promises which have to do with the future. So I would like this government to commit what the member just said. What he said was actually pretty good. But you have to make a distinction between bilingualism and both official languages. They're not always necessarily the same thing. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the comments on the speech to the throne. This throne speech is really shallow. After an over $600 million election and a message to Canadians that a new mandate was needed, it seemed to be missing a lot. It missed getting pharmacare to communities and Canadians. It does little to address labour shortages. And equity. Equity for persons with disabilities, equity for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I share with the member who gave the speech tonight around $5 daycare. Both of us benefited from it with our children. And so I'm sure both of us agree on the daycare, but we certainly agree that this speech is empty. I would like to ask the member if they would support some more push around the labor shortages and especially our care economy, including daycare and healthcare transfers to the provinces.
The member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her suggestions, and the answer is an unconditional yes. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Brief question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize the speech-making qualities of my colleague. I listened carefully when he deconstructed the word promise. So my question to him is this. What the Liberal Party is doing is repeating promises which are never kept. They've talked about a high-speed train. And so I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the credibility of this government on that promise. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you to my honourable colleague for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you for the question. And in fact, the Liberals keep on making promises, and the word promises means to throw something forward, if you will. But if you keep on kicking the can down the road, nothing ever happens. They've recycled promises from 2015 to 2019 to 2021. Nothing happens. So I think the effect this has on Canadians, on voters, on citizens, is that they get turned off from politics. Canadians are becoming cynical and don't believe politicians anymore. But if you want to build a society, you have to believe in your leaders. That's important. So unkept promises means that people get turned off. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will resume debate, but I have to let the member know that he has 7 minutes left. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for sharing his time with me. As my colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé said, with so much enthusiasm in his speech, I greatly appreciated what he said. Now, Madam Speaker, this is my first speech in 2022, and I'd like to recognize the team that works for me in my riding. I want to speak to them. They're listening to me right now. I asked them to help me work on this speech in response to the speech from the throne. So, Marika, Melissa, Jacinthe, thank you. Thank you also because we work so hard, and I'm convinced this is the case in all my colleagues here in the House of Commons. Everyone works hard in the riding to meet the needs of constituents. Some of them are very moving, the requests they make, and sometimes it's difficult. Everything is hard right now, and I have to admit that there's a lot of frustration out there, and this frustration is building. When you see the lack of support and organization provided by certain departments. So tonight we're going to vote on the speech from the throne, and I don't think it's surprising that people are not holding their breaths as to the outcome of this vote. But I think it's the right moment to point out certain facts which are concerning, things which should have already been addressed by this government. Let me start with the EI system and the fact that it needs to be reformed. In 2021, there were 300,000 applications which were processed so slowly that some are not even resolved today, and it's already February of 2020 day. The deadline is 28 days, but that deadline is rarely met. So people end up with no income for several weeks, and there are dozens of cases which we had to intervene in by sending people to the food bank, because these people, fathers and mothers, who normally made an honest living, are in really difficult, uncertain situations. And in fact, every week we hear stories that break our hearts. And not so long ago, at the beginning of my first mandate in 2019, it was rare that you heard these heartbreaking stories, which today happen every day. And we respond to these cries of need. And unfortunately, this has become part of our daily work. There's a man in my riding, Mr. Mikar. He has 5 kids. He is still waiting for his EI benefits since November. He's got 5 kids. He keeps on calling back. The answer is that we're still looking into it. We're checking up on your file, but he's still waiting. So really, this department needs to get its act together. Immigration, Madam Speaker. I don't know how often we've raised this issue here. I don't know where to start anymore. Yesterday, there was an article in La Presse, and the Minister of the Immigration gave a press conference. He made an announcement. It was only in English, and he said that the government would clear the backlog by the end of the year. And he said that COVID caused this huge backlog. But back in 2019, the backlog was already huge. So you can't blame COVID on everything. Improvements had to have been made previously. The whole system needs to be rebuilt. Some of these files, some of these applications go back to before 2019 and before COVID hit. The government announced that it'll spend $85 million in 2022, but there are so many cases I can talk about which will break your heart. Take this one case here. She's a permanent resident. So Madame Dupont, she's in my riding. I've spoken with her several times. So in June of 2021, she got her permanent residency. And we are February 2022. She's still waiting for her documents. And unfortunately, she lost her father. He became ill in the fall. And she was told not to leave the country because she might not be able to come back into the country because she didn't have the right documents. So she could not go to her father's deathbed. She could not say goodbye to her father or see her grandkids. And during the holidays, she learned that her father-in-law had stage 4 cancer. And this woman still has not received her permanent residency card, which means she can't go back to France to be with her loved ones and to see them off as they pass away. Really, this department is cold-hearted, and it's not a good thing. Family reunification, businesses looking for temporary foreign workers to help them get through the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we hear about these cases, dozens of them, every week and in every riding represented by our colleagues here in the House. In the speech from the throne, we had hoped to see something for agriculture. Well, the digital giants are making money, and we are expecting a new bill on broadcasting to be tabled in the coming weeks, and I'm calling on every member in this House to make sure that the bill be passed quickly. Our culture, our content creators, our media organizations have been waiting for years for the Broadcasting Act to be reviewed. We are looking forward to seeing the new bill. It needs to be passed as quickly as possible, and we need to address the fact that our broadcasting sector is broken. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is 6:15, and I must interrupt proceedings and to put every question herewith. Every question necessary to dispose of the motion now before the House.
Seconded by Mrs. Chattel, move that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General. To Her Excellency the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Chancellor and Principal Companion. Dispense? Okay.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
to your seat. Just be quiet for a second. If you don't mind, we're having a few technical difficulties, so we've postponed the vote by about 10 minutes. Hopefully we'll have everything solved by then. It's beyond our control. Thank you for your understanding.
I did.
La question est la...
The question is the following one. Mr. Hanley.
I was going to say it after, but I'll say it now in case you were wondering what happened. There was a little glitch in the program. For all of you who are here, there's no issues. Those who are voting from home, and you do vote, or from wherever you are in another location, on the app, what you'll find is you will vote, your vote will go through, you will get a response on your app, but you may not get one via email. So that's where the glitch was. We believe we fixed it. If you vote and you don't get the email back, you can just raise your hand at the end and make sure by letting us know and letting us know whether you voted or not. J'espère que tout est clair.
I hope everything is clear. So if you have any problems, if you don't get an email confirming that you voted, please let us know if you didn't get that on your app. Mr. Hanley, seconded by Mrs. Chattel, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General.
Honorable Mary May Simon, Chancellor, may I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Guilbeault. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Jazek. Ms. Jazek. Ms. Gros. Ms. Gros. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Madame Saint-Onge. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Monsieur Miller. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Hussein. Madame Bendayan. Monsieur Serré. Mr. Bittol. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Essassi. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Chang. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. Sorbara. Mrs. Zaid. Ms. Yip. Mr. Blois. Madame Mendez. Mr. Chahal. Madame Ms. Kayabaga. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Gill. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Villemur. Mr. Julian. Mr. Cannings. Ms. Barron. Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo. Mr. Vaughan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fast. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Chong. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Albus. Mr. Obach. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Genius. Mr. Generou. Mr. Nater. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Richards. Ms. Lanceman. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Aitchison. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Monsieur Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
And Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra mes...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard? Votre microphone est en sourdine.
Your microphone is on mute, Mr. Rabillard.
Peut-être mettre votre casque avec le microphone. OK, je vais aller à la prochaine personne.
I'll go to the next person and come back to you.
I vote against.
Okay. Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour.
Madame Vignola, pour. Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote pour.
For. Ms. Kwan.
I vote for.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
I vote for.
On retourne à Monsieur Robillard.
Back to Mr. Robillard.
For. Okay, bring a point of... what do I do? He doesn't have his jacket on. Monsieur Robillard, nous avons eu quelques...
Mr. Robillard, there have been some complaints because you're not wearing a jacket. So I cannot count your vote. You're fine with that? Okay, well, carry on. The table will now compile the results of the vote. Thank you.
Yeas pour 217, 217. Nays contre 121, 121.
I declare the motion carried. That's it?
Nope, we're not done yet.
If I could ask everyone to hang on for a second. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ning. Or, sorry. We're asking him. Mr. Holland, please rise. You're being recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that the address be engrossed and presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General by the Speaker.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Ning, moves. Oh, sorry. Mr. Holland, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves that the address be engrossed and presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General by the Speaker. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Now you can go.
Members that the House will continue with its business, and so I would ask anybody who is not staying for the late shows to please exit quietly. Merci. Okay, just a reminder again, if you could please leave the chamber if you're not taking part in the proceedings that are going to be before the House in a couple of seconds. Alors, dans ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
For Regina Louvain. Y est-tu là? Y est-tu en ligne? Okay, I think, I'm not sure, I think we might be having some technical difficulties here right now. So I will go to the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to be back in the chamber this year, and great to be back participating today. Madam Speaker, on December 13th, I rose in this chamber to ask the Minister responsible for FedNor what specific measures her department is taking to improve wait times for funding application decisions. Unfortunately, the Minister didn't respond, and instead the Government House Leader rose to provide, frankly, a non-answer, Madam Speaker. And it's concerning because over the last 2 years, every core program administered by FedNor has failed to meet its own service standards regarding these wait times. And there are countless valuable shovel-ready projects across Northern Ontario and in my riding of Kenora that will create jobs and enrich our communities. Madam Speaker, they are just waiting for support from the federal government to be able to make it happen. And the timing on these applications truly matters, especially in a region like Northern Ontario. Many FedNor applicants are in rural and northern communities who face logistical challenges in getting their projects underway. For instance, remote communities such as Fort Severn or Casablanca Lake in my riding only have a small window of winter road access each year, which can limit their ability to deliver equipment and materials. So if they don't hear back from the department in a timely manner, they may have to wait as much as another year before they're able to put shovels in the ground and move forward on an important community project. Madam Speaker, it's clear that small businesses, municipalities, First Nations, really communities across Northern Ontario rely on this department for support, and they really need clarity on the status of their applications. Successful applicants, of course, need to be told as soon as possible so they can start to work as soon as possible, and unsuccessful applicants need to find out in a timely manner so they can adjust their plans to seek other sources of funding, either at the federal or provincial level. In these uncertain times, the ability to plan ahead can be the difference between a business or a municipality being able to fund new projects, for a business maybe to even keep its doors open. And I know from my conversations with the Minister that she recognizes this issue and wants to see it addressed. So, Madam Speaker, I'm asking again today if someone on the government side can please share what specific measures they are taking to fix this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kenora for the question. To begin, I also want to acknowledge that I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, to you today from the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples. Our government shares the members' view about the importance of the efficient and responsive delivery of the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario, the FedNor program funding. We recognize the significant challenges facing Northern Ontario small businesses as well as communities as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the particular impact it's having on First Nations communities and rural and remote areas. The ongoing pandemic has significantly increased the demand for support for communities as well as businesses in this region. Since 2020, FedNor has received more than double the number of yearly applications to its programs. From day one, FedNor moved quickly to respond to their needs, helping to protect jobs and keep businesses afloat as they deal with the impact of COVID-19. With more than $123 million allocated for Northern Ontario through the COVID-19 Regional Relief and Recovery Fund and the Regional Air Transportation Initiative, FedNor has efficiently and effectively delivered support to key sectors, contributing to the economic well-being of the region. In delivering the RRRF program, FedNor mobilized quickly to provide decisions on applications in half the time, Madam Speaker, of its current service standard of 80 working days. FedNor is now delivering 4 new recovery programs that will inject nearly $83 million in new funding into the region over the next few years. These new programs were launched this summer and include the Canada Community Revitalization Fund at $19.14 million over 2 years, the Tourism Relief Fund, $25.3 million over 2 years, the Jobs and Growth Fund at $26.6 million over 3 years, and the Aerospace Regional Recovery Initiative at $11.88 million over 3 years. Madam Speaker, FedNor staff continue to work diligently to process applications to deliver on new relief and recovery programs, while continuing to offer its regular programs. Madam Speaker, FedNor is also working to streamline business processes. One of its priorities is to reduce the current service standard of providing a decision of funding applications within 80 working days of receipt of a completed application. Madam Speaker, FedNor will continue to remain committed to providing responsive and quality service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Madam Speaker, I must say it's incredibly disappointing that the minister responsible once again wasn't able to answer my questions, and I once again had a response that clearly did not answer the questions put forward. Madam Speaker, I was asking what specific measures the government is taking to address the wait times. The member mentioned that they're working to meet the current standards. However, over the past 2 years, every core program has failed to meet those current standards. So I'd like to provide him an opportunity once again to answer the question that I put. What specific measures is the minister taking to fix the wait times, ensure that each core program can meet the service standards that they set out for? Thank you.
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and frankly, Madam Speaker, to the member across, I was very specific, and if he wants, I can pass on my speaking notes to him, as well as some of the specifics that I outlined in my response. Madam Speaker, from the onset of the pandemic, our government moved quickly to implement Canada's COVID-19 economic responsive plan. And as well, the FedNor was a key partner in delivering special relief and recovery funding in Northern Ontario. FedNor demonstrated its ability to quickly deliver these special programs to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, for affected businesses, organizations, communities, and First Nations in the region. FedNor, as I mentioned earlier, will continue to deliver on its commitments to the people of Northern Ontario and will work to find efficiencies to ensure it remains responsive to those needs of the region and that it meets program delivery service standards timelines. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Merci, honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On December 3rd, I asked the Minister of Health about the agreement in Canada's response to COVID. And there was a great deal of arguing that, saying that I could not put that on the table. And we're talking about that the government had been there for the pandemic, that it had acted quickly for vaccines, for cross-border traveling. The government always seemed to step behind what was going on. And at the time, we also saw that the government had trouble coordinating with a number of authorities. And so it asked for rapid tests at the airports, for example, and then all of a sudden, shortly afterwards, we discovered that, well, the Omicron variant was discovered. And then there was a quick response from the minister that said, yes, we're going to act. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we realized that It took days, weeks, and months even before we knew who was going to be responsible for administering those tests at the border. And that means that those measures that were supposed to prevent the upsurge of Omicron in Canada, it didn't work, as we saw, because we were felled by a fifth wave. And unfortunately, it was all empty rhetoric, but the government didn't walk the talk. It didn't learn lessons from the past waves of the pandemic. Before we knew someone who had had COVID, and we were all concerned about that virus. But around us, it wasn't something that was as frequent as that. But today, Madam Speaker, it's not just, we don't know people who know someone. We have had COVID ourselves. I got COVID. The Prime Minister has COVID. As a member of our family has had COVID. And so the contagion is really exponential. And the situation is evolving rapidly. And unfortunately, this government seems once again to be dragging its feet. With the progression of this virus, the government should have acted, but it was unable to deliver the goods. Now, we can understand that Canadians are sick and tired of the health measures that have been imposed by all governments. But something that I'd like to emphasize, despite how slow this government is to react to protect Canadians, I'd like to point out that Canadians did their part. They got vaccinated. We're one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. So thank you to the Conservatives at the beginning of the pandemic, because they were the ones who insisted in every question period on the government putting emphasis on purchasing vaccines and signing contracts with pharmaceutical companies. And I'd like to take the time tonight to commend Canadians' resilience after 2 years of this pandemic. And I certainly hope that the government will learn lessons, will learn from its mistakes in the past so that we can go forward and deal with the Omicron variants. Thank you very much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sport. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and I'm eager to work with him. I'm very pleased to talk to you about the border measures put in place by Canada to protect Canadians from COVID. The border measures continue to be an important element, an important part of Canada's response to COVID-19, and those measures will present the health and safety of all Canadians. Testing at the borders is an essential element in our strategy for fighting COVID-19 to detect the variants of concern and variants that are immune to the vaccines. Even though travelers are fully vaccinated, they could be infected by the virus that causes COVID-19, and that is why it is important to continue to take precautions. Every positive case that is identified reduces the likelihood of community transmission in Canada. All travelers who come into Canada by land or by air are subject to the same rigorous requirements in terms of testing before they come into Canada. The Government of Canada continues to require all travelers, unless they are subject to certain exemptions, they are required to undergo testing before they come into Canada. And these tests must be done 72 hours before they get to Canada's land border, or they must have had a former positive test to a PCR test conducted between 10 and 180 days before they leave for Canada.
Or who provide a positive pre-entry COVID-19 molecular test result from less than 10 full days will be denied entry. A traveler with right of entry, a Canadian citizen, person registered under the Indian Act, or a permanent resident with a positive pre-entry COVID-19 molecular test result from less than 10 full days or more than 180 days ago will be allowed entry, but may be subject to a fine of $5,000 plus additional surcharges or face criminal prosecution. They will also be required to isolate for 10 days from the date they enter Canada. The Government of Canada continues to assess the latest available evidence and monitor the situation to determine when to ease or adjust border measures accordingly. Canada's border testing is intended to mitigate the risk of further importation and help slow the spread of COVID-19 and its variants in Canada. Madam Speaker, I will conclude by expressing my gratitude to the millions of Canadians, as my colleague did, who continue to do their part in the fight against COVID-19. It is thanks to their solidarity that Canada is now among the countries with the highest COVID-19 vaccination rates in the world. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Milton, the Parliamentary Secretary. We'll be able to work together on the Health Committee. And in fact, we were discussing with the Minister of Health at the Health Committee. I asked the Minister, should the COVID response be guided by science or by personal convictions? And he said, well, science. And I'm going to quote a scientist who talked about the many experts. The tests that must be done on travelers who come to Canada. With one of the highest infection rates in the world, it's not logical, especially for people who have to show a negative test when they get off the plane. He's from McGill, this scientist, and so there. Also, Dr. Mona Nemer, who also said that we need to do less testing at the borders. So why doesn't the government listen to its own experts? And I hope that we'll be able to debate this question with the Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Government of Canada's top priority is the health and safety of Canadians. And to protect Canadians, the government has implemented some of the strictest travel and border measures in the world, as the party opposite did, urge the government, as he mentioned in his speech. Le gouvernement du Canada a bien.
The Canadian government is aware that changing the border measures can cause difficulties to individuals and families, but the government is trying to slow the importation of COVID-19 into Canada. It also prevents new chains of transmission in communities in Canada and protects the healthcare system's capacity to treat vulnerable people in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted, and therefore the House remains adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.